Congratulations, George. When I ran for mayor, I promised you straight talk, so let's have some straight talk about why equity matters and what it means in St. Pete. There's been a lot in the news lately about equity and DEI, but we should not retreat from our principles because some want to politicize, demonize, or change the meaning of that principle into something that it never was and never was intended to be with respect to our implementation in our city. We have to know who we are. Knowing who we are, for example, means understanding the history of the historic gas plant, the institutional redlining, the impact of the interstate's disruption of Black communities, including the gas plant and the Deuces, and the decades of institutional discrimination documented in the city's 2021 structural racism study. Understanding the history of the St. Pete Police Department's Courageous 12. The clear findings of the 2021 disparity study on minority and women-owned business enterprise underutilization. And so many other historical facts. Y'all getting quiet like a Sunday morning, that's okay. Being informed of that history doesn't demonize us today, or separate us, or harm us, or cause airplane crashes. Let's be real about this. To the contrary, having that knowledge of our history educates us. It empowers us. It helps us understand our current circumstances and understand the root causes of the disparity so that together, not divided, but together, we can overcome those challenges and disparities more effectively, more permanently, and build a better future for all of us. In St. Pete, it's never been about harm or ridicule. And yes, it is about merit. Merit, defined as worth, is a good thing. We believe in merit, the merit of truth, the merit of equal opportunity, the merit of a community keeping its word even 40 years later to a community that was promised economic opportunity and inclusion in the historic gas plant district, the merit of learning from a sometimes dark past in order to build a solid foundation for a bright future of opportunity for all of us. And as my daughter Kenya would say, if you don't know, now you know what equity means in our city. It is equal opportunity informed by facts, data, and history, building a path for us to move forward together. And as long as I'm your mayor, we will not abandon or retreat from that principle. Now everybody take a deep breath, it'll be all right. Let's talk about our great neighborhoods. Our approach to safe and healthy neighborhoods is responsive and innovative, including key investments in pedestrian and bike safety, public safety, parks and recreation, sanitation services, and more. In 2024, our team continued their focused work to make our neighborhoods healthier and safer. A great example is the Community Assistance and Life Liaison Program, or CALL. It is a partnership between the St. Pete Police Department and Gulf Coast Jewish Family and Community Services. The program began in 2021 and continues to provide an effective and strategic approach to policing by directing certain nonviolent calls for assistance to social workers. In fiscal year 2024, the city increased our investment by $400,000 per year to provide more staffing and coverage on evenings and weekends. And that investment is paying off. It's making an impact. In 2024, the program handled 4,220 contacts with 1,872 clients served and no injuries or incidents of violence. Now that is a smart and effective approach to public safety and is setting the standard for innovation and community impact. Now, reducing youth crime and redirecting youth who get into trouble, moving them back into a positive path, is essential for safe neighborhoods. Through the FY25 budget development process, our citizens voted to allocate $1 million towards a new program aimed at reducing teen crime, called Forward Together, a youth crime prevention program. Now, this initiative focuses on addressing the root causes of youth involvement in crime, targeting individuals aged 12 to 17. The program emphasizes intervention through mental health and human services, deploying social workers to collaborate closely with families, and providing police and tutoring support. The goal is to ensure that St. Pete's youth have achievable ways to get back on a path of success and off the path that too often leads to repeat future crimes. Now, these are two examples of innovative and impactful public safety leadership in our city. I want to thank Chief Anthony Holloway and your command staff and the St. Pete Police Department for setting the standard for professional and accountable law enforcement. Chief Holloway. Now, another essential element of neighborhood safety is fire protection and emergency medical services. We continue to invest in the personnel and infrastructure to provide world-class fire and EMS services. We also need forward-thinking leadership to lead our fire department. Chief Keith Watts is that leader, and I was honored to appoint him last October. Chief Watts, thank you for accepting the job, even after the hurricanes, and thank you for your leadership of a great department. Chief Watts. Now, in support of safe neighborhoods, we're investing strategically in our fire and EMS infrastructure. We are in the final steps to complete the zoning requirements for Fire Station 2, which will serve the greater West St. Pete area. Are you familiar with that, Chair? You know where that is? Okay. And we continue to acquire key equipment, including Engine 1 and an additional high water rescue vehicle, as well as continuing to invest about $800,000 per unit to replace fire engines with clean cab vehicles to reduce firefighter exposure to carcinogens. We also entered into the design phase for upgrades and expansion of the St. Pete Fire Rescue Training Facility to provide a long overdue modernization of that training facility. We are also making progress on finding a new location for our police K-9 facility. We are also excited to spark the interest of the next generation of firefighters in our city. Camp Ignite is a 3-day immersive program hosted by the St. Pete Fire Rescue Department to introduce young women ages 14 to 18 to careers in firefighting and emergency medical services. Through hands-on training, participants learn essential skills such as operating fire hoses, using rescue equipment like the Jaws of Life, and participating in rope rescue exercises. They also earn CPR certification and engage with professional firefighters, gaining valuable insights and mentorship. I'd like to commend Fire Chief Keith Watts and his team, who developed this program in partnership with the Pinellas County Urban League's Empower Her initiative. Chief Watts, Urban League CEO Nikki Capehart, and other Camp Ignite team members, please stand and be recognized. Now, keeping our community clean is a huge part of neighborhood health, and it's the core mission of our sanitation department. The sanitation team provides essential services to our community, and we are excited about the progress that has been made on our new state sanitation department complex, a much-needed facility that will replace 50-year-old buildings and aims for net zero energy consumption, enhancing operational efficiency, and supporting our vital sanitation team. We look forward to cutting the ribbon on this building in May. Now, the reality of our pillars is that they are all interconnected. Youth and education opportunities, housing, equitable economic development, all impact the quality of life in our neighborhoods. And of course, our natural environment has emerged as a powerful determinant of neighborhood health. So let's turn to the next pillar, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. Our administration and the Christman administration before us has invested substantially and strategically to ensure the integrity of our operations and the resilience of our community. That investment continued in 2024, and those investments must continue at an increased pace to match the increased impact of storms that were made manifest by Hurricanes Helene and Milton. As we know, these storms uprooted lives, and the record storm surge, rainfalls, and hurricane-force winds caused unprecedented property losses. These storms are undeniable evidence of our new reality. Extreme weather and climate change will affect our quality of life and our ability to provide and maintain critical services. The clock on climate change and its impacts has sped up exponentially. Therefore, our resiliency actions must accelerate as well, starting now. This is not a time to panic, but to focus and to act. The St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, also known as SPAR, represents an aggressive, accelerated approach to strengthening the city's infrastructure, ensuring long-term resilience in the face of our climate challenges. At its core, SPAR reflects the city's commitment to data-driven and accelerated resiliency actions. Working with City Council, we will accelerate projects by prioritizing and fast-tracking infrastructure initiatives that will provide immediate and lasting impacts. Now, we anticipate advancing at least $750 million in additional investments over 5 years. We are exploring multiple options to fund these efforts. We have to pay for it, including grants, issuing bonds, reallocation of general fund dollars, and adjustments to utility rates. Once complete, a funding plan will be presented to City Council for approval. Now, this effort is already underway. Projects approved by Council include flood-proofing critical buildings, installation of an aquafence at Lift Station 85 near Albert Whitted Airport, a $70 million Northeast Water Reclamation Facility improvement project, which will increase the plant's ability to operate in higher levels of storm surge with a 15-foot target, right, Claude? Which has been increased from the current 7-foot capacity. That project is already well underway and is being accelerated. Our citywide private lateral rebate program is set to launch this summer to address and repair privately owned sewer laterals, reducing inflow and infiltration into the city's sewer system. This initiative helps prevent system overflows, improves overall sewer performance, and promotes environmental sustainability. Our recovery will be a costly endeavor. However, St. Petersburg remains in a strong financial position despite the significant impacts of Hurricanes Helene and Milton. In fact, last week, Fitch Ratings reaffirmed our AA+ credit rating with a stable outlook, recognizing that we are well, okay. The finance folks in the room get that one. They got it, Tom, they understood it. And that recognizes that we are well positioned financially for recovery. With an estimated $247 million, $250 million in costs for recovery, including debris management and damages to our facilities, the city has proactively secured resources to support recovery efforts, including FEMA reimbursements expected to cover at least approximately $200 million, state contributions, and insurance payments, including an advance payment from insurance companies in the amount of $7.6 million for Tropicana field repairs. While the reimbursement process takes time, the city's responsible fiscal planning, demonstrated by a temporary $50 million loan, ensures continued stability. With strategic budgeting and resilience planning, St. Pete is well positioned to rebuild stronger while maintaining the city's long-term financial health. In summary, our St. Pete team is focused on resiliency, embracing innovation, environmental protection, and community engagement. The long-predicted challenges in this area are now becoming self-evident, but together we are working to make St. Pete a resilient, vibrant, and sustainable place for all. I am so proud of the work of our city team, before, during, and after these hurricanes. And I'll come back to share some observations of their truly heroic work during the storms of 2024. Before that, let me address another very important pillar. That is equitable development, arts, and business opportunities. St. Petersburg is dedicated to driving inclusive economic development that enhances the quality of life for all residents and provides pathways for all to benefit from our progress rather than being displaced by it. We embrace public-private partnerships, equitable funding support for businesses in the arts, and a community benefits model that fosters economic opportunity for all. Our economic growth remains strong. St. Petersburg experienced new construction value of nearly $1.4 billion in FY24, a 4% increase from the previous year. Additionally, the city issued 34,761 permits, nearly 5% more than FY23. This continued strong growth indicates the city's ongoing development and our robust economy. In 2024, we continue to move forward on equitable economic development in several key areas. The South St. Pete Community Redevelopment Area Micro Fund Program continues in 2025, and in 2024, it assisted a total of 196 small businesses, including 56 home-based businesses and 10 early-stage startups in the CRA. In addition to providing essential business acumen and strategy, over $1.5 million was allocated to assist these businesses in implementing their newly developed business plans, helping to create a more prosperous business environment in South St. Pete. The microfund will evolve in 2025 to ensure continued support for our small businesses throughout the city. The city's Minority and Women-Owned Business Enterprise Program enjoyed a successful inaugural year, attracting significant interest from the business community. More than 80 businesses applied, with 47 earning MWBE certification. In 2025, our Office of Supplier Diversity will launch Ready, Set, Bid, a vendor readiness program that will give hands-on training on how to respond to solicitations and do business with the city. Additionally, OSD will partner with St. Pete Greenhouse to launch a technical assistance program providing training and assistance to businesses seeking certification. Combined with the city's Small Business Enterprise Program, nearly 350 local firms have been certified by the city of St. Petersburg. And in August, Foot Locker announced the relocation of its global headquarters to St. Petersburg. Planned for late 2025, it will create over 150 high-paying jobs. Foot Locker and probably get a big cut of the chair's paycheck. Foot Locker will lease over 100,000 square feet of office space and invest at least $20 million in its new headquarters. This significant addition makes Foot Locker the third Fortune 500 company headquartered in St. Petersburg and the fourth in Pinellas County. Their commitment underscores our city's growing appeal as a hub for impactful and inclusive economic development. We are also a city of the arts, and we are focused on supporting artists and arts organizations. Last year, the city not only increased arts funding by $180,000 over the previous year in my recommended budget, but also added $695,000 in additional funds to mitigate the arts funding cuts by the state of Florida for a total of $3.2 million of arts funding from the city. I don't think she's with us, but I want to thank Councilmember Driscoll and our city council for raising this issue, for addressing this issue, and our Arts, Culture, and Tourism Director, Celeste Davis, for quickly developing a plan to help mitigate the impact of these unexpected cuts in state funding for the arts. We will continue to work with City Council and the arts community and our partners to build a long-term sustainable arts ecosystem. Now, I need a drink of water before this one. Let's talk about historic gas plant. Now, in my 2023 State of the City address, and boy, does time fly, I announced the Heinz Tampa Bay Rays Group as my selection to partner in the redevelopment of the historic gas plant district. 86 acres of critical economic, social, and historic importance to our city and our region. In my 2024 address, I shared with you that I was confident that we would finalize development, funding, and other agreements between the city, the county, and Hines-Reyes, despite the complexity of the deal. Now in 2025, after 3 years, beginning with a new RFP, research, analysis, community conversations, negotiations, COWs, I love that acronym, those are council workshops, public hearings in both the city of St. Petersburg and at county commission chambers, the agreements are signed, and we are closer than this community has ever been to a new day for our community, for honoring promises and charting an amazing path forward. I'm so proud and thankful for the work of our St. Pete team to achieve this goal, which our community has pursued for decades. Thank you to City Administrator Rob Gertis and your team, to our legal team under Jackie Kovalarich, and to the many St. Pete team members, too numerous to name, who worked countless hours, weekends, holidays, who powered through personal and family emergencies and life circumstances, and who handle all of their regular job duties as well. I want to say thank you on behalf of this city for a job that was unprecedented in scope and executed with excellence and professionalism. To our county partners, including past Chair Kathleen Peters, our county commissioners, Administrator Barry Burton, and Assistant County Attorney Don Crowell, I offer my sincere thanks as well. And to our Hines-Reyes partners, I want to thank you for the unprecedented progress that we've made. We do have signed agreements. We've secured over $600 million in local support for a transformative project. We have a community benefits package approved through a public process with the support of many descendants of the historic gas plant district. The plan is vetted, feasible, and funded. We have achieved so much together since I selected you 2 years ago. And the only thing we need to move forward to enter a new era for a great city that is emerging as one of the nation's greatest, and honoring the promises made both to our city and to the gas plant community, is for the Rays to honor the agreement that we signed just 6 months ago. I remain hopeful that that will happen. I also believe in transparency. So to the citizens of St. Pete, let me be clear. As I've stated throughout this process, this plan can only be successful with partnership. City Council and the County Commission have fulfilled all of the city and county obligations to date. If we still have a willing partner in the Rays, and we continue to have conversations with them, if we still have that willing partner, then we will move forward, which is my clear preference. But as your mayor, please know that we are prepared and have always been prepared to adapt, adjust, and move forward if the Rays walk away from this partnership. If that scenario unfolds, then with the land reverting back to the city, we will have 3 or 4 years, depending on when the trop repairs are complete, to implement another path forward. We have a carefully negotiated set of agreements that Council approved and all parties signed nearly 6 months ago. We will not pursue a deal at any cost. The greatness and future of St. Pete does not depend solely on this deal. And I am confident that we have given this endeavor our very best effort. And it's an effort and a process we can all be proud of. So stay tuned. We'll keep working until the final out. In 2025, we'll continue our pursuit of inclusive progress in each of our pillars. We'll continue to provide world-class service to the community in each administration. I want to thank all of my cabinet members, the hardest working person I know, Chief of Staff Doyle Walsh and your team, my mayor's office aides, the city clerk's office, and council administration and their teams for the daily work that you do to provide essential services to our city. Your collective work provides that firm foundation for the public and private sector to build upon. And special thanks to our marketing team who put this together today and who tells the story of St. Pete to our community. And a few things to look forward to in this upcoming year. We will finally bring the municipal marina recommendations and proposal to City Council with a target of April. Got some sailors in here. The Obama Library is on target to open by late summer. Mr. Jeffries? We will move forward on exciting affordable housing projects, including partnerships with Habitat for Humanity to develop affordable and workforce housing, including the Grove, Pelican Place, and Shell Dash. Also this year, work will begin at the former Ceridian and former Raytheon sites, with each generating 100 new affordable and workforce housing units. We will continue to leverage grant funding and plan for the use of $159 million in CDBG disaster recovery funding that was awarded to the city late last year. Dollars that will support housing, infrastructure, and other projects to increase our resiliency. Thank you to Aubrey Phillips, David Thompson, and our grants team for continuing to rapidly expand our grants to fund these essential projects. Now for the techies, we will continue to upgrade our technologies and systems for better operations and customer experience. This year, we will continue the development of a critical business technology upgrade, the Tyler Application Suite. When completed in early 2026, this system will replace many legacy systems in multiple departments, including utility billing, permits, planning and zoning projects, codes cases, business licenses, work orders, and other systems. The project will impact 800 internal users and more than 95,000 customers, and will provide more efficient operation and easier access for our customers. And as we continue to embrace advanced technologies, it's vital that we explore ways to leverage AI to improve city services for residents. We've established an internal AI policy development team that will develop AI policies and ensure that AI technologies are utilized responsibly citywide. We will continue conversations with innovative companies like ARC Invest, led by Kathy Wood, to improve city processes and serve our community. I'll close with a few words about the hurricane heroes of our St. Pete team. Our city employees go above and beyond when it comes to serving our community. They are dedicated, hardworking, and set the standard for public service. This past year, their efforts were further exemplified when we faced Hurricanes Helene and Milton. While both storm responses were an all-hands-on-deck effort, I'd like to take a moment and tell you about the members of the city's storm response and recovery team. First, I'd like to recognize the city's emergency management team, Manager Amber Bolding and Specialist Megan Orlando. Please stand up. I know y'all hate it, but please remain standing, because I got a few things to say about you. During the 2024 hurricane season, we relied heavily on these dynamic and talented individuals for their leadership and expertise as they guided the city's emergency employees through back-to-back hurricanes. In their roles, they are working around the clock to ensure the city is prepared to respond to any disaster or emergency event. They are often the first people in the Emergency Operations Center and the last to leave at the end of the day. Emergency managers play a vital role in our city's overall success and safety, and we are blessed to have two of the very best on our team. Amber and Megan, thank you for all your efforts during the past hurricane season. Thank you. I'd also like to recognize and thank all of the Emergency City employees who are here today and all those who worked diligently through these storms. Will all city staff who worked the storms please stand so you can be recognized? Thank you. Many of these individuals were facing their own personal storm recovery challenges, but continuously put the needs of the community above their own. The city's emergency employees are the reason we are able to recover quickly after storms, and I sincerely thank each of you for your hard work. During the storm, some of our emergency city employees were working and preparing city facilities for the hurricanes right up to landfall, and resumed work the minute it was safe to go back out, in some cases as early as 3 in the morning. I'd like to specifically recognize our teams at the Northeast and Southwest wastewater treatment facilities. These individuals work at facilities that are located in Evacuation Zone A, which gave them a very limited window of time to prepare the plants for storm impacts and safely evacuate from the facilities. Despite this, they worked nonstop before, during, and after both storms to ensure city services could be restored as soon as possible. I'm very proud of these teams and all the work they've done for our city. If you're a member of the wastewater treatment teams, please stand and be recognized. Thank you. Now, we've come a long way in the 4 months or 117 days since Milton, but we have much work to do to recover fully from these storms. The first immediate step was removing an unprecedented amount of debris from our city. The debris was a visual reminder of the destruction of homes, businesses, and loss for thousands of residents. I love the chair's illustration of how much debris was actually out there. 2 million cubic yards of construction and household debris and vegetative waste. Our team, including teams from community enrichment, public works, city development, administration, and housing and community services, removed that debris in a record 90 days. The amount of debris collected was more than 5 times the amount collected from Hurricanes Idalia, Ian, and Irma combined. And our team did it in 90 days. The Hometown Haulers program was another innovative response from our team, utilizing small independent haulers from our community to haul nearly 5,300 loads in between Helene and Milton, and injecting almost $1.6 million into our local economy through these small businesses. In addition, our team quickly set up debris management sites within our city to make the debris removal process as efficient and effective as possible. Thanks to administrators Mike Jeffries, Claude Tankersley, Amy Foster, James Corbett, and all of your team members for a phenomenal effort on this difficult and important task. Now, fast forward to today. The same scenario applies to permitting. With damage to more than 15,000 structures, the demand for post-storm permits is like nothing we've ever faced. The sheer volume of permits means that the process will take longer. But just like the debris issue, we are rising to the challenge. Our team has increased staff, hiring additional plans examiners and inspectors, implemented remote permitting sites, and extended hours. To date, more than 7,000 permits have been processed, and our team will continue to work diligently to process permits and get our residents back into rebuilding your homes and businesses. Our team also has held 2 public forums with FEMA, the state's Department of Emergency Management, the property appraiser, and other agencies to get critical information to our residents and business owners. Finally, I want to acknowledge the city's Executive Policy Group team. This team works in tandem to represent and guide all of the city's departments throughout a disaster. Consisting of the city's top leadership, they are the first group I turn to when we start to prepare for these natural disasters. I want to thank the members of the Executive Policy Group for your unwavering commitment to serving the city of St. Petersburg during blue and gray skies. Thank you to all the members of the city's storm response and recovery team on your outstanding work during the extraordinary 2024 Atlantic hurricane season. And now, as I really close, as we look forward to 2025, one thing is clear. St. Petersburg is a city on the rise, unified and focused on inclusive progress. Our progress is built on the dedication of our city team, the resilience of our residents, and the strength of our partnerships. From addressing housing challenges to driving economic opportunity, from enhancing public safety to advancing environmental resilience, we are taking bold, strategic steps towards a more inclusive, prosperous, and sustainable future for everyone. This past year tested our resolve and reminded us both of our vulnerabilities and our strengths. In the face of adversity, our city team, first responders, and community partners stepped up, proving once again that St. Pete is a city of resilience, unity, and strength. We are stronger because of our commitment to progress, not for some, but for everyone. And we will continue to hold firm to our principles, leading with integrity, innovation, inclusion, and intentionality. Our work is far from done, but our path forward is clear. We will move ahead with determination, with purpose, and with a shared belief that St. Pete's best days are ahead of us. This is our city. This is our time. We are St. Pete, and the state of our city is strong. May God bless and keep you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the 2025 State of the City program. On behalf of the city, thank you for joining us today. As you leave, please take a complimentary poster by local artist Zulu Painter to celebrate Black History Month. Have a great day.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there, that's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high-efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high-efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
The culture of St. Pete, when I arrived in '97, I like saying it was nascent. It was percolating under the ground, but there were no coffee shops. There wasn't the Globe coffee shop that Jarlin Schilke created. There was no place for people to hang to say, I've experienced this, now let me talk about it over a cup of Joe. And, but it was nascent. And I also think there were a lot of creative people in St. Petersburg who were kind of doing their own thing, and we just, some say a catalyst, but I think it's kind of a centrifuge where this goes in, 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 and then you go, and so I think we primarily just put a mirror up to the community and say, where y'all at? And that's how we came to be. I know we initially talked about it as being a theater, but that was the least of what we were going to do insofar as we knew that we wanted a place for the community to come together without hurt, harm, or danger, and, you know, speak on or about or for all sorts of things. And we had to find out what those things were, so.
Well, I can say that when I got here in '08, because a lot of people don't know, that my first performance in St. Pete was here. This was the place to be. Everybody was talking about the studio. They wanted to work at the studio. They wanted to be at the studio. The community is the reason why it succeeds, and we get to feed the community. So it's a cycle, right? It's synergetic. It's and everybody needs to feel like they have a home.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. The future's always bright, but under your tutelage, I mean, it's gonna be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, you know, because, you know, my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You know, you got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do, and I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before. You know, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved, but I know that I gotta try it, and I know that we can do it.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
My name is Michael Cotman, and this is Twin Brooks Golf Course. I oversee all of the facilities here that maintain the golf course and try to get it in pristine condition. It's a 9-hole golf course. We have a practice facility in the back, which is 3 practice holes. It's a really unique facility because it's in the middle of the city. It's really a benefit to the city because what we do here is we provide a place for play that's more reasonable than any of the other golf courses in the area. We have guys that come out here that are 80 years old. For them, this is an exercise. It's a chance to get out of the house and to do something. And for the kids, it's an opportunity to get off of the streets and to learn the game. My day begins around 5 o'clock. Make the assignments for everybody, make sure everybody's got the tools and protections that they need. So we set up the golf course, get that done, and then we'll do all of our other stuff. We'll mow fairways, we'll mow rough, we'll trim trees, we'll do hedges, and any other thing that pops up. So it becomes pretty daunting at times, but we manage to get it done, one bite at a time. So every day is a different adventure. When I got on this particular property, we didn't have fairways, we didn't have moguls, we didn't have mounds. Now we have a primary place to play where it looks like an 18-hole manicured golf course, even though it's 9 holes. There's a satisfaction that you get when the transformation process, to see it go from what it was to your vision, is so fulfilling.
So Bobby, how has St. Pete's history influenced you as a creative, as an artist?
Well, 2 things. When we still lived in the 1-bedroom apartment, my mother was going off to work. She worked as a domestic. She was taking the bus, and she was leaving out the door, and then she turned around and she said, "You know, Bobby," she called me Bobby. she said, and she put her hand on my face and said, "We must stay in our place." And I didn't even think I understood what she meant. I've later come to understand, she said, he's an inquisitive, investigative child, and he might get into situations he is not equipped to handle. Growing up in Southern California, it wasn't as quite precious as it was in the South, but my parents are both from the South, and all of my plays, virtually 90% of them, are set in the South, even before I ever set foot in the Southern United States. And I think history informs your granddaddy, your grandmother, your auntie, your uncle, and it informs your parents. And even if they are not from the South. So one of the things that having a creative life, Live Arts Peninsula Foundation, who presented Web City, I was doing Uncle Ben's, a home-cooked Negro narrative at American Stage, and they came up to me after one of the performances and said, "We'd like you to write a musical about the Manhattan Casino." In writing that, Bill Levengood and myself interviewed dozens of people, and I learned a lot about the city by interviewing people. Was started by Elder Jordan, and there are many stories in the Naked City, and these are 5 dozen of them. And it just started me and dovetailed with me already being interested in history and finding out the particular history of this community.
I started this company almost 20 years ago out of my parents' garage. Growing year after year after year, you eventually, can grow out of a garage space really quickly. Scooter Cardoza with Trinity Graphics. I'm the owner here, and we do screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products. One of my long-term goals was to have a brick and mortar space. It took us a little over 12 years, but we got this space. Talk about kind of like a life-changing moment. We print lots and lots and lots of t-shirts. And then as far as like on the embroidery side, anything you can think of, we can accomplish with putting a logo or a brand on. One of the aspects of screen printing is reclaiming the screens, so you can basically reuse the screen over and over and over and over again. We had about 150 of the wood frames, and thought it would be really cool to do a screen wall. So each screen has some sort of sentimental, meaning behind it. We love what we do, so we're just going to continue to put out, a great product that we stand behind. It's really cool to have a team that believes and has the same passion and will, go the extra mile to do whatever it takes to get the job done. There's been a big push for keeping St. Pete local. It's been amazing to feel that love from the community and local businesses that will allow us to thrive in the community for another 20 years.
I want it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have 2 faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my paintings. Just having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air. Sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED. So we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting, safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. You know, I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer, and it makes for a nicer environment. You know, we have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. You get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world, you know?
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
It's right at 1. Everybody's here. So we'll get going and we'll call to order the January 16th, 2025 Health, Energy, Resilience, and Sustainability meeting. Can we start with a roll call?
Floyd?
Here.
Driscoll?
Here.
Gabbard?
Here.
Givens?
Here.
Hanowitz?
Thank you. Committee members, we have an approval before us. Do I have a motion for, or an agenda before us? Do I have a motion for approval?
Move approval.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Excellent. We will move on to approval of the September 19th, 2024 minutes. Do you have any comments or a motion for approval?
Move approval.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, and on to business. The first thing we have is selection of chair and vice chair. I am currently chair. I don't see written down here who is vice chair.
Oh, I think it's me.
Yeah, I think
it's me.
I think so. I was under that impression as well.
It was Mohammed.
Oh, yes, that,
Oh, right.
yes, I recall now, yes. Okay, so that's what I thought. It was something different. Yeah, so we'll take nominations for chair and vice chair. I'll just say last year was a fun time as chair. I see 3 hands now, so I saw yours first, Councilmember Driscoll.
I'll let you finish if you wanted to.
Well, I was just going to say it was a fun time to be chair, but it was quite difficult with Allison leaving us. And so I'll just say it did kind of frustrate me that we did not accomplish everything we could have otherwise. But I'm excited because Maven is here today and we're going to move forward and we're going to start that in this committee meeting. So that's all I had to add, yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Floyd. You did a great job last year as chair, considering those circumstances and, seeing that we have that office properly staffed now and the work that you've been doing. If you don't have an objection, I would be happy to nominate you to be chair of this committee again for this year. Give you some more time to help us accomplish more.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I saw other hands as well.
Givens was before me.
Okay.
Councilmember Floyd, just recognizing her experience and also the needs of her district and how she hopefully will have a laser focus, which I'm sure she will, on the needs that will arise in the coming weeks, in the coming months after these 2 back-to-back hurricanes. I'd like to nominate Councilmember Gabbard for chair, if she's interested.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I would accept the nomination. I don't want us to go into like any sort of weird voting or anything like that. So, if you are also interested, you have a nomination before you as well. I would defer to you. You've done a fantastic job. I know this is a space that you're very comfortable in as well. I will say that I've served on this committee, I think, every year since I've been here, and I have yet to be chair of this committee. So I've never chaired this. I would love the opportunity to chair this. Maven and I obviously will be working very closely together as we continue on the resiliency planning work for the city. And I am also vice chair of the Resiliency Coalition for Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. So I'm doing a lot of this work anyway, and if chosen to serve by the committee, I would be honored to do so.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have any issue with you being chair. I would like to continue because of the difficulty that we had last year, but I of course don't have any issue with you doing it as well, so I don't really know where that takes us because this isn't a super normal circumstance either. Yeah,
it is. It's kind of different, and I don't want us to get to a contentious place.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I'm not worried about it getting contentious.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah,
so, I mean, certainly I think, and it's up to the committee, of course, but I would certainly defer to you as chair this year. Maybe if the committee felt comfortable, I'd be happy to serve as vice chair. I know that's not what we're talking about now. And then if appointed to this committee in my final year of council, then I would, love the opportunity if that committee then chooses to maybe be chair in my final year. But it is something that's been kind of on my council bucket list, and I'm running out of time. So, certainly it's something that's critically important to me and my priorities.
Okay. Councilmember Givens, you have something you want to add?
Thank you, Councilmember Floyd. Well, as you know, we operate in the sunshine, so I did not know the wishes of Councilmember Gabbard. So with that being said, having heard her, I fully support removing my motion, my nomination, and nominating her for vice chair instead. So I'd like to remove my nomination for Councilmember Gabbard to be chair.
Okay, cool. All right, that's all sounds good. And I'll just reiterate, like, I feel like you would do an excellent job, and I think that we would agree on everything that comes before this committee, to be quite frank. So I'm happy either way, really, but yes, I'm eager to work with new staff members on this job. Yeah, so.
We have no lack of leadership on this committee.
No,
and
we
that's a
don't
good
at
thing
all.
for the
Yes,
city,
absolutely. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed when you did it the last couple of years as well, Councilmember Driscoll. So, okay, well, let's move forward. We're all patting ourselves on the back. It feels really nice. Let's.
We do just need to vote on
Yes, of course. Yeah. So we have now one nomination, and I guess I guess it was time to vote. So all those in favor of me continuing as chair, say aye.
Aye.
All right, excellent. Do we have any nominations for vice chair?
Councilmember Floyd, I'd like to nominate Councilmember Gabbard for vice chair.
Thank you.
All right. Does anybody have anything nice they want to say about Councilmember Gabbard?
No.
Okay, all those in favor of Councilmember Gabbard as vice chair, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We will go on to our new business today, which I'm excited to get to. We're going to have an Office of Sustainability and Resilience update from our new Sustainability and Resilience Director, Maven Rogers. So welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I also like to say congratulations to Councilmember Givens on your appointment. Claude did such an exceptional job at introducing me at council. You were yet to be there. So to give you a little brief introduction of who I am. So my name is Maven Rogers. Thank you. I started my work with sustainability and resilience roughly around 8 years ago in the Office of Sustainability and Resilience for the City of Orlando. I've worked for counties in different cities since then, and I've really had a great experience to be able to see how different governments operate, and we have a strong partnership with all of the Southeast directors in sustainability and resilience because of some networks that I've been engaged with. So I'm excited to be here at St. Pete. So thank you. So to kind of jump right in, I did start the week of Hurricane Milton, which was right around October 7th. Wow. Yeah, so we just kind of we've hit the ground running since then. So to briefly talk a little bit about our initiatives. So solar, we do have, from our ISAP, we had established a goal of 100% renewable energy by 2035. Right now, the office is looking at seeing where we are at reaching that goal and what it might take to get to that goal. So we're in our research phases right now, which I do look forward to reporting back to you all on where that is. We also are doing the same for our EV chargers. We're looking to work with the Office of Asset Management with Philip and the CAMP program, so that way we could start classifying solar and EV chargers as an asset for the city, so we can have an operations and maintenance plan moving forward on these assets. So that's something we're currently exploring. Solar United Neighbors, some of you may be familiar with them. So they are a nonprofit national organization, and they try to provide solar education and resources to residents. They are participating in their Gulf Coast Solar Switch this year, which will be coming to St. Pete around mid-March. What's a little bit different about this model than what they've done previous years is they're actually doing a statewide solar co-op. Their solar co-ops have traditionally been focused on smaller areas. So I'm going to do one city or I'm going to do a county. But this year, they're using the bulk purchasing power of who they get recruited into their co-op, and it will significantly reduce residential costs on solar installation, which is a really wonderful program, and we are allowed to participate in this for free. So it's really great, and that'll be coming mid-March. So we will be working with marketing to make sure that our residents are aware, and your offices are aware, so you could share that message with residents. Now, when they do participate in this program, there is no obligation to have solar installed. So they are able to get a quote from a trusted solar installer, and at any point they can drop out of that program if they decide so. Another interesting program that Solar United Neighbors is doing this year that we will be partnering with them is Solar for All program. And this is to address the need for energy burdens to be alleviated. And so the goal of this program is to install solar for free for certain residents that qualify to mitigate 20% of their utility bill each month. So let's say an installation goes on a house, it might not be 100% offset, but they are going to do at least 20%. We're not totally aware of every program detail right now because they are still working to shape that program. And that is in partnership with Solar United Neighbors and Nature Conservancy. So we're very excited about that program and bringing it to St. Pete, which we'll make sure to keep you all in your offices up to date on. We are analyzing the energy roadmap. So the energy roadmap was made alongside the ISAP. So we're looking at that for different opportunities to ensure and assess how we can make that 100% renewable energy goal. And our sanitation building solar installation will be online soon. It's quite a rather large installation, so we're very proud of that. Want to make sure to keep you all posted. What's really great about solar moving forward is a program that has been released by the federal government called elective pay. And so basically, when we participate in elective pay, we can have 30% back for our solar installation. So we pay the upfront costs and then 30% comes back to us. There's no ties to the funding, so we can use that 30% into any other kind of bucket that we may need, or we could reinvest that money into other solar installations. So that's something very exciting that's coming in the future. Sometimes you can qualify for more than 30%, but it depends on the location and if it qualifies as an energy community bonus, which is a little in the details. So that was energy. So now we're moving on to some tree items and some lead for cities. So as you all are well aware of, I think that you worked on some food forest initiatives last year. We received the budget this year and we're still looking to develop programming out. So we are currently contacting the community gardens to see how we can support them, and we have been in conversations with the University of South Florida, St. Petersburg campus about installing a food forest. There is a little apprehension there. They do not have staff to take care of it, so we're trying to work out those final details. We have been in conversations with the USDA. This will be an item going to council. We're waiting for a signed agreement, but we have received a composting grant. So there will be more details that to come once we get that signed agreement. We are participating in Lead for Cities, so very much like our buildings are certified through LEED, so we can get LEED Silver, Gold, Platinum on our buildings. You can actually certify your city. Considering that St. Petersburg has a very bold sustainability initiative and implementation, we're seeing no problem with us classifying ourselves as a LEED for city. Some of the benefits of this is really USGBC is available to elevate, and you're on the web page and they talk about you and they say how great you're doing, and they share your message with other people, and they also share your programs, policies, and procedures with other governments so they can model after what St. Petersburg is doing. So we're very excited about this. This will probably be about a 6-month process. It does take a while, and it is quite the data collection. We did recently, and this was prior to my time, but I thought it was very, very important to put here. Right around September, we completed Child's Park tree planting, which was around 183 trees. And I know that was an immense pull on the staff, and I was very proud of them, and it's been really great. And they still check on the trees, and it looks like everything is doing fine, so that's really great too. So really excited about that. We do have a Round Tree Mini Grant Program. Now, this Tree Mini Grant Program is basically, it allows the city to partner with neighborhood associations to plant trees in the right-of-ways. It is the residents' responsibility to take care of those trees when they are planted. We have about 28 trees in Round 2 in various different neighborhood associations that will be planted by the end of January. We have our Dell Homes neighborhood planting that recently happened. That was in partnership with sanitation. The idea was to plant roughly around 18 trees to help mitigate with air pollution. So we were really excited about that partnership. We do have coming, it'll probably be around March or April, maybe May. We're still working out a lot of details, but we are launching a tree giveaway program. And really what we've realized is that in order to plant as many trees as we possibly can, we're going to need help from our residents. And we're not able to plant in people's front yards or backyards or side yards. So we really want to help try to get those things moving for our residents, especially after some of our residents have experienced tree loss. One thing we are working on is part of this tree giveaway program, because we had seen so much tree loss. It's a right tree, right place. So as part of the program, it is designated whether trees are for a small, medium, or large size lawn. So residents can kind of understand and look at their lawn and say, is this the right tree for me? So we're excited about that. We'll obviously keep you all very plugged in and in tune with this, because we'll need your help in really sponsoring this and showing this to the community to try to get residents to participate. So on to resilience updates. So that was kind of the sustainability side of the house. And this is the resilience side of the house. So Claude did a really great job at providing these updates previously, but we are expecting the RFQ for the vulnerability assessment and the resilience plan to be released at the end of January. And we're hoping to have a contractor on pretty soon after that through those processes. And the vulnerability assessment is part of Resilient Florida initiative. So that's going to look at all of our critical infrastructures and its exposure and sensitivity to flooding. So the vulnerability assessment is very limited in that scope. It's great, but it's very limited into flooding and sea level rise and our critical infrastructure. From that vulnerability assessment, what it will tell us is that exposure and sensitivity, and we're hoping to apply for an adaptation plan that will provide us with some projects for that. The resilience plan will be a little bit different in the sense of it's a community resilience plan, and the vulnerability assessment really just focuses on our critical infrastructure. We are currently working with the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council on part of the initiative for the resilience plan, which is called the Resilient St. Pete Action Plan. And we're currently working through some details, and I know they're working really hard on that. We are participating in EPA's CREATE program. This is a climate resilience evaluation tool. And what it allows us to do is it allows us to take one critical asset and run models over one climate threat. So I can take one building and say, I think we could flood up to 13 feet. What does that look like? And we have been awarded with technical assistance. So the EPA is helping us through this process. So we're very thankful for that. We had our first kickoff meeting yesterday, and we're still working on deciding what project we will be moving forward, what critical asset we will be looking at. We do have a Green Business Academy training program. This was a grant awarded before my time. The Office of Supplier Diversity applied for this grant, and the goal of it was to train residents and business owners on how they can participate in the green industry, specifically green infrastructure. So they will be bringing in someone from New Orleans to run that training at no cost, because again, it was a grant. And we will be recruiting participants that are interested in learning more about how this business model works and where the industry is going. Part of that is a community, part of that is a project for them to work on, like a green infrastructure project. So it was a really good time to plug them into Lake Maximo Park, because we have a shoreline that we planted, but unfortunately, due to the hurricane, we lost some of those plants. So we will be replanting those plants, not as many as we had previously, but it provides a really great balance to that Green Business Academy. So we're excited to have that opportunity. So that's kind of, we're working on a lot and have more things to come and are excited about that. And I would like to open it up to see if you all have any questions.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much for the update. There's a lot of work. I'm sure we all have some questions, and
Yeah.
I'm sure that we'll see like new business items over time to talk about each and everything. I have Councilmember Gabbard, and then we'll go to Councilmember Drew.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Maven, for the update and for all the work that you've already done. You came here and you just jumped right in. And I've said this before, I'll say it again until I'm blue in the face. Like the way that you got in with all of the recovery efforts that we were doing very quickly after coming to our city really showed that you belong here. I know that you worked very closely in my district and some of our food distributions and other things, and we just so appreciate you. It was like from day one, you felt like family. And so thank you so much for
Thank you.
just your excitement around all the work that, quite frankly, you have inherited. And I can already see you're making better. So I'm very, very excited for the future here with St. Pete for your career. So I wanted to kind of go back to your first slide, talking specifically about solar, electric charging vehicles. So I know you're aware that, before you came here, we worked with your last two predecessors on electric charging ordinance for new construction. And we were very, very close after, my gosh, almost 5 years of committee meetings about it in passing that ordinance. And then we were preempted by the state. And so that was quite a hit, a lot of lost work and a lot of good work that we were going to do into the future. So because I was kind of leading that charge, I'm one to not really ever give up well on things. So I've been kind of mulling about, like, are there other things we can do? Since we can't mandate, are there incentives that we can do? And you talked about there to being the 30% from the direct pay that's going to come back that's not going to have ties associated with that money. So what kind of dollars would we maybe be looking at? Would it be substantial enough that we could potentially create some sort of incentive plan for our multifamily and commercial developers to install EV charging whenever they are putting the buildings in? I don't know if there's a path there, but I've been thinking about what we can do to incentivize. You're saying that there is a potential for a revenue stream that doesn't have ties to it in this space. So could those two be linked somehow? I don't expect you to have that answer today because I didn't run this by you ahead of time, but I just kind of wanted to share my thoughts on that because oftentimes what happens is we get a revenue stream that's unexpected, and you all kind of already have these conversations, and you should, in administration about what to do with it. And I just wanted to make sure that we're kind of chiming in early in that process. And this was an idea that I had that potentially we could use that for, if it makes sense. And once again, I don't even know what we're talking about in the way of dollars, but we've got to do something for these buildings because if developers aren't mandated to do it and they aren't quite seeing the need for it at this point in time, we know that that demand is going to pick up. And we don't want them then having to say, well, we don't have the infrastructure or it's too expensive to retrofit, because it is. We need a way to get in front of it. So do you have any thoughts about that?
So I will, yes. So just for you to know too, I found out that FDAX had their second listening session about the EV charging policy probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
So I think that was the final listening session. So I'm hoping that we'll have guidance on that ordinance soon.
Okay.
But I will say, so you're bringing this up at a very good time because we are doing an RFI for EV chargers. So what we're looking at is what is the model that the city of St. Petersburg would like to establish? Is it a charging fee structure? Is it something where the company comes in and they create their own fee structure? These are different types. So we'll have different types of answers to some of these, and this gives me an opportunity to look at that with the RFI and see if we can incorporate some of this language in to see how we can incentivize businesses. I will say in Orlando, we had a green building incentive. It was not participated in. Okay. But I think it was because the incentive wasn't well known. So I think if we can get ahead of some of these things that I've noticed as barriers for green building incentives, we can be able to best adapt to that. Yeah, so that would be perfect. So thank you for bringing that up.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah.
So I think that was my question on that. And then just want to thank, your predecessors, yourself already, Claude, the Food Forest program. So excited to see this finally coming to life in our communities. It's been a long time coming. So definitely look forward. I know we have a one-on-one next week. Would like to talk, budget numbers for FY26. So if we can have some of those conversations offline. Now with the USDA composting grant, it sounds like from the limited you kind of brushed over it, so I understand that typically means you guys don't even really know what it's gonna, completely roll out to be. So I know you'll bring us more information about that, but I'm interested to know, will there be a partnership at all with the St. Pete Youth Farm on that? Because they have a very robust composting program already. So are there some synergies that your department and the Youth Farm can kind of roll this composting program, whatever that's going to look like, together? Because I don't want us duplicating efforts where there's already success.
Absolutely, we can look into that. And to give you a little, because we hadn't had the signed agreement, so but it is in partnership with the University of South Florida, St. Petersburg.
Okay.
So they will be owning the composter.
Okay.
And so the idea is what they wanted to do, and this was last year when they applied for this grant. They wanted to create a composting initiative on campus.
Okay.
They decided to look at different composters that they could use. So the one that they're looking at can compost up to 7,000 pounds a week in food waste. And they are working with their business program, and they're trying to design a business model. So where this would be a revenue generating stream for them moving forward. And they'll be using the compost to help mitigate for chemical fertilizers on their campus. So that's the first use of the compost. The second use was a 15th Street Farm partnership that was written in the grant. But I think bringing in St. Pete Youth Farm is essential, and trying to teach other people how they can create a business model out of food waste, because food waste is a business model that you can make now. And so they're looking into providing educational sessions and things like that. So that's kind of how that grant is going to look.
That's fantastic.
That's
very exciting.
Yes.
And it falls right in line with a lot of the urban agriculture initiatives that we have worked on for the last few years, because, really the selling point on urban agriculture is the economic benefit and the green businesses that can be created out of it to create not only food security, but economic security in communities as well. And we've got these youth going through this program. They're already getting that experience. If they could somehow link to this USF St. Pete program, that could somehow encourage and ignite as they're moving into college. So I think there's a lot of synergies there that make sense. So excited to learn more about that. And then also when we meet next week, would like to talk about future budgeting for the tree mini grant program to expand that throughout the city. And then the last thing is, I'm glad that you mentioned the right tree, right place, especially concerning the tree loss. So, Council, you've seen that I have a new business item for next week that would refer a post-storm tree canopy conversation here back to hers. So if that gets passed next week, then that'll get added to the referral list, and maybe we can kind of learn a little bit more about what we're going to be doing with tree giveaways, what that can look like into the future, because the tree canopy loss is something that we're definitely going to have to address so that we can continue to move forward on our 30% goals. So I think that's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Wonderful. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. With the EV charging, so a good number of our public EV charging stations that you can find in public parking spaces around our city are broken. And I've been told that there is a challenge with finding a new company that can take over that for us. Do you have any information about that?
So we're hoping that the RFI will help address some of those issues. But one of my main priorities is trying to figure that out.
Okay.
Often from my professional experience, if the charger isn't owned by a charging company, especially level 2, they will find that taking it out and replacing it with their charger is kind of the answer that I've traditionally seen. But we definitely want to try to fix what we have. So that is something I'm working on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's good to be thinking about these new things. But the chargers that we have, I mean, we're having problems with them. So we really do have to fix what's broken before we can add to that, because otherwise we're just adding to the problem. As far as incentives for adding EV chargers with residential, do we have some numbers on what current developments that are underway in our city already have plans or have already installed? So I would say developments that are under construction and developments that have been recently completed. It would be really nice to know what's already happening naturally in the market before we start paying people to do something that they're already doing.
Absolutely. And I can look into getting some of that information.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sure that James Corbett's shop could help out with getting that information too.
Thank you.
On the next page, with the composting grant, if that is a project that's going to be owned by USF St. Petersburg campus, are they looking at on-campus composting only to start, or like what is the city's role in this?
The city's role is we take the USDA funds and we pass it through.
Okay.
Yes, and the composter will be located on site on their campus.
Right.
But the idea is that the public benefit. They will work on helping to educate our residents and go a little bit above and beyond just the students.
Mm-hmm.
So we're excited for that part of it too.
Okay. With the Lead for Cities application, is there a cost associated with applying?
No, we received a grant for this. The grant was it's roughly about $15,000 to certify your city. So we did receive that as a full grant. So no cost to the city.
Okay. With the tree mini grant program, we've had some issues in the past with some neighborhoods who were uncomfortable with all of the legal requirements for the neighborhoods taking on responsibility for a tree being planted. I know that Administrator Foster was well aware of this and was working on smoothing all of that out so that our neighborhoods aren't unnecessarily burdened by the tree program or by those requirements. So I just want to make sure that we've made this as simple as possible. Because we're kind of getting in our own way with our goal. And it was really unfortunate that there's one neighborhood in my district that went through the whole process of doing the citizen forestry assignment and all the volunteer hours, and then they were given all the paperwork that goes with getting the actual tree planted, and having the neighborhood association take on all of the responsibility if the tree, hit a car, hit somebody's house, anything like that. That's where they had to back off.
Yeah, we can certainly follow up with Administrator Foster. You're right, she has been working on this issue. And
Yeah.
think that's part of also the inspiration for the giveaway program.
Right.
To allow some of that to happen on private property where we're not so involved, but we are working on it.
Mm-hmm. Great. And so with the tree giveaway program, I think it's incredibly important to provide the education that's needed. This is something Claude and I talked about earlier this week. If we're going to hand someone a tree, first we'll go through the right tree, right place process. But once we hand them the tree, we want to make sure that they are armed with all the information they need to ensure that that tree thrives. So, like written information and a resource, whether that's Dean Hay or your office or someone else, who they can call and say, I decided I don't want it in the place that you said. Now I'd like to put it over here. Is that okay? Or how often am I supposed to fertilize this thing? Stuff like that, the watering, all of that. I mean, there are so many things that can come up with, especially if it's someone who has not had a tree before. And we have a lot of residents who this is going to be new. We want to make sure they're set up for success. So what kind of services or additional support can we offer?
So we're actually working on a communication strategy that basically when the residents pick up the tree, some of the information we're going to collect is an address and ask them if they would be comfortable with receiving a mailer. And we're identifying certain time frames of the year that is critical to that tree's success. So for instance, we're looking at communication. Let's say we're at month 3 and a resident got a tree from us and it's a certain type of tree, and you get a mailer and it says, at month 3 your tree should be this tall. It should have this much and really make it fun for residents. And so we're working on that kind of strategy, so it not only educates the residents, but it reminds them, I might need to go fertilize my tree now. It's March, April. I need to do that. And also, we're trying to award residents that keep their trees alive, right? So, after a year, maybe the mailer says something like, congratulations. And if they didn't keep their tree alive, maybe it reminds them to email us and ask us why. So we're hoping that type of strategy will help mitigate some tree loss and also provide support to residents. So we're currently working on that communication and what that would look like right now.
Good. I think that's really important.
Yes.
So I think the giveaway is probably going to be the strongest way that we can get trees in the hands of people, but also help to restore the trees that were lost. I appreciate Councilmember Gabbard's new business item that's coming forward. I think it was maybe 2 days after Hurricane Milton that I was on the phone with administration and some city staff talking about we've got to giving people hope could look like this, just seeing the commitment that we have to replacing the trees that were damaged. And I said we have to have some kind of a program. So I'm glad that this is coming up and coming forward, and I'll be very supportive of that. We need to make sure that we have the funding that's necessary to really boost our tree efforts. I know that there is some that's still left that we've allocated before, but, and I don't know how our storm recovery funding is going to work, but trees are not cheap. So I think that we need to just check our balances and make sure that we have enough to really make this successful and not get to a point where it's like, oh, more people want trees, but now we're out of money. I don't ever want us to have to say that. Finally, another thing that Claude and I talked about was, there are some folks who, they lost a tree, it fell on their house. They're like, I don't want another tree because I don't want another tree to fall on my house. But trees come in all kinds of sizes, and I would like you to talk about the small, medium, and large trees and the heights and how you can tailor the right tree, right place approach to someone's sentiments on that to maybe encourage people who right now feel like they don't want a tree at all to do that. And when you screen people and when you talk about giving them a tree, do you take solar into consideration? Because that can impact the effectiveness of solar panels, or if someone's thinking about it for the future. So I want to make sure that people are aware that with certain kinds of trees, it could impact their current solar or their future solar plans.
Great, thank you. I can definitely look at incorporating that into the survey just to make sure that residents are aware before they're making their decision.
Yeah. And by small, medium, large, are you talking about height?
Lawn size. So what we were thinking about, because thinking kind of as a resident, and I have a lawn, a lot of times people classify their lawn as they look at it. Oh, I have a medium or a large size lawn. Because what we're going to do is we're going to provide the height and we're going to provide the width that you need. But sometimes people have a hard time visualizing that. So what it'll say is, hickory, small lawn, this size. And the small lawn, so that way people can kind of, and I know everyone has a different definition of small, medium, and large, and we'll define that up top. But hopefully people kind of have an understanding, if you have a small lawn, you're probably not thinking you have a large one. So we're hoping that really mitigates that right tree, right place from planting an oak in a very small lawn.
Mm-hmm. And Councilmember Driscoll, if I can speak up. So there is a strong correlation between the size of the lawn and the size of the tree. We've all had experiences where we've had a neighbor who had a tree that went way, way over into a yard, the neighbor's, the next yard, and you mentioned solar, and I'm wanting to put solar on my house, but my neighbor's huge tree is blocking the sun from my house because they put a huge tree on a small yard. So there is a lot of correlation between the size of the tree and the size and the small, medium, and large yards she was talking about. And we do look at the width and the height, and we try to work with the homeowners to make sure we put the right tree for them. I think the first time we rolled that out was during the Child's Park Planning Program.
Mm-hmm.
Is when we were actually, broke them down to those small, medium, and large, and worked with the citizens on that.
Yeah. I just want to make sure you have a variety of trees to offer so that we have, so that you can pick the right tree.
Right.
We're taking all of those things into consideration.
Right.
Okay, great. That is all I have for now. Thank you.
Right.
Go ahead, Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Councilmember Floyd. And again, welcome to you, Maven. Excited to have you on board, and thank you for the warm welcome. I appreciate it. Super excited about the Solar for All opportunity that's coming to St. Pete. I did have a couple of questions. Have we identified any local solar installers that we would recommend to residents?
We have not. That is for the Solar for All program. Most likely, Solar United Neighbors will choose their own vendor. This because they will be doing this statewide.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And also, to make solar more equitable for our low-income residents, excuse me, I'm thinking about programs that we can use to engage them, and I would really love for us to utilize our community organizations, right? Because they really have the voice and the pulse of the community. And I was able to help assist with planting some of those 183 trees, not all of them, but some of them in Childs Park, and also identifying possible locations for us to plant those. I can remember it was the last week, the last 48 hours, and we were literally scrambling looking for locations. So I would just encourage that we try to be as proactive as possible there. And just out of curiosity, when we do roll out this new tree planting process that we're going to be doing, this pilot program, have we identified any possible locations, be it residential, commercial, where we'd like to plant those?
So no, but we are looking into a tree assessment. And what we're looking at with the tree assessment is what right-of-ways we have available to us to plant. So, you know, when we get into these neighborhoods, there's a lot of different barriers. You know, we have anywhere from it's a safety issue or maybe the width. Width is a big thing. And do we have enough width to plant the tree? So this tree assessment would show us where we would be able to plant in the right of way. And then based on that, we're doing a little bit of an extra step. So I know the city has a tree canopy goal of 30%. And there's also across the districts, various levels of that 30%. Some district might have 17%, and then another one might have 11%. We're going to focus on some of the ones that might be a little lower to try to bring them up. And so that's kind of what we're looking at. We're looking to onboard a consultant and kind of going through that process. So that will tell us right away where it is. And what I'm hoping from that too is it kind of re-looks at that 30% and looks at it from the district perspective and kind of identifies where we might need to put and focus some of these efforts.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My other question was regarding those community organizations. I would really love for the city to provide some guidance to them, as much guidance as possible, because to Councilmember Driscoll's point, when we were trying to get buy-in from residents and trying to get buy-in from some of those businesses and churches in Childs Park, there was a lot of pushback. Mainly because of fear of those legal ramifications, what kind of fines are they going to be hit with, that sort of thing. So just trying to be proactive, not reactive, educating them as much as we can, providing them with those flyers, any kind of toolkits or checklists that they might need to kind of disseminate that information. And then also, I would try to layer in some complementary programs with that. For example, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has a low-income home energy assistance program. And what that's used for is to help those Solar for All participants pay for some of their solar subscriptions, and even looking at maybe even some other alternatives that we can include in there also. And this goes back to Councilmember Gabbert's point about incentives, right? How can we get them to want to buy into this program?
What was that grant called again?
Sure. It's the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then also, I would also look at expounding on the elective pay system. I understand we're getting 30% back in funding, and that can be reinvested in some more solar projects. Do we have any limitations or parameters on where those dollars can be spent, or anything like that?
No.
Okay, so it's fluid. Got it.
I know that our fire station is looking, our new fire station to be installed. We are looking for funding for that solar installation. So we were thinking that might be a possible 30% option to take that, but yeah, we're still, no. They basically just give you the check.
Well, that's good to know. I'd be
I know it
interested
is.
in having more information brought back to me on some solar co-op grids, specifically at maybe some brownfield sites in some of those neighborhoods where you have those contaminated grounds, right? What can we do? We can't house people on there, but maybe we can use that as a solar co-op grid. So I'd like some information on that in some residential areas. Then also the food forest program. So I'm excited to hear about that because that was something that I was asking about as a resident. So now as a council member, that's definitely something that I want to promote and advocate. But I know there's an issue that you brought up with USF, them not having the labor to be able to maintain that. Just a possible suggestion, I think it was Councilmember Gabbard that brought up the youth farm, maybe utilizing some of them to help over there, maybe even employing some of Bowley's youth. This is a great youth opportunity, youth employment opportunity, and maybe even utilizing public works or sanitation if they're available. I think this is a great opportunity to pipeline even more people from St. Pete Works and maybe even the Mayor's Future Readiness Academy, because as we expand these food forests, we're going to need help. So I definitely think that's a good option. And then lastly, you talked about the 28 trees that are to be planted by the end of January. I'm guessing those already have locations.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Lots of stuff has been covered. I'll start with, oh goodness. Okay, I'll start back at the beginning with solar. You mentioned one thing that piqued my interest, looking back at the city's goals and timelines we set up in the past, analyzing what we have and have not done, and how to move forward. I'm looking forward to that conversation. I appreciated that administrations before set strong and bold goals. I didn't appreciate the lack of action towards those goals. So I look forward to having that conversation and sort of charting an actual roadmap as to how to move forward. So that'll be good. I actually have a question. I don't know if it's for legal, and Councilmember Gabbard, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. About the preemption. I was aware of the preemption that resulted from Hurricane Ian and the no new development requirements within 100 miles. But since then, EV chargers requirements specifically have been preempted?
Yeah, so there was a agriculture bill that was passed, that whatever session that was. I don't think it was last session, it was the session before, or was it last session? It was 2024. 2024. So it's literally one line in that bill. You wouldn't even think that it would have belonged in that bill. It really didn't. That specifically preempts local municipalities from passing EV regulations.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, so it was very, and I mean, we had gone all through our committee process and we were ready for first reading upstairs. And that language got slipped in there. We don't know how, we don't know why, that was the way it was chosen. But it was caught, you know, as part of our bill tracking system through layer. And once it passed, that was it.
And
Yeah.
Just to let you know, it was Senate Bill 1084.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's
disappointing.
Yeah, disappointing.
To say the least.
Yeah, we'll leave it there. I did recently was speaking with some of our labor advocates, and they have some ideas about where we can go to get maybe someone, I don't know for sure, who could do maintenance on EV chargers, certain groups of electricians that have certain qualifications. I'll say that. I just got the information this week. I haven't been able to dig into it, but I'd be happy to share it with administration, and we'll see what we can do. But I think, yeah, because of preemption, it's going to have to be just internally focused on how we handle things. But it sounds like we need some help there. I'm excited to hear about the Solar United Neighbors new opportunities. And this is just a side note that also relates to trees. I was someone who had no sun on my house because of a neighbor's tree. I do now, kind of sucks, but now I can look into solar. In relation to trees though as well, like one thing that I've seen, and I don't know how widespread it is, but it's definitely like a thing in my neighborhood and at my own home. We have trees who are damaged, maybe leaning a little bit from the storm, could use some love. I don't know if that's factored into like our recovery from the storms and all of our tree information that we give out. But, just for example, I have a mulberry tree in my house that keeps leaning a little bit further every time a storm comes. And I'm struggling to stake it back up and understand what exactly needs to go on. So just in our educational stuff, like just long-term how to keep trees healthy, as well as like, new plantings and how to continue their growth. But, if a tree undergoes an issue, and it might be complicated, but that's just something I've seen in my area as well. Let's see if I have anything else here. No, I don't have anything else at this time. I'm eager to have discussions about all of these things, but I think they'll come out in due time as things progress. But, if you have any final comments or thoughts on anything, you can go ahead.
I'll just make one comment, Councilmember Floyd. The tree maintenance is something we're hearing, so you'll probably hear it out in the community as well. We are hearing that residents are worried, and some residents do not have the funds to properly maintain their tree. I know that I have a meeting with codes, and they're working on some program that you all are probably much more familiar with. I haven't been updated yet, but we are searching for grant dollars and things of that nature that would maybe help assist.
Okay.
But that is just a note that what you're experiencing is very across the board.
Okay, that's good to know, because I'd suspected it, but I hadn't personally heard. I'd just gone around and seen some of the issues. But I mean, I know just basic maintenance of older large trees, like I had to get some trees trimmed recently. It's very expensive, very cumbersome to pick companies and pick strategies going forward. And so I just wanted to uplift anything we can do to help in that respect as well, because a lot of our established trees need some help too. Okay, if there's anything else from committee members, now's your chance. If not, we will go on to review our referral list for this coming year. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
I'm sure this will be interesting conversation as well for you. Our referral list, not massive, 7 items, all referred by people who are sitting at the table right now, so that's nice. I guess we can just go in order. The first item is Councilmember Gabbard's food forest. I mean,
we keep talking about it.
Yeah, we keep talking about it. I know. Okay, so actually, since we're here and we can talk, my hope was to bring that back this month. But after speaking with Maven on the subject, we determined it wasn't quite ready. So, I think it will be something we can bring back soon. Yeah, if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I had expressed to Councilmember Floyd, we're going to come up with some new ideas, because the budget we have allows us to actually expand the program, which is a really great thing. But we're hoping to come back with some of those ideas soon. So that's why it wasn't ready this month.
Okay. Excellent.
Perfect.
All right, great. The second item, the future of our electrical grid and potential public utility. I think that's going to be first quarter of this year as well. We have our franchise agreement coming up next year, and I think it's just a key time for us to look into everything that we can hope to accomplish with that. So first quarter this year, Clearwater will also be getting results. They did the study, and so that will give us some guidance and direction I think we can latch onto. But I look forward to having that conversation in the next few months. Number 3 was something I was working on with your predecessor, and it sounds like that's something that you're coming up with, and that we kind of touched on already. So we have ISAP, energy consumption renewable goals. And I was just hoping to hear a progress report and sort of a path forward. Sounds like that's what you're creating, so we can keep this and get to it whenever you're ready. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds wonderful.
Okay,
Thank you.
Excellent. Number 4 is Councilmember Driscoll's resilience hubs. Do you have anything you want to say about that? Or you?
Thank you. Yes, this is something that is, it's sort of contained within ISAP, and it was something that was started, 2 staffers ago before you, and working with the Child's Park neighborhood on creating a resilience hub So I'd like to, I'd like to have that discussed at some point. I know that there's a lot that you're catching up on. And, but it's funny when you look at the notes, oh, sorry.
She knows you're in this
I
meeting.
know, she should be here.
Yeah.
That it was about a year ago that the update was that we're waiting on the new person, and you're the second new person since that was put on these notes. So let's give it some more time, but I would like to see how we can explore that further.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, great. Look forward to getting back to that one. Number 5 is one that was on here for a while. We've had discussions about it in other ones. I've heard that there's other council members interested in working on it. Yeah. So, well, someone tried to put in a new business item on it, and so I wanted to offer, if you wanted to take it over, I would be happy to let you do that. I have a lot on my plate. I will get to this, but my main model I wanted to do was the Baldwin Food Market.
Mhm.
It went out of business, and it really sidetracked my efforts,
Yeah.
and so I haven't been able to get back on track. So I did want to offer that to you because I knew you might be interested. In addition, I have some information from, I'll just go ahead and tell you right now since I can, the Economic Security Project. It has a whole, it's a think tank that has a whole arm that's focused on what's called like public options.
Okay.
In a variety of different facets. I know the most famous one is like healthcare public option, but
Right.
they have grocery information on there as well, and that's my main resource I've been using.
Perfect.
Just side note, y'all should definitely check out the public options and the Economic Security Project. It's like a guiding light for a lot of the work that I do up here. Anyway, so I figured I'd let you.
I mean, I've been anxiously awaiting an update, and since, our last conversation was, something that we were both interested in, I think at that point in time, like, for some reason, it didn't get put on the referral list when you passed it, and then some time had gone by. So, I'm certainly happy to work with the administration on this. I think my question would be, though, because we can't talk outside of these meetings, have you already been working with administration? I mean, administration, I guess I'd like to hear from you kind of where you all are on this initiative. Because to me, I mean, I would like to see us move something forward. We've had some very specific projects where we have wanted to have grocery, and we've had some pushback on that, and they've had some complications. And I just think that the time is now to do this if we're going to get serious about it. But I have a lot on my plate too, and my time here is short. And I don't want to take on a project without administration being on board. So I guess now it's time to have a really honest conversation about that.
Yeah, and I appreciate you asking. I appreciate the interest of both of you. I mean, I think our position is still the same. We're interested in this discussion.
Right.
I really think from our point of view, the idea's kind of been out there. I think maybe a good place to start would be a presentation on what other communities have done. What are some of the options, what's happened in other areas, and if you want the administration to do that, we can do that research. We could come back to this committee, and we could start there.
I mean, I'd be happy to work on that with you because, we had done a lot of research, myself and Kim, leading up to when we were talking about it on the dais, and then ultimately put that to the side. But we can revive that. Kim's back there feverishly taking notes on this conversation. So I'm sure that, the information you've shared, we'll go back, we'll research, we'll look at that. And then I'd be happy to schedule a meeting with administration to kind of see what a path forward in even doing a presentation might look like.
That would be great. I mean, what's the model? What are the economics? What are the location possibilities?
Right.
We need to have all those discussions.
And just like a lot of things that we do around here, we realize that, council has ideas, and sometimes those things aren't necessarily feasible. Sometimes they end up looking differently, but until, we just know that we're starting from a baseline of willingness to work together, which it sounds like we are. So, yeah, I'd be happy to take that back on.
That sounds good. I mean, the only thing I'll say to it is, I've been pleased that administration's expressed interest. I don't think it needs to be anything complicated at
Yeah,
all,
no.
personally. The Baldwin Market that I've been looking at was not complicated
No.
at all. It was a grocery store that had closed, and they reopened it as a city facility, hired the manager of it as a city employee, and went about doing it. Now, it closed because Baldwin is a town of, I think,
Oh, yeah,
10,000
it's super
people,
tiny, yeah.
and they were subsidizing it to the tune of like $100,000 a year, and they couldn't stomach that. I think with the amount of money we've spent on subsidizing healthy food options,
Amen.
that's such a drop in the bucket for us to be able to look at it. And so I really think it's something simple, like we have city-owned space, we have city employees, it could be an enterprise facility, very easy and straightforward go to. And I'll say one thing that impressed me about the Baldwin Market, they were broad and they sold all sorts of goods. I know our focus is on fresh foods, but you have to stock the store with the things that sell as well. And they also had, like, every Tuesday you could come there and get a meal for like $1.50 that they cooked, and they had it was a great model. I'm really disappointed to see it go. But I know that there's Chicago studying the issue now. I'm not sure how they're going to get along with it. I think it should be pretty simple and straightforward. There's people running for office in other localities that are starting to talk about this issue.
Yeah.
So anyway, all right, sounds good. Yeah, Councilmember Gibbons, you have
Yes, Councilman Gabbard, I don't know if you would be willing and open to entertaining this, but is it set in stone that it has to be operated by the city, or can it be owned by the city and operated by a nonprofit?
It's so, and we brought this up, whichever committee we were looking at, referral list, and I had an issue on one referral list where it was about co-op. And incorporating co-op, and then that got transferred to Councilmember Muhammad because he was familiar and part of the co-op. That then I had asked for that to be part of consideration in this. For me, all options are on the table. The goal is bringing food that is a sustainable model to communities that have food insecurity.
Agreed.
And we don't know what that's going to end up looking like, but to the Baldwin point, it has to be sustainable. We can't do all of this and bring this to the community, and then it becomes another Walmart at Tangerine Plaza where now people are pulling out. And so for me, what keeps that sustainable would be a city-owned model, but maybe there are other opportunities. And so I'm open to all ideas, and this is the place to have those conversations. So.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, and Councilmember Gabbard expressed my point clearly. We have had a lot of issues with this in the past, partners who can't quite get to the finish line, who are there and then decide to pull out. And this goes broader than just a conversation about grocery. It's a conversation about essential services in our city. Who's here and not ever going to leave? It's the city. And so I'm always intrigued by where we see places where markets don't quite match up to what the services and goods people needs are. Like, we can fill that. I believe in our city government. I know that's a crazy thing to say after, all this time. Of course, I'm joking, but I really think we can do things that outside partners have failed to do for us. But obviously, we can have a conversation that's as broad as we want it to be.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Chair, if I could, just at the chair's discretion, I think probably March, April, May, somewhere in there would be a good time.
That's excellent.
Love it.
Hear. Yes, thank you very much. Councilmember Driscoll, you have the last two items on
Thank
here.
you. And I'll add that it looks like we just had our next committee discussion on the municipal-owned grocery stores, so you can update the notes on that one.
Yeah.
The sustainable purchasing policy has been put into place. The ordinance to formalize that is still important to do, but we also want to work on the broader discussion. You can see where it's been a while since I brought this up first. And this is another one that 2 years ago we were waiting for a new person, and the Sustainable City Hall idea is a way to really set an example for our residents and especially businesses in our city on how to choose to do things right, especially in light of the many preemptions that we have on requiring specific sustainable practices. This also goes along, so the city would be, and setting the example. This would be what everyone can look to and give us the opportunity to then create a green business program to help, and this kind of goes along with your, the green business training. So this is sustainable business practices that we can then take out into our, our city business community to show them through our example how we can do that. And from that, there are a lot of different opportunities that could come forward when it comes to purchasing and helping to show, especially our small businesses, how more environmentally friendly purchasing can be done without costing an arm and a leg, especially when it comes to food service where the margins are so small. So that's it in a nutshell. Can't ban things, but we can choose to make changes and serve as an example. The start of that would be on single-use items. That's the easiest place to start. So I would like to continue moving forward with that, and maybe with Maven we'll actually make some progress.
I hear you. Okay, you have number 7 as well?
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's an ongoing.
Yeah, this one is ongoing, and it's just, how are we continuing to live the lessons of the American Cities Climate Challenge, the commitments that were made based on that. The city received $2.4 million in value from that Bloomberg Philanthropies initiative. And we want to show all along the way how we're still using that to meet our goals. So I'd love to know where that stands today.
Yeah, so
Not right now.
Okay.
Like, you don't have to, yeah, no.
Okay.
When this comes back.
Got it.
And just so you know, when we talk about when this comes back, a lot of this, because you're presenting a lot of it, you need to just let us know when you're ready. And
Okay,
let's
thank
just
you.
keep that communication going on these different, well, I'll speak for myself, with my items. As we talk and have our regular conversations, we'll be able to figure out when I can let the committee chair know that we're ready to present.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Yeah, I like that one on there and us getting regular updates for it. It's nice. Okay, well, we have gone through everything that's currently on the referral list, and I feel like we have a good plan moving forward. So that's the only thing on our agenda today. I appreciate everyone coming. It does look like we have another HERS meeting scheduled if you look at the agenda, and it is on Food Forest like we talked about, so I look forward to it. It does also sound like, I'll say this here, we have a lot of things that could be ready relatively soon, so I will work with staff to see how many of these meetings we can get done as quick as possible. Obviously, I don't want to put a burden on anybody, but if things are ready, I'll see if we can get us some additional meetings for this committee. So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. We're really grateful to have you, Maven. Thank you so much to staff and administration for the updates today. I'm looking forward to a year of working on health, energy, resilience, and sustainability in the city of St. Petersburg. We will call today's meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, Chair.
Thank you.
Ellis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again, and 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
It's fresh. You know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely you know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know we're gonna have some plantains in there, you know, and we're gonna have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, you know, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, I mean, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
It's very important for people to have diverse cultural experiences so that they can better understand and empathize with people around the world.
Sometimes you can take away things from those other cultures and add it into your own life, and it's very inspirational.
I learned so much about the culture of Japan, what it means to be in another country, what it means to have a host family in another country.
It's truly a very unique and amazing experience. It offers an immersion opportunity that's really once in a lifetime. You can't find it anywhere else.
I definitely learned so much more about their culture. I learned how everyday life is lived. You learn to love the people that you're staying with. You learn to love where you're surrounded.
One of the events was going to the Yashima Temple. It's a temple up on a mountain in Takamatsu, and it's otherworldly. It's absolutely beautiful.
I'd only really seen photos of the temples before, and it's quite a different experience seeing them in person.
I just remember it was so beautiful, and the more temples and things like that you visit, the more you appreciate the culture and appreciate the historical significance of Japan.
This is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime program. Even though Japan is on the other side of the world, I have another host family out there. I have another family out there.
It's really a great opportunity to exercise that interest in culture and learn more about Japanese culture specifically.
Not only is it educational, but it's also inspirational. It really inspired me to get out and travel more. And there's so much more for the world to see, different cultures, different foods, different lifestyles. And it's just so important that people realize and seek the world around them.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
I'm Leo Anderson, co-owner of Taste of the Island Marketplace and Restaurant, 2231 34th Street South. I'm a family man and also a minister. I've been here in St. Pete now 5 years, and I've been loving it. Life here is great. It's a great place to live, great place to rear my family. This year makes 30 years that my family's actually been running the restaurant business in St. Pete. Started into it with my uncle, who's my partner in the business, who had the restaurant already, so I kind of bought into the restaurant. The idea of the grocery store was always there. It's just that we fast-tracked it because this was empty and it was right beside. So, came in and started doing, the reconnaissance and what it would take to get the market off the ground. We have a very friendly atmosphere. We have a very, very welcoming family atmosphere. That's number one. We pride ourselves in treating people good, whether you're paying us or not. We want you to feel at home. From spices to ground provisions to just snacks. We bring in chips from Jamaica. We bring in a lot of drinks from Jamaica. We bring in spices from Grenada. We bring in fresh soursop, which is a highly sought after item from Grenada and from Dominica. We really try to take the stuff that we're used to on the island and bringing it into St. Pete and let people who have tasted it or would like to try it, they can come on over and indulge. from customer to the generals in charge of running the city and so on, we have felt the presence and we feel welcome. You know, as I say, it's a love affair. We are here to stay, really, in St. Pete. I mean, 30 years already, and we're just getting started, because as you can see, what the family is trying to do is pass it from one generation to the next, and hopefully, you know, God tarry, I'll be able to pass it to the next generation.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, you know, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm illuminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You know, you're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's like, this makes complete sense.
It's a housing development that we can all be proud of. We never want to lose that fundamental focus on inclusion for every part of St. Petersburg. We're also allocating about $1.2 million to address food insecurity. Our rays are here to stay. At the end of the day, we all do better when we all can participate.
Momentum begins with one single motion forward, methodically. The intentional motion forward becomes real, tangible, meaningful, because progress matters.
We are focused on inclusive progress, and as we see the rapid development in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County, we want to make sure that every citizen has an opportunity to be a part of that. And workforce development means preparing our citizens to take advantage of those opportunities that are coming, whether it's through job training, through soft skill development, or other support, just to make sure that everyone can connect to the jobs that are coming. We are implementing a MWBE program, Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, that will carve out certain parts of our city business for those minority and women-owned businesses. We're celebrating the opening of the Legacy Senior Apartments here at Jordan Park, 60 senior apartments, as well as the redevelopment of over 200 affordable apartments right next door. In the city of St. Petersburg, we put small businesses first, because when they're competing and thriving, they're the heart of a healthy, vibrant, and diverse community that we all love. Today, we take a significant step towards honoring the promises made to the gas plant community some 40 years ago. This is what progress looks like, and our rays are here to stay.
Now we stand up on a solid foundation of progress.
We see the possibilities that lie ahead, and without hesitation, we will proceed.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity that the city of St. Pete has provided for me, knowing I can rely on the city when I need it, especially since I'm already a city employee.
We almost lost everything during COVID. Without the grant money, I think many of us would have closed our doors.
Mayor Welch, he always say, we are St. Pete. You're definitely feeling like you are a part of that we when you receive that microfund grant program to help your business.
I want to give a huge thanks to the City of St. Petersburg, not only for funding our grants, but for providing educational resources through the St. Pete Greenhouse to help us grow our small businesses. It's nice to live in a city that cares about its people.
1, 2, 3.
We will proceed for a brighter future because progress is paramount, because we are St. Pete.
Sign painting was a very blue-collar job. It wasn't a glorified art by any means. The people that were practicing sign painting, they had to find the most efficient means of going about it. So oftentimes they would draw it directly on and paint from there. And when you take that approach, it's prone to accidents. Sometimes you'll have the proportions a little bit off, or you'll see a little bit of these imperfections. And I think that's really charming. I think that catches people's eye. They feel a little bit more connected to the personality of the lettering or of the sign. I had an art studio. It was a warehouse, and there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about, and that really got me the experience and working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs. There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do with your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, it's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Callier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park, or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the pink streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Burg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, one of the things I missed was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner tour.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah, I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
See the pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our Good Neighbor Guide. On this special edition, we will also help you be the most prepared resident you can be. Welcome to our special edition Good Neighbor Guide, coming to you from the City of St. Pete's production studio to talk about something super serious, hurricane season. Here's one thing we can't control: where and when a tropical system will make landfall. But here's what we can control: being prepared. So let's talk about what you should be ready for before, during, and after a tropical system. Let's start at the beginning. What to do before the storm. Can we roll that before the storm animation? I love that. Right now, even before a storm is approaching, you should sign up for Alert St. Pete. If you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Also, it's free. You can receive notifications including mandatory evacuations, hurricane information, flooding, and other local emergencies. When it comes to a storm, you've got to have a plan. Prepare your home to weather the storm, know your evacuation zone, and make sure you have an evacuation plan. Stay with family or friends in a non-evacuation zone, in a hotel in a non-evacuation zone, or in one of Pinellas County's public shelters. A disaster supply kit is highly recommended. To learn more about what to include in your supply kit, let's toss it out to our field reporter, Ava.
Thanks, Bianca. When you're in a hurricane's path, a disaster supply kit can make a huge difference. So let's talk a little bit about what items you should consider including in your supply kit.
Wait, Ava, what's happening there? Where are you?
What do you mean?
Well, it's clearly sunny where you are, but it also looks windy and rainy. How is that possible?
Guys, take five. Sorry about that, Bianca. Let's get back to the disaster supply kit. In the event you have to evacuate, a prepared supply kit can make a huge difference. Experts say basic. Emergency supply kit can include the following items. You should have enough water and food packed to last you at least 7 days. Additional suggested items include a battery-powered or hand-cranked radio, flashlight, first aid kit, extra batteries, and chargers for all your electronics, cash if possible, and any important documents you may need, and some items to help pass the time. Prescription medications, glasses, infant formula, and diapers, any pet food, and extra water are also good things to consider. Being prepared will keep you one step ahead of the game. Back to you, Bianca.
Good tips to be ready before the storm arrives. Thanks, Ava. Now let's talk about what to do during the storm. You'll hear a lot of talk about tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. Being familiar with the difference is important. A watch means the potential exists for severe weather and you should stay informed. Remain ready to move quickly as conditions can change rapidly. But a warning means that severe and disruptive weather is imminent and you should take action immediately. Safety is critical during a storm. Do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters. If you did not evacuate in time, stay away from windows and take shelter in a small interior room until the storm passes. After the storm, if you did evacuate, do not return home until officials give the all clear. Damage, road closures, and power outages are all possibilities after a storm. So check news reports over the radio or on social media to stay informed. If you encounter an intersection with an inoperable traffic signal, treat it as a four-way stop. Stay clear of any down-powered lines. Report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stpeteprepares.com and our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
I want it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have two faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my paintings. Having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I live right across the street, so I just come right across the street, come skate, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this, It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids on their sidewalk, practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. since I've lived here, like a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, you know, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Like skateboarding is one of those things that's just like, it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. Like if you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, like you're part of the crew, you know, like you can shred. Everybody's welcome.
The neighborhood has changed over the years. It was beautiful when I was a child, but it's beautiful now that I'm an adult. I'm blessed to have been able to see all of those changes over my 46 years here in the neighborhood.
When we talk about the Indian mounds, and Rui, you may think of it this way too, I think of that big sign out on Park Street that says, Panfilo de Narvaez landed here.
Everyone assumes that they landed somewhere on the Pinellas Peninsula, when you can't really say exactly where. There were probably Indian mounds that covered the city from the Coffee Pot area all the way around the peninsula, up the west side of the city to to where Seminole is today, because there's still traces and evidence of them.
So there are a couple that remain here and there, but what happened to the rest of them? How come we don't see them in more spots around town?
When the automobile arrived in Florida and into St. Petersburg, imagine having an automobile with a tire that's that wide trying to drive up down Central Avenue and around downtown, getting stuck a lot in the sand. So a lot of those Indian mounds were used by city leaders. They used it to actually pave the streets of downtown St. Pete.
That's what became of history in that regard, huh?
Exactly.
Wow.
So every time you Central Avenue and 3rd Street, and you cross Central Avenue, you say hello to some of the Indians that may still be there. Who knows?
Who knows?
Baba. Hi, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? You ready for breakfast?
My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill, because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling, saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds.
Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old.
I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
My name is Jason Hughes. I'm one of the police officers that rides the police horses. We're part of the Mounted Patrol Unit. So I ride Jacob, and I've been riding Jacob for 10 years now. We drove all the way to Boston to pick up our horses and bring them down, and we've been best buddies ever since. You get to really know the horse, and I spend more time with my horse than I do with my family. It's 40 hours a week, and probably 30 of that spent with my horse. Every interaction we have with our horses is training, either for good or for bad. We're teaching them good habits or bad habits every time we interact with them. And sometimes we have to push through groups of people to, say, get to a fight and break it up, or move a crowd out of the way to get paramedics through. And as part of that, we have a ginormous 6-foot inflatable ball that we have the horses push against. It's kind of against their nature a little bit to push into people and things. So we get them over that by making a game out of it. And they push this big, huge, giant ball to get over their fears of that. We do high visibility patrol because we really stand out and we stand 9 feet tall. It's got to be over 100 events a year where we go to large groups of people, they come interact with us, and we can see everything that's happening in the event and make sure that police presence is really felt. We also do a lot of community relations, so we do special events where we can interact with the community and build strong bonds within our community and the police department. And we also do enforcement and assist guys that are on the ground doing their jobs. I had, before my job with the police department, when I finished college, spent 2 years traveling with the Renaissance Festival doing a jousting show. My brother got me a job right out of college, and so I spent 2 years traveling the country, wearing a bunch of armor, getting knocked off a horse with a big stick. Yeah, I've had more of my time in employment been spent with a horse involved than not at this point. Everybody loves horses. So it creates that bridge. People that might feel a little trepidatious about coming up and talking to the police, they have that easy bridge. They come over, they ask questions about the horse, they can come pet him, get a picture with him. And even today, now more than ever, those bonds between the community and the police department are vital. So we need to really build those bonds and then have the community trust us, interact with us, know that we're good guys trying to help them out.
So if you live in St. Petersburg, right? Most people know that the world's first commercial airline flight was here.
True.
Right, from St. Petersburg to Tampa. But what a lot of people don't know, could have been disastrous for the whole idea of the whole airline business. The chain came off the sprocket. The engine was basically powering a propeller like a bicycle chain and a bicycle sprocket that turned the propeller. And halfway across the bay, the chain came off. And he had to land the airboat in the middle of Tampa Bay and repair it. Remember when you were a kid and your chain would come off and you have to put it back on, your hands would get all greasy and dirty? Well, him and AC File both had to do that, and they both got their hands all filthy and stuff, but they put it back in the air and they made it. That could have been game-changing for the whole airline industry if the flight didn't work.
If they'd had to come rescue these guys out in the middle of Tampa Bay after all this publicity.
That's exactly right.
My goodness.
Hello, St. Pete. I'm Mayor Ken Welch, and I'm thrilled to stand here today alongside Congresswoman Kathy Castor to share some exciting news that will make our streets safer for everyone.
Well, thanks, Mayor Welch. We really could use some good news right now, and here's the good news. We're going to make our streets safer.
And my administration is committed to improving health and safety in every neighborhood, and projects like this help protect our residents and save lives.
As Vice President of the Campbell Park Neighborhood Association, I want to say how grateful we are for this funding. We've been advocating for safer streets for a few years, especially around the school and the park. The grant's a huge win for our neighborhood.
Thanks to the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act, the City of St. Petersburg has secured a $3.6 million Safe Streets and Roads for All grant from the United States Department of Transportation.
And this grant will fund 18 critical pedestrian and driver safety projects across St. Pete. These improvements include solar-powered street lighting, enhanced pedestrian crosswalks, curb extensions, raised crosswalks, and new reduced speed zones in our neighborhoods.
Right here in Campbell Park, these raised crosswalks will provide safer connections between the residential areas, the Campbell Park Recreation Center, and Campbell Park Elementary School.
And it's not just here. These upgrades will create safer streets and reconnect communities throughout the city, making it easier and safer for all of our neighbors to get where they need to go.
And we'll continue working on projects like this across the city to ensure every St. Pete resident can commute safely. Together, we're building a safer and healthier community for all.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the residents. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
Located in the heart of the city is the famous Al Lang Field, where every winter great names in baseball appear to limber up their muscles in St. Petersburg sunshine. This modern stadium was recently dedicated to Al Lang, St. Petersburg's ambassador to the baseball world.
For generations, St. Petersburg has been more than a home to the game of baseball. It's been a sanctuary, a symbol of our collective spirit. The crack of the wooden bat, is just as much a symbol of St. Pete as sunshine and brown pelicans.
Whether you're a big league baseball player or just a fan who likes to watch the big boys in action, you'll find that a cordial welcome awaits you when you come to St. Petersburg.
Spring training, Al Lang Stadium, Hall of Fame players, Negro League pioneers, and hometown heroes. All part of what makes St. Pete whole. Elements that eventually lead to our own hometown team.
That Major League Baseball has voted 28-0 to award expansion franchises to Tampa, St. Petersburg, and Phoenix, Arizona.
And now we stand at a fork in the road, the dawn of a new era of baseball in St. Petersburg, and a lot riding on its success.
They're more than baseball, they are community. Without the Rays in the community, where would we be?
Tampa Bay Rays should stay in St. Pete. They're a huge part of the Canadian culture. Go Rays!
It's a family gathering. It's a ministry where you gather together and love on people.
Girls like us love the Rays.
It's part of our community. It's something to do. It's fun.
The Rays are St. Pete.
This project extends beyond a new world-class baseball stadium, beyond the housing opportunities for all, beyond significant cultural benefits, and beyond a district destination for residents and visitors. Baseball is who we are. Let's embark on this journey collectively, ensuring that as our skyline evolves, the spirit of St. Petersburg remains eternally vibrant.
Camp Ignite is a 1 to 3 day program geared to help girls build their self-confidence and for St. Petersburg Fire Rescue to show them what we have to offer. It's going to be action-packed. They're going to get their hands dirty. They're going to be a little tired at the end of it. But when it's all said and done, they're going to hold their head a little higher. They're going to leave a little more confidence to go out there and get after whatever it is that's their calling.
They'll get CPR certified by me. So I have the joy in teaching them that. It's a lifetime skill. They'll still have the CPR certification and the knowledge of it to take with them for the rest of their lives.
We want to ignite. We want to empower them. We want to be proactive in reaching out to them at an early age to expose them to the possibility of being a first responder.
Exposure's huge. I didn't get into the fire service until after I started my military career. I'm embarrassed to say I really didn't know much about it. And I got into it because we had to do onboard firefighting on our ships, and that kind of led me down that path. I didn't have a program like this.
It's important for us to have female mentors to help girls be able to see what they can possibly be one day.
If you can see it, you can be it, right? So that just inspires them, like, hey, if she can do that, so can I.
This is our way of being proactive and ensuring that we have a very diverse workforce that reflects the community we serve.
We have a big mix here. We got more people coming. I think it's just important for us to look like who we work for.
We're being firefighters today. We basically train to be a firefighter. We learn how to do things that the firefighters do.
I really like the hose because I learned how to put out a powerful water supply out of a fire hydrant.
The coolest thing I've done out here is putting out fire. The coolest thing I've done is probably walk down a tower. It's like having a ton of adrenaline go through your whole body, and then it's like you're scared, but like you know you're safe.
I think it's a cool idea, and I like how they put this together for girls to learn about firefighters and show that you can be anything you want.
I feel like it's great for me because I want to become a firefighter when I grow up, and becoming a firefighter, you get to help people, and usually when you call in, it's usually the worst day of their life, So you're there to make that better.
I think they're pretty cool. I think I would want to be a firefighter. It seems fun.
I never really thought about doing it before, but doing this actually kind of changed my mind a little bit.
Last part! Together we ignite. Together we ignite. Together we ignite.
Together we ignite.
Together we ignite.
Together we ignite.
Together we ignite! Woo!
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. Yeah. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression, and that you were around all these years to take over. The nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're gonna do this.
Hey guys, Ken Wells here again on our Sunrunner Tour. Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. It's like the welcoming front porch to the community and the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
My name is Dominic Colangelo. I am the ground maintenance here for Treasure Island, City of St. Pete. And essentially I make sure this place stays, up and running, clean, help with any little things that may go wrong. When I come to work, the first thing I do is I blow the sand, leaves off the deck, kind of clean it up over there. And then after all that's said and done, go down to the beach, make sure everything's all picked up over there, rake the area, make sure it's nice and clean. It's the start of my day. I really do enjoy my job. I get to hang out at the beach all day, meet some interesting people. It's cool. I've had a couple of people come up and they didn't realize this was owned by the City of St. Pete, so we kind of give them a story about it. Mayor John Brown donated this property to the City of St. Pete, and it was basically for the residents, for their families to come to enjoy the amenities that we had here, like the restrooms, the indoor showers, playgrounds. So he donated that to the community. Today's a beautiful day. I love feeling the wind. I love looking at the water when I drive around. It's kind of peaceful. It's kind of like I'm just by myself, getting the job done, but it doesn't feel like work. I like the freedom. I like being out by the water. It's always a beautiful day, and it's something a lot of people don't get to do.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors, so we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders can be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit, it's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. We're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, weather. It's a rough job to be out there. You got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the City of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the city of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
Maybe it's a little bit of my kind of hippie roots that makes me believe that music can change the world, and I feel we're doing our part in doing that. I'm Brad Wenkos, founder of True Fire. We're based here in the Warehouse Arts District of St. Petersburg. True Fire is a publisher of interactive video software for music education. In the Warehouse Arts District, you still have a lot of warehouses and industry, but you have artisans, you have pottery, you have painters, studios. What do we have? 3 or 4 breweries even. So you've got this really kind of hip scene that's growing up Central Avenue. We're really looking forward to what the Warehouse Arts District is going to look like in 5 years. I think it's going to be one of the country's premier art centers. When we present a course, you're either streaming that course or you're downloading the course. And it's not just the video that's a part of the lesson, it's sheet music, interactive tablature, backing tracks, charts. So there's a lot of digital assets that comprise a True Fire video lesson. I wish we had more teachers here in St. Petersburg, but typically we'll fly them in from Europe, South America, all over the States, Canada, fly them into St. Petersburg, put them up at one of the nice hotels downtown.
When I'm in St. Petersburg, I'm happy. For that reason, I wrote a couple of songs in my acoustic album dedicated to St. Pete.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to play guitar, you couldn't even learn that in school. You had to go find another guitar player. There were no books, there were no DVDs. Certainly wasn't any internet, so you'd found another guitar player. Today, you can sit a student in front of a screen. You can show them multiple angles so that they can see the right hand, the left hand, everything that the player, the teacher is doing. So you're watching a video, you have a little map for where to put your fingers, you're listening, and you're able to learn how to play music. We do live broadcasts every time an artist comes to town. Streams around the world. For those 60 minutes, we have people of all creed, color. For that hour, we are one, we are a family. We share a passion. That's a very, very powerful influence.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home-rebates.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees But I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's going to be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do, and I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved, but I know that I gotta try it, and I know that we can do it.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
Hurricane Helene, which is strengthening.
They've passed out more than 33,000 sandbags to people.
Hurricane Helene's powerful and deadly storm surge.
We've been seeing flooding.
This is the worst I've ever seen.
Hurricane Milton has just exploded in strength
The
overnight.
second major storm to slam Florida in just 2 weeks.
In the Gulf of Mexico in nearly 2 decades.
In St. Petersburg, where the stadium's rooftop has literally...
Fire officials say this crane has collapsed.
The back-to-back storms turned this neighborhood inside out. Residents have been scrambling to find housing for weeks.
It was just looking like a war zone, like something I'd never seen before, and I never thought I would see it, because we were always so optimistic about nothing coming to St. Pete.
But it turns out we ended up having 28 inches of water in our house.
We had about just shy of 4 feet of water in the house.
When I came back after Helene, my entire house and 3 vehicles were destroyed.
It was devastating to see our neighborhood ripped apart.
It really began to set in that this has happened and that many of our residents were going to experience something that they had never experienced before.
It was almost unbelievable that we would be faced with these kinds of disasters one after the other.
Trailer parks for people living in tents next to their homes. Now we got this other storm coming dead at us. I was really scared for those people.
It's hard to wrap my mind around the fact that we've just spent 5 days in the community trying to help people that lost everything, and here comes another storm.
I've lived in St. Pete my entire life. I've never seen people come together with such energy.
It was within our capabilities and therefore our responsibility to step in and help.
I had the resources, and I felt like if you have the ability, you have the responsibility to do whatever you can.
I'm not going to worry about myself, but I'm going to try to make sure 5,000 families have a hot meal tonight.
It hit home, and we immediately jumped into action.
I just put a post out saying, if anybody's hungry and can make it over to Maryland Avenue, I'm grilling hot dogs and hamburgers. We have some water and so forth.
People probably, their food has gone bad, and can we get some people together to place some food trucks around strategically to distribute food to people at no charge.
Stores are closed, they can't eat, so we were making hot, ready to eat food.
Just to see so many hometown heroes out cleaning up neighborhoods, but really I learned that St. Pete is so resilient and we have a wonderful community.
The supplies came pouring in from all of our friends and our coworkers, and it started out in our garage and it grew into a 1,600 square foot house full of toiletries, baby clothes, food.
I think it really brought home, especially for me, that what really matters is that you have your family, your loved ones, your neighbors, and if you have an opportunity to help someone, that you take advantage of it.
It really settled me in a space of not only are we one community, but as our mayor always says, we're one St. Pete.
People were not emotionally prepared for this. People were not physically prepared for this. And whatever facet that you can think of, we all needed support.
Support, especially the Relief Market and Grill, headed by Matt Thorne. They were our lifeline.
Tragedies, I think it's so important for the community to help each other.
Just the community pulling together and doing as much as they can for us neighbors.
It's not about money, it's not about profit, it's about making sure that I repay the benefits that the community has sort of paid to me in the past.
We were helping each other out, and it was actually a very positive experience in a pretty negative situation.
Whether it's a hug, a meal, it goes a long way during those crucial and critical times.
We were so appreciated. Your efforts are appreciated, and they do make a difference in the community.
So I really just want to say thank you.
Thank you for this community.
Thank you for taking the time. It means more than you even know.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circles. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events. potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you could just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, you know, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're going to encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging, for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world, because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And I also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
This is our first City Hall on tour for 2024. We're here at Pinellas Technical College, and it's an opportunity for the community to talk to any of our departments, from sanitation to codes to law enforcement, police, or fire, about our community, about their recommendations, their concerns, and get feedback on the spot.
Community folks who are where you're at. The City Hall on Tour is designed to put you in spaces where people live in real time.
It's also a focus on education and career paths, and that's why we're here at Pinellas Technical College. They're a great partner with us. You heard about the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, where we have 12 young people who are going through on-the-job training in various city departments like sanitation and public works.
For our Future Ready Academy, we really consist of like going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. So you kind of get a win-win in each opportunity. So it's kind of a lot through each department. You get to learn a lot.
We look at the city of St. Petersburg, from the historic gas plant to all of the housing developments that are going on, corridor development. Most of those are driven by the trades. Plumbers, electricians, craftsmen of all kinds.
It's also a focus this year on careers and getting folks connected to career paths. We try to have these around the city. We had 4 last year. This year we'll have 3 and another one dedicated to youth. That's how we all move forward together.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1 and Council Chair Copley Gertis, District 2 Brandy Gabbard, District 3 Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5 Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6 Gina Driscoll, District 7 Corey Givens Jr., and District 8 Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon. We'll call to order the February 13th, 2025 City Council meeting. If we could have a roll call, please.
Gabbard. Here. Harding.
Here.
Hanowitz.
Here.
Vic Sanders. Here. Driscoll. Here. Givens. Floyd. Gertis.
Here. Okay. This afternoon, we will have our invocation given today by the Pastor Frank Peterman of the Rock of Jesus Missionary Baptist Church. And then please remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance.
We thank God for this day and for your wonderful service to the mayor, staff, and city council members and all those who work to uplift this city. As I often said, it's quite an honor having served in this capacity years ago. I can't ever forget the old landmark, as the Word of God says. So I enjoyed that, and I enjoy your service, and I pray and hope that you'll continue to go further in taking this city to a higher level. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come praising your name and thanking you for this day. We come asking that, Lord, you guide us, you strengthen us, that you forgive us, that you make us whole. And Lord, we ask right now that you bless, Lord, this meeting space, this time, this council, and the mayor and the staff, and all those who participate in the ongoing march of making this city the greatest ever throughout this country. We plead, Lord, your Son's blood upon, Lord, this meeting time. And we thank you, Lord, for the people who are here in the audience. Bless their lives and let them receive what they need, Lord, in this whole governmental process. We thank you, Lord. We ask that you will bless this wonderful time. Bless the chairman who leads this group and all the individual council members. We thank you, we praise you, we lift you up, God, and let your will be done this day and the days to come. I ask this prayer in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Pastor, thank you so much. Thank you to the service that you provide at the church, but also to the service you've provided to the city of St. Petersburg. It's very much appreciated from this dais. Thank you. Okay, council members, we have an agenda in front of us, including an add of G1, a referral to a cow. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval. Second.
Seeing as no further discussion, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously with council members Floyd and Givens being absent.
Okay, thank you. We'll move right into open forum. Clerk, could you please read the rules?
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the hand raise feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments, or when you have reached the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comments is disrupted by a violation of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comments by alternate means, including by email only. And Mr. Chair, we do have some speakers.
Okay, thank you. Let's call 2 at a time, please.
The first 2 speakers is Mark Glover and Michelle Knight. Go to either podium. Please state your name and address. For the record, you'll have 3 minutes to address council. Shall we dance?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you so much, and I'll take you up on the dance a little bit later. My name is Mark Glover, and I'm the public sector lead for Keys Claims Consultants.
Mr. Glover, would you please state your address?
Oh, my address is 37 North Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida, but I represent the St. Pete Housing Authority currently.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so as I said, we are public adjusters, and we basically assist municipalities. We represent the entirety of the U.S. Virgin Islands government post those 2 Category 5 hurricanes, and have recovered hundreds of millions of dollars accordingly. We have been in communication with some of the staff here inside the city of St. Pete, and was attempting to try to offer some services. Our services are 100% contingency, and so if there's no recovery, there's no fee over and above what you've already received. So again, my name is Mark Glover with Keys Claims. My grandfather was a Methodist preacher, so I won't take my entirety of the 3 minutes. If you all have any questions, I would like to be able to send you all some information separately under separate cover. I do have some brief brochures that I could also leave here.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Michelle Knight. I also have documentation I would like to give the clerk to give to each one of you regarding what I'm going to speak on.
Share your address, please.
Yes, my address. I'm currently living at 601 Rosary Road, Northeast in Largo. I am a former resident of the city of St. Petersburg.
I'm sorry, you have to have an address here in St.
Well, I did have an address until I was flooded out with Hurricane Helene. And being a native-born St. Pete resident, up until September of last year, I have a right to speak here regarding the negligence of the city. This is a public forum. I have submitted all documentation.
Chair, your current rules, unless the individual has to have a current address in St. Pete or a business in St. Pete, it doesn't sound like that's the case.
I'm sorry, ma'am. You'll have to distribute us to different means. You can send them to us via email.
Oh, I will. And you'll also be hearing from an attorney because there is negligence regarding the city water treatment plant that y'all need to know about.
Ma'am, thank you. Let's next 2 speakers, please.
The next two speakers is Matt Widener and Kevin Batdorf. Please go to either podium, state your name, address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Members of council, my name is Matthew Widener. I have a home at 1201 Eden Isle Drive. We're in the middle of a crisis. You're in the middle of a crisis. I'm talking about this utility issue. I did not use 9,000 gallons at my singular office in the month of October. My home did not use 20,000 gallons in October. I know that you're getting overwhelmed with these complaints. I know that you've got this scheduled for a cow. The reality is you folks have an oversight role. Your oversight role is to ask hard questions and make sure the administration is providing you information. I know that you're hearing all of these complaints, hundreds, thousands of them. You've heard the news reports about hundreds of examples that they have collected. I need you to focus like a laser on the volume issue. These citizens did not have 10,000 gallons flowing through their abandoned and empty houses. They didn't have 20,000 gallons. So what's the explanation? The only explanation is that the meters are faulty. And there is precedent for this nationwide going back years in which there are faulty meters. I take real exception and I have a real problem with the fact that some of these citizens, many of these citizens in fact, are being told, go spend your money, hire a plumber, hire a leak detector to find out whether 20,000 gallons is leaking into your house that doesn't have walls put up because it's banged out, right? The leaks don't exist. You have this oversight function to find out from the engineering and water department how many times have you cut off the meters physically, sent them off to the engineering and analysis department to find out and confirm that the meter itself is faulty or broken, right? This is happening out there, but they didn't describe that to you when they came before you last week. You have an oversight role to determine exactly how many complaints are out there. The UBRC form is not easy to find. I'm somewhat sophisticated, and I got to probe around and get to where the UBRC is. This needs to be front and center on the city's website so that when the citizen has this problem, they fill out a paper trail, and you folks can get some handle on exactly how big this problem is. Because right now you're getting phone calls in there, you're getting people in the staff level that are overwhelmed with this, but you folks have absolutely no idea how big this problem is. The biggest problem I have when you look at that UBRC form and it says they're going to stamp every one of these things denied, the next sentence that I've read, it says you can pursue civil litigation. They know damn well you can't pursue civil litigation. That's one of the problems. So guess what? These thousands of consumers out there that have a problem because they're being billed, money's being taken out of their account, you got automatic withdrawals that it's coming out of and you won't give the money back, and the response is sue us. That's not practical for someone on fixed income that just had $700, $800 taken out of her account, and there ain't no attorney in the damn world that's going to take that case up. You folks can do something about it. I know you've got interest in this right now. I can tell by the looks on your faces. Fulfill your duty and obligation to the citizens. Ask hard questions at the cow and get the information in advance. Thank all of you for what you're doing.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Batdorf, 1801 Nevada Avenue Northeast. A native of St. Pete. I am a real estate broker and Shore Acres Civic Association president. I want to echo everything that Mr. Widener said, but I'm not going to take my time repeating that. I agree with it. I'm here today to talk about the Scarlet Sea. City of St. Petersburg made a decision to open a codes case on almost every home, approximately 11,000, located in the special high hazard area of St. Petersburg, regardless of flood status. Even though the city has a list of every home that actually flooded, including how high the watermark was. City published these goals as reasoning. Ensure necessary repair permits are obtained and completed. Verify permits are closed out with required inspections. Protect buyers from purchasing unpermitted repairs. On its face, these goals we can all agree on. To be clear, I agree with disclosing that a house flooded to potential buyers and future owners. I agree 100% with that. All repair work that requires a permit should be permitted. This could have been accomplished if the city's permitting department were better equipped to handle the requirements they're imposing. Shore Acres leadership asked for mobile permitting and Shore Acres to expedite the process. That, along with proper messaging and communication, would most likely have prevented this extraordinary action. The city's method of casting a wide net goes too far. Placing an open code case on homes that did not flood creates a stigma for that property. Homeowners are being advised that they can close the case, but cannot remove the case from the property's permanent record. Just ask yourselves, if this was about permitting, why is the open codes case in all caps labeled Special Flood Hazard Area? Why not label it permitting? As time goes by, the memory of this discussion fades. Real estate agents and future buyers will use this data to identify houses that flooded. Unfortunately, the properties that did not flood will also carry this stigma, and they will mistakenly be identified as having flooded. How do you think that'll affect the value of that property? Performing an initial search of the property's code case will show the case number and type of case, which will show Special Flood Hazard Area, all caps. It doesn't matter that a case will be closed. It's even more concerning that the status for homes that did not flood are now being changed to invalid complaint. The complaint originated internally at the city. At what point did it become appropriate for the city to initiate invalid complaints?
Next two speakers.
The next two speakers is Rachel Tenpenny and Bob Glazier. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Thank you. My name is Bob Glasser. I live at 506 17th Avenue Northeast in St. Petersburg. I own a real estate business in downtown called Smith & Associates Real Estate. We've been fortunate to bring many new homeowners to the market, and yes, you know, we're dealing with a lot. It's a crisis unseen and unheard of, and nationally they're all paying close attention to St. Pete and Tampa Bay, how we're resolving it. But more importantly, I'm here today because I have a great support for ACT. Today you have an opportunity to look at ACT and its work in the market, represented by Mr. Harris here, who have helped over 15,000 youth and families since they opened a number of years back. My involvement's been the last 7.5 years with our company. We've invested in it, we've participated. We've got to meet the kids and seeing the growth and the change and introduce them throughout Tampa Bay. All a part of what incubated in St. Petersburg, which is really a landmark situation that this city can make claim to, I think, ultimately nationally. 100% of those students in that program have all graduated from high school. 90% have gone on to pursue higher education. Over time, it wasn't just about music and dance, which I'm not good at, and it became really good at industry type standards that they could work in, different metrics. They found career paths that took them to different companies, including our own, but also it provided a metric that ACT could follow the amount of work that all these students have done to give credibility to why the investment by the city, by individuals like myself and other business people, is so important to bring these young students into the world and into our market as the best students possible. So today, I'm hopeful City Council will help step forward, like the business and civic leaders that you are, and want to see and create, as the minister said in the end of his prayer there, new higher benchmarks for all of us. And Alex will make the ask, and we appreciate your support. And thank you for all your work. You all do a great job.
Thank you. What was
Rachel? Tim Penny?
passing?
Oh, she's passing, okay. The next speaker is William Edwards. And then we have somebody in Zoom.
And what was the last one?
Then we have one in Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
I'm head of a small homeowners association at 547 First Street South here in St. Petersburg.
Share your name too, please, sir.
Pardon?
Could you share your name as well, please?
William Edwards.
Thank you.
Bill Edwards. Our water usage in August was 36. In September, it was estimated by the Water and Sewer Department at 145. In October, it was 1,576 gallons. In November, it went back to 42. Well, what happened? Our bill starts at September 26th or 27th. When the hurricane went through, we had 3 feet of water. We're fronting on First Street, and you all know, I'm sure, what happened to the airport. We lost 3 cars and 2 elevators in the building. The water meter was underwater, seawater, for about 12 hours. That was, I think, the first cause. The second cause was we were told not to drink the water thereafter. And the city came back and flushed all the lines with very high pressure water. Between the two, when I complained about the bill, we were told to check, and of course, I think our usage indicates that we had no leaks. Between the salt water and the pressure, I think that the water meter failed. the fact that the Water and Water Department estimates frequently what our bills are, I suggest a possible solution. Simply estimate what the October bills really are. Maybe add something for an additional amount to cover mistakes, and then reset the base usage to whatever it was at the end of October. I think that's the fair thing to do, and I thank you all for your courtesy.
Thank you. Let's go to the speaker on Zoom.
Okay, Sherry Jubei, I'm going to enter you into the meeting space. When I do, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to address City Council. You may go ahead now. Sherry Jubei, can you hear me? We can't hear you.
Let's give her one more second. Let's try one more time.
Sherry Jubei, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council. Okay, she put her hand up.
Okay. No more speakers?
Mr. Chair, no more speakers.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close open forum. Okay, we'll move into awards and presentations, starting with D2 Radio St. Pete Day Proclamation, and we're joined today by our Mayor, Kenneth T. Welch. Welcome, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of council, our great St. Pete team, members of the public. Thank you all for being here. Chair Gerdes, it's a pleasure to join you for this awards and presentations. It's a great way to recognize and celebrate great organizations in our community, and the first one is Radio St. Pete. I'd like to ask the Radio St. Pete family to join me. Way on the other side, okay. Jay and Karen, thank y'all for joining us, and Dr. Harris, good to see you. Who wants to hold a proclamation? All right. Okay. And it reads, whereas Radio St. Pete is a listener-supported, volunteer-run community radio station that has provided diverse and independent programming to the residents of St. Petersburg and fostered a vibrant, inclusive, and engaged community for years. And whereas Radio St. Pete and RadioStPete.com offers a platform for local musicians, artists, civic leaders, and individuals to share their voices, ideas, and passions, promoting creativity, local culture, and community connection. And whereas Radio St. Pete and RadioStPete.com serves as a resource for education, entertainment, and information, contributing to the civic life of St. Petersburg through thought-provoking interviews, local news, and cultural programming. And whereas the station's commitment to providing access to the airwaves for underrepresented voices and supporting community-driven initiatives exemplifies the spirit of public service and the values of community engagement. And whereas Radio St. Pete's continued success is a testament to the dedication of its volunteers, supporters, and listeners who work together to ensure its mission and vision remain strong and vibrant. Now, therefore, I, Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Petersburg, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 5th, 2025 as Radio St. Pete Day in St. Petersburg, and encourage all of our residents to celebrate the work of Radio St. Pete and to support its ongoing efforts to provide quality, community-centered programming that strengthens the bonds of St. Petersburg. Thank you for your great work. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you, Mayor Welch, and thank you so much to the City Council, to staff, and really to all the people here in St. Petersburg who have supported this endeavor. Joe Bordeaux, the president of the board and the person who founded Radio St. Pete, unfortunately couldn't be here. He had a business meeting that was planned months ago. So I'm the VP of the board and the music director. And again, on behalf of all of us, thank you so very much. Joe Bordeaux had this vision 13 years ago of what a community radio station could be. And we're getting there. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere yet. Don't go anywhere quite yet. Don't go anywhere quite yet. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I just wanted to congratulate you and thank you for all that you do. Radio St. Pete offers something that's kind of hard to find these days, and that is that hyper-local focus through radio. You find ways to be entertaining. There's really something for everyone, right? But there's also great information that is shared over that, whether it is educational or informative about our hurricanes, things like that. You really do serve the community in a unique way, and I appreciate that very much. I also had a wonderful time a while back doing a broadcast with you all at the Florida Institute of Oceanography on board the RV Western Flyer. That was fantastic, and it gave your listeners an inside look or an inside listen to some incredible research that's going on in marine science out there. And you were able to blend it in with some really cool music that was performed live while we were there. What a great experience for me. So I loved that. Thank you. And I can only imagine how much fun it was for people to listen in. And you do that kind of stuff day after day. It is just a real gift to our city. And I appreciate you and I thank you.
Well, thank you. And you should all know we're right around the corner. So, so we're right in the neighborhood. And you're all welcome to stop by anytime.
Just real quickly, just wanted to say thank you. I am a constant listener of one of the podcasts that is created out of St. Pete Radio. And now that same, I don't know, is it podcaster, is hosting a radio show. And just, I think the content that's created, I would totally agree with Councilmember Driscoll, you know, this hyper-local focus with local people. It's an amazing gift that we have here in St. Petersburg. So thank you very much for the last 13 years, and hopefully I get to listen to the next 30. So thank you so much. Congratulations. Okay, moving on to D3, Black History Month proclamation, and again, Mayor Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is another great day in St. Petersburg to celebrate the diversity and progress we made in our city and in this organization. Our administration has been intentional about being inclusive and creating opportunities for everyone to have their voice both heard and valued. And this Black History Month is special for many reasons. I'm pleased to have many community representatives from various agencies and organizations, and I ask them to join me at the podium, if y'all would, as I read the proclamation. As the keeper of history, Ms. Scott. And it reads, whereas February is annually observed as Black History Month and has been designated to identify the historical contributions of African American citizens, and whereas African Americans have made countless contributions to the city of St. Petersburg, Pinellas County, the state of Florida, the United States of America, and the world. And whereas the city of St. Petersburg has a robust center of cultural organizations, such as the Woodson Museum of Florida, ASALA, African American Heritage Association, and community oral historians who continue to work to support the intellectual development of our community, to collect and preserve Black stories, sponsor Black history and literature events. And whereas the late John Lewis's words, quote, "Do not get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful, be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. It is the struggle of a lifetime. Never, ever be afraid to make some noise and get in good trouble, necessary trouble," end quote. Those words continue to ring true today more than ever. And whereas the city of St. Petersburg takes pride in celebrating Black History Month and recognizing the contributions of notable African Americans. Now, therefore, I, Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, do hereby proclaim February 2025 as Black History Month in St. Petersburg, and I urge residents to join me in celebrating African American history, legacy, and the profound contributions of African Americans to our great society. Thank you. And now we'll have a few words from Esther Eugene, the NAACP president of the city of St. Petersburg branch. Did I get that right? Okay. And World. And Terry Lipsey Scott, the CEO of the Woodson African American Museum of Florida. Madam President.
Thank you. Come on, Chase. So I'm going to introduce to some, reintroduce to others. This is Chase Temple. Chase is our Youth Council president, and my commitment in 2025 is that wherever I show up, Chase will show up as well. Amen. So I want to talk a little bit about Black history. In 1920, the NAACP stood up in St. Petersburg as the first civil rights organization to fight racial segregation, voter suppression, disenfranchisement levied at Black residents. In 1940, Dr. Ralph Wimbush, a Black physician and civil rights leader in St. Petersburg, fought against segregation in public spaces, schools, and professional fields. In 1960, the NAACP Youth Council and Mr. Joe Savage mobilized young people to take direct action against segregation by leading sit-ins and other coordinated activation efforts, including Mr. Joe Waller, who removed a racist painting right here at City Hall. I want to add that it's vitally important that we do something to place and tell the story where that painting was removed. In 1980, Dr. Joseph Smith was a strong critic of the city's decision to displace Black families and businesses in the gas plant district. And that was, as many of us know here, for the construction of Tropicana Field. In 2000, Reverend Clarence Williams organized public demonstrations and rallies to bring attention to the plight of the gas plant district, displacing residents. He highlighted the continued inequities in St. Petersburg, where Black communities were not benefiting from economic development. In 2022, our Commissioner Flowers, Council Member Deborah Figg Sanders, Reverend Clarence Williams, Reverend Louis Murphy, Senator Roussan, our mayor, and other key leaders, along with the Department of Justice and the FBI, conducted listening sessions because St. Pete Catholic students thought that it was okay to write racial slurs on school campus. And here we are in 2025, consistently and continually fighting for Black people and equity. The fight for justice and equity never ends for us. Many of our brothers and sisters can go to sleep and not worry about anything because when they wake up, their equity and their rights are clear because of their skin color. But I'm still denied fair and equal treatment, fair housing. I'm denied economic opportunities. Our young men and women still deal with mass incarceration. Systems of oppression still remain prevalent. And I know y'all don't want to hear this. It's uncomfortable. But there's comfort in discomfort. Please remember that Black history proves that we must always fight for our rights and our progress. Resistance is not a sign of defeat. It's proof that our power, especially in our current political climate, is what we must remain strong in. I ask our City Council to think our mayor, because he's one of the only ones who has stayed fast in his commitment to ensuring that our history and our voices are not silenced. I stand here because not only am I Black, but I'm also history. We must do better.
Well, in the Black church, after a message like that, we just generally pass the plate. Thank you so much, President Esther, our young president is well changed. We have with us also the CEO of Urban League, Ms. Nikki Capehart, Danny White, Race Without Ism, and my fellow board member, Chiquita Clark, the Woodson African American Museum of Florida. I am Terry Lipsy Scott, and I am indeed honored to live in a city where inclusion is a cornerstone, where we can stand proudly and state that we celebrate not only African American history, but other histories as well. We are proud as a people to wake up in a community that every day we know we are led by individuals who have a passion for diversity, for equity and inclusion, and leaders. Those are not bad words. There are indeed symbols and statements of courage and of character, and I applaud you for carrying the banner. As the executive director of the Woodson African American Museum, we humbly thank you for co-sponsoring Harriet Tubman, who's proudly displayed in our legacy gardens, and I beg you and our community to share this opportunity with us. Harriet Tubman's sculpture, The Beacon of Hope, is proudly displayed in our legacy gardens. She's traveled across the country, and this is her first time in the state of Florida. And she's here in the city of St. Petersburg. And for that, I say thank you. Mr. Mayor, as Esther was rattling off history, there is a little that she left out. The first African American vice mayor of the city of St. Petersburg was Seabet Winbush, followed by Dr. David T. Welch. And history that we continue to celebrate is you, our mayor, St. Petersburg's first Black mayor. History that we celebrate. And with that, I'd like to say to each and every one of you, Andrew Young was here many, many years ago, and he walked the downtown area, and he said to me when we got close enough, he said, "What did you all do to deserve to live in a city like this?" And I asked myself that question over and over again. I don't know what we've done to deserve this, but I'm grateful. Thank you for your leadership, and I'm a proud resident of the city. Thank you all.
Councilmember Gibbons.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank each and every one of you so much for being here today. I just want to take a moment to commend the contributions of trailblazers. Ms. Scott mentioned the names of Seabet Winbush, the late Seabet Winbush, and the late Dr. David Welch, who, Mr. Mayor, I found out the other day played first base with my uncle on the St. Pete Pelicans. So that's a little piece of Black history for you all. So I just want to pause and speak the names of the late Ernest Filiu, the late Ernest Williams, the late, we already mentioned her and him, but Dr. David Welch and Seabet Winbush. These are former council members who blazed the paths that my colleagues and I travel. And I am so excited to see future generations here today who will also travel this trail that they blazed. So, you know, I'm just so excited. You mentioned it, Mr. Harry. We have history right here amongst us, our first Black mayor. But it's exciting to know he won't be the last Black mayor, right? Isn't that right, Chase? We talked about that. History is in the making. So let's support these future generations in their dreams. You know, instead of stopping them, let's push them to reach their goals and to reach the stars. Because as Dr., I don't think he was a doctor, but I'm making him a doctor today, but John Lewis, Congressman John Lewis, he was a good brother, frat brother of mine, told us it's okay to get in good trouble, y'all. So, don't hesitate to organize at your schools like the students at St. Pete Catholic did. That's where it starts at, in those student government associations. Join, get active, get involved, and you too can become history in your own way. And lastly, just put a little plug out there for you, Ms. Terry. In the spirit of Black History Month, the Collard Green Festival will be taking place this weekend on the Deuces in the heart of my district, District 7. So please come on out February 15th from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and let us celebrate Black history. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Thank you. So I am not new in this space of thanking those trailblazers that were standing here today. I appreciate everything that Ms. Esther said, and you're right. A lot of the things that we need to speak about are uncomfortable. But because we have people that are willing to stand steadfast and to continue to remind some and educate others that we ain't going nowhere. We are a culture that needs to be applauded, celebrated 365. I'm a huge NBA fan, and I love their jerseys that says Black History Always, meaning we're going to consistently be there. Mayor, I thank you for this proclamation. And there is so much history that goes with the Welch name. There's so much history that is in the city of St. Petersburg, period. And I want to ensure that as we acknowledge other organizations and we acknowledge other resources and opportunities, that we do not forget the opportunities that were founded by a lot of people we don't even know their names. So thank you, Ms. Terry, for continuously reminding us. And I'm coming to see Harriet. I heard it was awesome. It's a beautiful display, and so I want to make sure that we see that. But again, I speak on us of the time, so this is not new. I guess I need to. I'm Black, but I speak on us all the time because I am with you to let you know that we are going to consistently stay mindful with the progress of the city of St. Petersburg and what it is that we still need to have done to ensure our history is not forgotten. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to D4, Localtopia Proclamation. Mayor Welch, last but not least.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I say that, happy birthday, Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, in the city of St. Petersburg, we love our small businesses. Our city organization celebrates them, provides support and funding for them through our greenhouse and its staff and services, provides grants and related programs, and purchases goods and services from them. One of the very best celebrations, and I'm excited it's coming up, is Localtopia. It gives our residents an opportunity to sample some of what our small business owners have to offer. I'm pleased to read a proclamation in promotion of its 12th annual event, and I'll ask the one and only Olga Boff to join me. Where's Olga? There you go. Y'all show Olga some love. Give her a hand, please. How you doing? And it reads, whereas our city's locally owned independent businesses are integral to the unique flavor of St. Petersburg and make it a place we want to live, work, and play. And whereas the health of St. Petersburg's economy depends on our support of businesses owned by our families, friends, and neighbors. And whereas our St. Pete-grown businesses need our support now more than ever to survive. And whereas the Independent Business Alliance, Keep St. Pete Local, works to keep and build a thriving local economy and a unique community. And whereas Keep St. Petersburg Local will commemorate its 13-year anniversary by presenting the 12th annual Localtopia at Williams Park, our city's first park, purposely selected as the venue for the festival. And whereas Localtopia will be held from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturday, February 22nd in Williams Park, and is a, quote, community celebration of all things local, end quote. Now, therefore, I, Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Petersburg, do hereby proclaim Saturday, February 22nd, 2025 as Localtopia Day in St. Petersburg and encourage all of our residents to attend the celebration, savor our local flavor, support the participants, and continue to support all of our locally owned independent businesses year-round. And Olga, thank you for the great job you do.
Thank you.
All right.
I wanted to take this opportunity, especially this year, to thank all of you, to thank our city and all of its departments for the support it gives Localtopia. I think you may be aware of events of this scale actually having to cancel, having to decide to never come back because of all of the challenges that come with putting on a festival of this scale. This particular celebration goes beyond a market or a regular festival. When we say it's a community celebration, it truly is, but it's also an economic impact for our city, especially after the year we've had. This event next Saturday is crucial. It's a lifeline for the participants, but it's also the most visible manifestation of Keep St. Pete Local's mission, and it's truly needed, which is why this is the shirt this year. This is the year that we really have to be mindful of where we spend our money. And that day, there's obviously tens of millions that get actually funneled through our city because it's the only event that only has St. Pete-based businesses, ones that were born here, ones that want to grow from here. And after that, the money continues to circulate. And it's not just for the participants, even the surrounding businesses, especially hospitality businesses, claim to have their best sales day of the year, as well as the participants, or one of their best sales day. So I want to thank you for helping us to continue to put it on, despite it being the most challenging year, post-hurricane, with the bandstand in its current state, but we still want to bring it because I think, as I've said, it's not just about putting our arms around these businesses, but this year I feel like our community needs to put its arms around each other because of everything we've all been through. So thank you, thank you, thank you for your support of Localtopia.
Olga, thank you so much for everything that you do. I know it's a big lift. We were on the phone just a couple weeks ago. I could hear it. It's such a celebration of what St. Pete always has been, which is a tight-knit community that always looks out for each other. And I know that's what you're doing for this community of small businesses. And so from one small business owner, a big thank you from me. So thank you for everything you're doing. And Mayor, thank you for bringing this proclamation.
Thank you very much, everyone. See you next Saturday.
Yeah. Okay, now we'll go to D1, the Feeding Tampa Bay Annual Report, and we're joined by Thomas Mance, the CEO of Feeding Tampa Bay. Welcome.
Thank you very much for having me and giving us some time to give you an update. We think it's always a good idea to let you know what's happening in your community and how an organization like ours addresses this. So we do have a couple of slides that we want to go through, but first a little background. If you don't know who Feeding Tampa Bay is, we are the largest food relief organization in our 10-county. We cover a 10-county territory, one of which, of course, is Pinellas County, and then, of course, St. Petersburg. Our responsibilities are twofold. One is to provide food, first and foremost, but second is to also provide resources. So we have a quick presentation to take you through today to talk a little bit about what we're going to do. So whoever advances slides. Oh, I do. Wow. All right. Let's see if I can not screw this up. Hey, so you know some of this information, so I don't want to read my slides, but I want to talk about what's happening in our communities. Roughly 50% of the folks in any community today are accessing our services. We tend to think of food relief services and social services largely being pointed at folks who are at poverty level or below. The reality is that is by far the smallest part of our service profile. Most of the folks that we serve on a regular basis are employed. They're part of the economy. They're taxpayers. They're consumers. They are part of our corporations, our small businesses, our communities, our schools. We could tell you many stories about who accesses our services, like teachers, like folks that are here for our safety and protection, like folks who have stood on a wall and protected our country. I think it's important that you know that, because one of the things we face far too often is a belief that someone that we serve is someone who has given up on their responsibilities. We find the opposite to be true. We find the folks that we serve as heroic, an important part of our community, and working very hard to manage their obligations. The reality is their economics don't match up. They don't make enough money. to take care of the responsibilities that they have. They're not living frivolously. They're dealing with ongoing increases to housing, food, transportation, and other costs that you all are well aware of. Again, for no other reason, if we didn't stand here for any other reason, it would be to say, we would want to say, please let us change your mind about who we're taking care of. The way we like to think about it is we're taking care of friends and neighbors, not them. There's no them in our vocabulary. If we talk a little bit about what we're doing in Pinellas County, which includes here in St. Petersburg, we provided about 16, almost 17 million meals last year into the community. We work through 52 local partners. Some distribution we do ourselves, but think about somebody like a great organization here locally like St. Pete Free Clinic. We partner with them to make sure they have the resources. I want to mention our investment in schools. We have 17 pantries inside of schools today, which were built largely to answer ongoing challenges that children and families have with being competitive or capable in the school arena. We also have started to partner with Bay Pines and Evra, where we have food relief supplies and resources in healthcare clinics, because one of our ongoing obligations is how do we improve health outcomes. And then you notice something as simple as important, though. We have a job training program, which here in St. Pete has brought $5.4 million in economic value. We think that's important for you to know. We've been in business for close to 45 years. In fact, sometime this summer, we'll pass our 1 billionth meal provided. So our commitment has long been to this community. And one other thing that I didn't put on here, which we should have, we are a part of Pinellas County's emergency services. So during both of the hurricanes, we are the organization that is there first. Even though you have national providers that come in and provide resources, all the food is generally distributed through us. So in the day of the hurricanes, both, the day after the hurricanes, and even before the hurricanes, our trucks were on the road making sure resources were provided. We're the ones that stand up large mass distributions at a Tropicana field. And so it's important for you all to understand that, because while you're elected to support your local folks in St. Petersburg, virtually all of the resources that come in during a disaster come in nationally, statewide, and they come through us, and then we flow those down into your community to make sure folks here are okay. And then finally, I would talk about where we are headed over time. Our goal is to continue to expand services. The challenge for us, of course, is that need is not diminishing, it's increasing. This is the great issue that I think you all face. We face as a community, which is a greater and greater populace is seeking our services as part of their ongoing household budget. Charities were largely built for emergency relief services. The reality is we're now part of household budgets and incomes. We're also expanding our programs and services. So when someone comes to see us, we might give them a meal first, but we're also connecting them to other resources, services, and partnerships, because our objective, just like theirs and just like yours would be, we want when someone comes into a meal, we want for them to walk out with a future. And then largely, as I mentioned, we're also looking how do we build capacity. So we've gotten a couple of $1 million grant from one of our partners that will allow us to build out some of the capability of local partners by providing resources for transportation, refrigeration, infrastructure, so that we can increase the capacity of agencies. And in the next week or two, we'll announce another grant given to us by a financial services partner, where we will invest in transportation and housing repairs here in Pinellas County, largely hit by both of those storms. So we continue to invest. I think, as you know, a storm is an issue of the moment. Recovery is an issue of much longer time frame. So I want to finish by saying our goal and hope in sharing information with you is that you understand who we are and what we're doing here, but most importantly, to continue to think about how we can partner with you moving forward. And with that, I will pause for any questions. Thank you again for letting us present.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Hanowitz.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mance, I have to thank you so much, because I will tell you, one of the organizations, I want everyone to hear this, that immediately contacted us after the hurricanes was Feeding Tampa Bay. And I will put a shout out to one of your people, Lorena Rivas Hardwick.
Who's sitting right there?
Oh, hi, Lorena. She contacted us. It must have been every day or every other day after the storms, letting us know to tell our community about the different disaster relief programs that you had, where the locations were of the food banks, how people could be volunteers, which, by the way, there were lots of people in the community that wanted to be a part of. And that, to me, is incredible, because there are so many organizations out there that provide services, but you don't hear from them immediately. And you guys were, I mean, you were on top of it. And that is incredible. So thank you so much for what you do and the service that you provide to all our residents, from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you. It's our privilege to do so. Thank you.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for giving us this presentation and the update today. It has been just wonderful getting to know you over the last few years, and volunteering with your organization, seeing through that work the huge operation that you have going. Visiting your central location there in Tampa, it's just every time I get involved with Feeding Tampa Bay, my appreciation and admiration for you guys just grows.
Thank you.
So yeah, it's and you've gone so far beyond just connecting people with food and that basic, emergency assistance, but the Food RX program is something I'd love to hear you tell people about that a little bit more so they understand what that is. And then also the Fresh Force program, which is not something that the average person might think about when they think of Feeding Tampa Bay offering.
Do we have time to answer those?
Yeah, absolutely.
So our Food RX program is specifically designed. One of the issues to answer healthcare issues that folks are having coming out of healthcare situations. So one of the major causes for representation at the doctor at the hospital is poor nutrition. So we work with Bay Pines and Evra. When someone comes out of care, they can provide a Food RX prescription that allows that family a few days worth of food, which just giving them the opportunity to have a bit healthier food in their home creates a better long-term outcome. We also put pantries in those locations so folks can come back to those spots and get food relief. But I think one of the things we know is that the long-term implications of lack of nutrition in food is going to cause challenges that even folks like you end up having to deal with how many folks are coming for additional resources. So we do this across all of our 10 counties. We're building more and more of that here in St. Petersburg and in Pinellas County. Our job training program is specifically designed to provide folks that don't normally have a pathway to a new job. So think aging out of foster care, coming out of a poor education situation, poor job history, or incarceration. All of those are our primary targets. We put folks through a 10 or 12-week course. They come out with their Class B CDL licensure. They come out with warehouse logistics or culinary arts, all of which are important positions. Not only that, we spend 20% of our time on social skills, because most of the failure rate in job programs is not productivity. It's the ability to navigate a system that's unfamiliar with you. We also pay all of our folks that go through training. I do want to share one thought that we have had. So we have been talking to Jabil, who is a big partner of ours, and one of their issues is how do we create more jobs. So we actually got a bus donated to us, literally a city bus. And so we're in the process of refurbishing that, and our idea is that we will work to set a location here in Pinellas County, where we can come over, pick up students, bring them back to our facility, train them for the 10 to 12-week period, bring them back and forth every day. They become folks that then work in the local St. Petersburg and Pinellas County area. We have a unique opportunity in the facility we built to do that, but I just also want to use that as a story to illustrate. We often get caught up in regionalism, localism, county lines, etc. Our view is to make sure we provide ample resources across a much broader base and make sure that they, again, affect local change and local capability.
Thank you. Could you just say a few words about the Healthy Pantry Network?
Yes, so that is another effort for us to build out nutritionally appropriate food. If you don't know this, generally speaking, folks are economically compromised by unhealthy food at a much greater portion. Why? Because you can stretch your dollar further. If you think about the outer ring of the grocery store, it's the most expensive food in the grocery store. And so our objective is we want 80% of all the food we provide to be on the My Plate continuum, which is healthy food. And so our Healthy Pantry Network is built specifically for that, so that folks have access to items that, again, they may not be able to afford. There's nothing wrong with a birthday cake or a Diet Coke, but if that is too much of your diet, again, we create longer term outcomes that aren't effective. And so I think all of us want people to be healthier. And so we can impact a whole lot of folks here in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County by providing more and more fresh food.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And last comment I want to make is you had mentioned the St. Petersburg Free Clinic as
Yes.
an example of one of the organizations that you work with. And what I think a lot of people don't understand or aren't aware of is that even though you are a very large organization, you're not acting in a silo. So around St. Petersburg, you can probably name a few local nonprofit organizations that connect people with the food that they need. Yeah. So much of that comes from a partnership that organization has with Feeding Tampa Bay. So they're not keeping it all to themselves. They're not so worried about having their own stamp on everything. What Thomas and his team understand is that often those very small nonprofit organizations, the church related organizations, things like that, they are the ones who have the relationship with the community. They're the ones who know where to go. That's who they're seeking out to help, so that this the food that they have, the resources that they have, can be spread even further out to the people who need them. That is just a game changer.
Yeah, I think, we think that the local relationship, about 80% of our partners are faith-based, and they have a very important and specific relationship in their local community that's largely built on trust. I think the way we think about it is if we can give them the resources they need, they're the most effective at distributing those resources in their local community with people that already know and trust them. So around our 10 counties, we have about 400 plus partners that we make sure they have the resources that they need.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. And please consider the city of St. Petersburg to be a partner to you. And know that this is a topic that is discussed quite a bit among city council members in our meetings, looking at different initiatives to help move the needle on this. And I hope that you can continue to be part of that conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you so much for being here, Mr. Mans. I've seen the work that you guys do firsthand as a volunteer with various local food pantries here in the area, Positive Impact, St. Pete Free Clinic, so many different places, a lot of churches here in this community that I've collaborated with. You talk about expansion opportunities. I'm just wondering, has there ever been any thought behind collaborating with some of your nonprofit partners to maybe operate a free market in a brick and mortar setting?
Yeah, there has been. There's a couple of conversations we've had here in the county over time. We've talked about putting a grocery store in, lower nonprofit kind of grocery store. This is something that Council Member Driscoll and I have talked about for some time. We do have bricks and mortar in Leelman, which is kind of in the middle of the county, and so we're considering expanding that. And so if that's a conversation you all want to have at some point, because I think, again, your constituents you're elected to represent may live in St. Petersburg, but they gather resources wherever they can find them. So we would certainly be happy to have that conversation. Everything we've done over here, we've funded privately. And I think a collaborative effort would be something we'd definitely be interested in. If I had to estimate right now, we're probably getting to about 43 or 44% of the need in the county, so there's a lot of room to grow. And I think, for you all to understand, only about 22% of the food that's distributed in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County comes from St. Petersburg and Pinellas County. Virtually all of it we bring from other places. There's just not enough resource here. Whatever we gather here that stays here locally. But so I think that could certainly be a conversation we would be more than open to having with you to think about how we can more effectively serve the community.
Certainly, and I appreciate that. My other question for you, you mentioned 17 schools. You guys have pantries in 17 of those schools. I don't expect you to list those today, but I would love to see a list of those schools, because I think that's another opportunity where we might be able to partner, and maybe not even just schools, but some of those recreation centers and even neighborhood centers as well.
Yeah, so thank you for that. Yes, I think we have annual reports for you all, which should have some of that information in there. But I do want to talk a little bit about that. I think we still have time, but I do think it's important that you understand how we thought about the problem. For years, we did backpacks, right? And they were important and effective. But as we studied the backpack issue, we realized something fundamentally important. We brought in USF to study the program, and we found that 70% of the food was being eaten on Friday night by the family. It wasn't the kid that was hungry, it's the family that was hungry. So we started to put pantries inside of schools where a mom or dad, when they pick their child up, can shop, gather, it's literally an old classroom or a storage room. A mom or dad can shop, gather the food that they need, and go home. And so we put those in there to solve the food problem, but they also solved another problem. They created better attendance by the child at school. The kids that were a part of that program reported less behavioral issues. The school reported that grades and other challenges, grades went up and other challenges went down. And it created a better relationship between the family and the school because they had something else with which to partner. So we think, again, it's just a much different way, like a healthcare clinic is. It's a much different way of making sure we're taking care of families where they are and finding ways to meet needs they have.
Thank you for pointing that out. I think it's important that you acknowledge the fact that one of the barriers, I think, to better food, healthier, nutritious diets is the access. Right?
It's a huge issue.
It's a big component, so I appreciate you pointing that out. And speaking of which, have you considered a collaboration or partnership with the St. Petersburg Housing Authority?
Yes. So we partner with somebody like Habitat right now. Whenever they move someone into a home, we put food in the home for 90 days so the family can adjust and move in more effectively and reduce some of their expenses. I do think part of the reason why we're here today and part of the reason why we want to have conversation is we think there's ways for us to reconsider or consider anew how we are effective and impactful in local communities. So the answer to that is yes. There's a great collaboration that was announced by MetMin and St. Pete Free Clinic about housing. I think all of us have an idea about saying how can we look differently at the challenges that we have. We do have a housing center in East Tampa where we actually have a food pantry in that housing center, right? Because you have a concentration of population that can use services. All of these are things we'd be open to.
Wonderful, and that's just where I was getting.
Yes, sir.
Just thinking about, Mr. Mundy's giving me a tour of some of the properties, and there are a lot of tenant sheds, or stuff like that are vacant that we could refurbish and renovate and turn into pantries. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you, Mr. Mann.
Thank you for giving us the time today. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work you're doing, the whole team, the whole organization. I won't even call it a team. I mean, it's a massive organization, 10 counties. And it sounds like you have no shortage of ideas from this council, so I'm sure we'll be seeing you soon.
However we can help.
You just put a lot more work into the organization.
We look forward to it.
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Oh, Elizabeth has the annual reports for everybody. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Okay, so we're going to move into reports. We're going to start with F2, a resolution establishing race days for the 2025 Firestone Grand Prix of St. Pete. We've got Chris Balestra and James Corbett joining us, and we get to pass a resolution taking the speed limits away, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon, Chair Gertis and members of City Council. Before we get started and Chris does the presentation, I just wanted to take the time to thank and recognize Chris Balestra. As some of you may know, Chris will be retiring effective March 14th. So he stayed on so he could do one more race for us. Chris has been here or will be here for 17 of the 20 Firestone Grand Prix races, and he's been an integral part of the success of that race. I've heard multiple times from the Green Savary staff about how St. Petersburg is one of the best cities to put on a race, and I am confident that is due to the work of our team, particularly Chris, Tony Lino, Sean Druin, and all of our departments. So before we got into the resolution, I just wanted to take the time to thank Chris and thank him for staying on one more time for us. And the second best hair in the city to Michael Deeman.
I am, thank you.
Deeman's got number one.
Chris Balestra, City Development. And I am humbled every day I walk in this building, and very humbled today by such a nice recognition. Thank you so much. I think for a lot of us, not just me, this is one of our favorite times of year, particularly after last year's rough fall that we had, and everybody's looking forward to good times. And there's no better way to kick that off in the spring than the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. So I'm going to share a few fast facts with you all. Show a video, turn it over to Kim Green, Kevin Savory, owners of the event, who are going to share specifics about what's going to happen, and then at the end, the business part. Can't forget that. There is a resolution that will allow us to drive crazy speeds on our local roads. So also wanted to recognize Sean Druin, Dave Worth, and Tony Lino. They really are the keys to make this event happen every year. We've had street racing in St. Pete since 1985. I think we're all very familiar with what happens here. This is actually the 21st consecutive year with this team, and we couldn't be more proud of how this event has evolved over time. The Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, it's a part of the NTT Data IndyCar Series. It's the kickoff, March 2nd, 2025, and 1.8 mile course, 14 turns, streets of St. Petersburg. It has been branded, and this race is now branded in this city and gives us marketing that we cannot buy. So we're all very happy, thrilled, and proud with the progress that this event has become over the years. It's a model public-private partnership. Again, I think Kim and Kevin would echo that. It works and provides economic impact to this city. We're big in city development on metrics. I believe truly that metrics matter. You can't improve unless you know what you're talking about, what your numbers are. The overall economic impact of this event is about $61 million. Based on a study that's, I think, 2 years old now, we know the event has grown every year consistently. Of that, about $37 million is direct spending, and $3.3 million is actual tax revenue that comes right back into the city's coffers from the weekend, a 3-day event. So it's there's really not much else that compares relative to events in the city. Once again, most importantly, the brand that has been created is so special. It benefits the city. It benefits IndyCar. First race of the season, people get out of wherever they're coming, colder climates. We have a lot of visitors from Europe that come just for this event. And we have a new TV contract with Fox. It'll be presented live on Fox Sports, and not just the main event, but all the other races will be carried on FS1 and FS2. So Kim and Kevin may touch on that as well. So with that, if I could ask Mr. Tracy to maybe dim the lights, and feel free to turn up the volume a little bit, and a brief video.
St. Pete always brings out great races. I love this track. It really fits with my driving style. Super tight, super aggressive. 110% every lap, every corner.
I love coming to St. Pete to start the season. It's a good race weekend. When you're racing a street course, you don't see what's around it. Apart from the straight line in St. Pete, you realize that you're on the airport runway, which is pretty awesome.
This place is really awesome. I think it's as close to Monaco F1 as you can get in the US. You gotta be on it around this place. You know, the street circuit, so there's no room for error. You got walls lining the entire track. We got the water right here. We got all the yachts. The fans are everywhere lining the walls. They're racing right through downtown. I love coming here. I think it's the perfect place to start the IndyCar and Indy next season.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll wanna find out.
The IndyCar season kicks off the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, presented by RP Funding. Tickets at gpstpete.com.
This is Joseph Newgarden. Joseph was conceived to win races. Stopped drinking milk at 2, picked it back up at 32. Good for strong bones. Tell that to his clavicle. Joseph's like an action hero who wins even when he loses. This is his wife, his Tuesdays, his hand-eye coordination. He might have the greatest jawline in sports.
He's not that handsome.
He even wrote a children's book about winning. America loved it. Joseph loves the smell of unleaded gasoline. He hates imperfection. He doesn't believe in magic, but on Sundays, Joseph flies. This is Joseph Newgarden. Welcome to the fastest racing on earth.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. If I could bring up, again, our partners, 21 years and running, Kevin Savory and Kim Green.
Thank you, everyone. Hard to follow Chris and everything he added there, but it's been 21 years. I had a lot more hair back when I started. It was a lot of work back then, but you know what? It's been a pleasure. We've worked with many city councils, 4 different mayors, a lot of the same administration through the whole thing, and they're sitting in here. And it's been fun work, hard work, an event that I think has grown with the city. And the racing series has grown with it. The IndyCar series is unbelievably strong, so competitive. I couldn't even guess which driver would be favourite coming into the event this year. So these 10 or 12 guys could win. The support series that come along as well, they're the next IndyCar drivers, and many of the current IndyCar drivers have gone through those same channels. So it's a great way to start the IndyCar season. I think that we're going to see some exciting racing. Usually beautiful weather in the spring here in St. Petersburg. I've enjoyed living in St. Petersburg since 2015. Thank you for your partnership. I really appreciate it. Kevin is my business partner from a long time. A bean counter, knows all the facts. I'm sure he's going to give you a few facts on how much better we've done over the years in shortening the track build and getting off the streets after the race. But really, thank you very much, City Council.
Thanks, Kim. I don't know why bean counters get such a bad rap, but there it is. So, again, I think just, some fast facts like Chris likes to share. In our original agreement from 2004, we had 75 days to build the track and dismantle. And right now, this year, we're down to 15 days to build the track, 4 days for our race event, and 5 days and a few hours, and we'll be out of here Saturday at noon after that race. So again, I think it was something that the city council challenged us with years ago, and through investments that Green Savory has made, both with great partners here locally, Ring Power and Steps Transportation. They've helped enormously in making our build more efficient, but also investments that we made in the kind of equipment that we have with the block and the fence panels and so on that make our build much, much more efficient. So again, I think over the course of the weekend, 8 races, between FS1, FS2, 8 hours of shoulder programming on the race weekend, and then 2.5 hours of coverage on Fox on Sunday. So again, we're so excited about the new partnership with Fox. One of those ads was created specifically by Fox. There's 2 others with our winner from last year, Pato Award, and also the many-time champion who said that his kid didn't like the story that Joseph Newgarden wrote. So anyway, again, just great creative that Fox has done. And ironically, those ads were created by folks who never been to a car race, but just met the personality, loved them, fell in love with them, and how do you create something that's going to resonate? And I think the big benefactors of that here locally are going to be the city, obviously the CVB, who we're continuing to expand our partnership with, so we're so excited about that. And again, it's something we challenge ourselves with because we get it. You know, it's about tourism. It's about what can we do to help get the message out there about the city of St. Petersburg. And, you know, it's a challenge that, you know, we're always up for. So again, one of the things that always kicks the event off is, you know, our flag raising. We look forward to that. The Chamber of Commerce media lunch, and, you know, we're going to have some exciting news to announce on that Thursday. And then on Friday, the 5K run. And Kim and I have had a long partnership now with Police Athletic League and the support for the youth that go there. And it's something that Kim and I feel really, really good about, you know, that kind of grassroots program. So again, you know, so excited about this year's race, but also, you know, we're going to miss Chris Balestra. He's been such a champion for us for so many years and so involved. And just so you know that we're not going to let him go out easy. Just before this meeting, he probably hasn't seen his email yet. We have a Dali meeting scheduled for 1:30 on Monday. So again, it's just, you know, it's not going to end for a while. And I think for us, it's about that challenge of being a good partner here in the city, about how can we work with the Dali and with Bill Edwards and so on. And again, we're always up for that challenge, and we look forward to it. And, you know, again, it's a great city to live, work, and do business in. And, you know, we're excited about the Grand Prix for many, many years to come. So thank you very much, and look forward to it. We'll see you out there.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much, Kevin and Kim. It's good to see you, as always. Thank you for your continued commitment to the city of St. Petersburg. You know, I've shared with you both privately that, you know, we moved here in 2003. I like to think you guys came the next year because we moved here from Indianapolis. You came from Indianapolis, kept us from being homesick, and really, truly started to make St. Pete feel like our new home. And so you guys are such a part of our family traditions now, everything that you bring to our city. You know, we're sitting at home on the couch, seeing that commercial with Joseph Newgarden, my son. You don't get a 13-year-old to look up out of his phone very often, but when Joseph comes on the screen, he's excited. Oh my God, I've met him, I know him, you know. It's just that excitement of being part of those traditions that now 21 years rich in our city. So thank you for your continued commitment. Chris, I'm not saying goodbye to you today because we're not here for that, but certainly I want to thank you for everything that you have done for this particular piece of our rich tradition. You know, you really do keep this moving, you and your team, and we just thank you so much for your service all these years. And we're definitely going to miss you when we have these conversations next year. So with that, sir, I will go ahead and move approval.
Thought you might.
Second.
Okay. We've got a motion and a second. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thanks for bringing this forward to us. It's always exciting when you do this, because then it's a reminder that the race is just around the corner. It has come a long way. As Kevin mentioned earlier, and Kevin and Kim, thank you. Thank you so much for your partnership through the years. The setup time and the dismantling time has been compressed. That was one of the things that was a big concern with residents downtown that I heard about from even before I was on city council. So the progress that's been made on that has been very much appreciated. We know there's always room for improvement, and I just appreciate that through all of that, you guys have been partners with the city to look together at how things can be done better all the time. Is Tony here with us too? Oh, hey, I couldn't see you behind everyone. So we're not talking about Chris leaving because I'm in denial right now. So that's just going to have to wait. But Tony, you really go above and beyond. You're a real hero in all of this as well. And I didn't want to let this moment go by without recognizing all of the work that you do on this and many other things. But you are Mr. Grand Prix for the city. And I really appreciate that. And you're also excellent at responding to residents who have concerns and their own ideas. And I always get such positive feedback after someone has had an interaction with you. So thank you. This is a race that really puts St. Petersburg on the international stage. It is exciting to see it in person. It's fabulous to see it on TV, just getting a little taste of it here. This is what the world is going to see. And it makes me very proud. And I'm glad that we are, getting ready to welcome it back. And if you think we have any plans for you to go anywhere, all you have to do is think about the fact that we've got you included as mandatory inclusion on the master plan for the Center for the Arts. I mean, the Grand Prix has to be a part of that. We said that from the beginning, right?
Very exciting project. Also, be coming forward to you all shortly.
Right, and it means that you are a part of St. Petersburg and a part of our collective community, not just on race days, but every single day. So it just says a lot about who you are and the kind of partners you are. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a very short, I know we have a move approval, but one more time, I'd just like to thank all council members and Council Chair Gertis for having us today. 2 weeks, it comes up quick this year. 2 weeks from today, we'll be raising the flag, and that begins a very crazy and fun weekend. Party in the park on that Thursday afternoon, chamber luncheon Thursday, and off to the races from there. So looking forward to seeing you all out there. The resolution that you're about to approve is one that we have amended over the years in a way that allows you to make changes to dates and other components. It's Ordinance 702G. And thank you again to Jackie, who's one of the original constructors of that master agreement. And it goes to the, I think, strength of our legal team that other than amendments that have primarily dealt with date changes over the years, that agreement is intact 100% in its original form. So that speaks volumes to the kind of the back of house, the things that nobody sees that we do behind the scenes. Just like Tony, I think he got his last overnight ability to sleep in January, and he doesn't sleep until the race is over now, and the track is torn down. So thank you all very much. And with that, administration recommends approval.
Thank you. I'll just quickly, Chris, thanks for all the work. Tony, Sean, the rest of the team, just very appreciative. It's more than just a race, too. It's a place to come together to enjoy. I mean, selfishly, I'll talk about it is by far the most favorite picture I've ever taken with my son, just me and him, is at that race. And when I think about memories, I think about that. And so, it's an amazing celebration of St. Petersburg in a race, and there's a winner, which I love, competitor, but it's also a place where a lot of our city comes together on a mostly beautiful day and celebrates where we live. So I'm very thankful for that. And I just want to touch on one other thing. Kevin, you brought it up. I was a board member for PAL for 5 years. PAL does not operate in the city of St. Petersburg without that race, without that 5K. It doesn't operate. It's gone probably 7 or 8 years ago when this started. They were in dire need of a jump start, and this race provided it. And I'm just so appreciative of your partnership with PAL and that 5K and your continued support of that organization that gives a place for our kids to play safe throughout our city. So I'm very, very thankful for that and thankful for everything you do. And like I said, it's much more than a race. Very appreciative. Okay, before I start crying, we've got a motion and a second in front of us. Seeing no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item F2A passes unanimously.
Driving fast, drivers. Thank you. Chris, thank you so much. Yeah, you can clap for that one. We'll allow that one. Okay, we're going to move on to F1 and report of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, and this was brought forth by Councilmember Gabbard. Councilmember Gabbard, I'll turn it over to you for introduction.
All right, thank you so much, Chair. So I have the pleasure today of introducing, for the first time to this council, the newest TBRPC Executive Director, Ren Krall. Ren actually is not new to the Regional Planning Council at all. She has been in the role of Executive Director for a little over a year now, and came in at a time of incredible change and opportunity. But she has been with the Planning Council, oh my goodness, probably most of her career.
27 plus years.
But to that point, her mother was once upon a time the executive director of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. So her roots run deep with this organization, and I'm very glad to have her here today to give you all an update as to everything that the Regional Planning Council has been doing over the last year. It's a lot, so she will try to go through it briefly for you. But Ren, I very much thank you for your leadership and for being here with us today. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Chair Gerdes, Councilman Gabbard, all of you, thank you very much for having me here today. And thank you for mentioning my mother. That was very kind of you. I have to say my mother was the very first female executive director in the nation of a regional planning council. So very proud of that legacy. So good afternoon. And I just want to take, it's not very often that I get this opportunity to see all of you in the same room, so I'm going to be Ren for just a second. My folks were brilliant, and they moved me here when I was a young teenager and to St. Petersburg, so this is definitely my home. And I just want to say from my family to all of you, and knowing what I know about what it takes for emergency management planning, thank you. Thank you for everything that you did prior to our storms, for the communication, for what you did during the storms and after. I know the nuances, and I know that what a challenge 3 back-to-back hurricanes were to this region and to our citizens and our residents. And I thank you all so much, because folks don't understand what it takes to get debris picked up for one storm, let alone 3 back-to-back storms. And I thank you all very much from my family to you all. Now I'll put on my hat. So Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. I was going to bring my partner in crime here, Kara Wood-Sarah. She's our Director of Resiliency. I have a couple of slides that I have in here just for your information, because I know that they're on the St. Pete website. So if you need to reach out to anyone, you'll have this as a reference. Kara Wood-Sarah is our Director of Resiliency. She is considered a leader and expert in resiliency around the Tampa Bay region, and has appeared in several of the Tampa Bay Times speaker forums, the Spotlight Tampa Bay, including with Mayor Welsh. Kara was unable to attend with us, but please reach out to her. She works closely with the city, and I just wanted to let you have a face and a name. This face and name doesn't really need an introduction to this chamber, but I must tell you what she has done representing the city of St. Pete on our council, and it's been amazing. You all appointed her to our board in 2018, and Councilman Gabbard was right there in with former Commissioner Janet Long, formulating the very first, the second in the state of Florida, Tampa Bay Regional Resiliency Coalition. And since then, our work has been so focused on resiliency. Councilwoman Gabbard has served literally in every capacity, every officer position And since the coalition was formed, she's either been chair or vice chair or co-chair of this effort. So we thank you very much. You couldn't have picked a better representative, and you're going into your 8th year, so we really appreciate the support through the years. Our mission statement, Our mission statement is to serve our citizens and member governments by providing a forum to foster communication, coordination, and collaboration in identifying and addressing needs regionally. What this means is we provide a forum for all of you to gather with other jurisdictions to work on issues and challenges and exciting things in a regional fashion. We tackle those issues that aren't just stopping at jurisdictional lines. And we were actually created by Florida Statute 186, which we serve as Florida's only multi-purpose regional entity. We've been doing this for 63 years, promoting regional leadership, economic development, resiliency planning, and resiliency planning is a new name, but we were doing the same thing back in 1962. Just a little differently, and environmental stewardship. I have to tell you that the person who founded the Regional Planning Council was Mayor Herman Goldner of St. Petersburg. What a character, what an interesting man, and what a visionary. He actually got in with Clearwater's mayor and Tampa, and they started this great effort. And he really was the leader in regionalism in starting that effort. We serve 6 counties and 23 municipalities. We have 13 gubernatorial appointees, and we have ex officios, which is Florida Department of Transportation, Environmental Protection, and Southwest Florida Water Management District. Another informational slide only. I'm sure you recognize some of these leaders. Our chair this year is Mayor Freeney from Dunedin, and Commissioner Ray Flowers is our vice chair of Pinellas County. Former council person for St. Pete, and Commissioner Rebecca Bays is our secretary-treasurer from Citrus County. The next slide is for your information only. This is our management team, so if you hear me say anything or if you want to find out more about a particular topic, you've got this slide. Please feel free to contact us. This past year, we started a program called the Tampa Bay Government Liaison Program, and this program is really basically internal, and it's the way we've decided to start operating with our member governments. So each one of our staff they're assigned a particular member government, and they are a liaison to that government. They get to know your staff. We like to say that we're an extension of your staff. We have 3.9 million folks in our region, and we are the size of Delaware and the country of Qatar. So I didn't realize that, but that sounds big, doesn't it? So, and I didn't realize that our Tampa Bay water, the actual body of water, is 400 square miles. Here's our list of council programs, but I'm going to go really quick through and just tell you a little bit about our economic development program. We are designated as the Federal Economic Development District for the Tampa Bay region, which means that all of our local governments, because we maintain the district, are eligible for federal EDA fundings, Economic Development Administration fundings. One of the things that we do with that is a lot of economic analysis, which is things like for the city of Plant City, we did an economic analysis on the Strawberry Festival. We've done, our latest one was on the Florida Aquarium. So if you want to know about let's say Mainsail or any of your wonderful festivals, or even the Grand Prix, what the economic impact is to this region, that's something that we can do for you. One of the things to keep in mind too is that with the Regional Planning Council, you do not have to go through procurement. And we are also much more cost effective than some of your private sector consultants with the same expertise on board. Emergency preparedness and hazardous materials. This has been a very important role of the Regional Council from forever. We house the local emergency planning committee, and one of the things that you might like to know is that we we train first responders, and this training goes across the Tampa Bay region and across jurisdictional lines. We also house an inventory of all hazardous materials in our Tampa Bay region. This was actually started in 1986 by the Community Right to Know Act, and it was so that folks would know what kind of chemicals were in buildings near their homes or where they worked. This was done in response to a terrible chemical tragedy in Bhopal, India in the 80s. We now have a situation where your local firefighters and first responders, when they're on the way to an emergency, they know what they're walking into. They have right on the computer, they can see what chemicals are in this particular facility, so they know what they're going to need to do to tackle it. Environmental planning, the Agency on Bay and Coastal Management is celebrating its 40th year, and what an agency that is. That's a committee of the council. It was responsible for helping get swim legislation done. It was responsible for the Tampa Bay estuary being declared a national estuary. The TVRPC's ABCM was also formed the Tampa Bay Estuary Program, which you all know, I'm sure, with all of your great work that they do. They're now their own 501c3 and have been for many years. We also have an environmental journal that's free to all of our citizens in the region as well as students. It's a fantastic journal. It's online. Please, if you haven't subscribed to it, please do. The FDOT Stormwater Public Education Grants. We work with your city a lot on this, where your public works folks can apply for grants to do stormwater education, and it can be anything from wrapping a vehicle to doing stormwater drain markers, and that's a great program that's funded through FDOT. GIS design and visualization. This is where I know about 30,000 foot view. But the folks that I work with are amazing. We have fantastic new technology. For those of you who might have attended our Resiliency Summit this past May, one of our features that we have this technology where you can scan a QR code, and our folks that were attending the summit could scan the code, take their phone out onto the beach, look through their phone, and they saw a beach house on stilts. And they could take the phone and actually walk under, you feel like you're underneath the house looking, and you watch storm surge come up. So, for example, if you're thinking about building a new city hall, let's just say that, this technology would allow you to have a QR code, and your citizens could go to the plot of land and go, what's that going to look like? And it's a great, great tool to use for explaining to residents what particular projects might look like in the future. I should know what project that is. That's a real live project. I don't. I apologize. But we've done it for Madeira Beach with the new Johns Pass that they're thinking about doing. And we're here at Resiliency. Resiliency is so much a part of all that we do. We are currently working with the city on a partnership, the Resiliency St. Pete Action Plan. I'm pretty sure you all are familiar with that. That's a neighborhood pilot program that focuses on adaptation in the city and throughout the region. So we're going to be providing technical support, community engagement, visualization services, and a gaps analysis on existing plans. So my staff has already been working with your staff and all the partners, Kara, Claude, everybody's working together on this project, and we're very excited about it. That's going to be a big focus, and we want to have it be a pilot so that we can take this and make it applicable to anywhere that is experiencing flooding issues. So this is a good start on certain neighborhoods in the city. One of our other big projects is Clean Air Tampa Bay, and this was federally funded through the EPA, and I'm happy to say that we have completed, we're 2 years in, and we have completed our region's first greenhouse gas emissions inventory. So we now know what contributing factors are happening and what our most greenhouse gases are coming from in our region. We're hoping to continue that work We're not positive yet, but we've at least got that greenhouse gas inventory, and that's a good start. We're hoping to go on to phase 2 with implementation of some of the projects. And I'm excited to say, Councilwoman Gabbard, you know, I was a little conservative on Monday at our Regional Planning Council meeting, our monthly board meeting, but I'm excited to say that the Fish and Wildlife Foundation did send us a contract for $2 million to do the first coastal master plan. This is going to represent the first comprehensive regional coordinated climate adaptation plan in Florida, and it creates a model for the regions to follow and address climate resiliency. So this is going to be fantastic for identifying our flooding areas throughout the region. So with that, just leave you with this one thing. New in 2025, we are busy building a regional information center, and it will have hubs for economic development, emergency management, resiliency, shoreline data repository, and we hope that it's going to be a one-stop shopping for all of our member governments and local governments. And for you all as policymakers, you want to learn more about resilient shorelines, you'll be able to pop onto this website and gather all the materials. And we're going to keep that in real time. That's the goal. And this is actually modeled, and I was around long enough to know, we had a regional information center that was a library that had 4 people in it. And they were responsible for providing you all with any kind of information that you needed. So now this will all be online, and we're excited about that. Resiliency Summit, please come May 15th and 16th. It's at a brand new resort in Manatee County, adjacent to their convention center. It's the Palmetto Marriott Resort. This will be our 5th one. And our own Councilwoman Brandy Gabbard will be doing some sessions, moderating some sessions for us. The agenda you can find on our website. And please participate in the Future of the Region Awards. This is in its 31st year, and we honor these fabulous projects like nobody's entered the pier yet. So there's lots of, the Mural Festival. I don't know that Grand Prix's ever been entered. So there's lots of things that you guys can do, and everybody learns from this program because they see who the winners are, and it's fun to share that information. So with that, I thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it, and what a great group to follow with all those wonderful proclamations and feeding Tampa Bay, and then the Grand Prix, and then Ren. So, you know, so thank you all, and Councilman Floyd, I'm a constituent of yours. So nice to see you.
Pressure.
Pressure. No, you did a great job, man. Any questions?
Council members, any questions? Well, I'm so thankful for all the work that you continue to do, and Councilwoman Gabbard, thank you for continuing to be a great representation on the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council and continuing to lead there. I know in the past it's been some lifts. I think you went chair of this body and chair of Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council back-to-back years. And so, but thank you for all the work. Very appreciative for the update. Looking forward to having you more often.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna, yeah. Why break the streak now? Okay, we're going to move on to F3, an Arts Conservatory for Teens update, and I'm going to turn it over to Councilwoman Fig Sanders for an introduction.
Woo, thank you. I am just so honored for you young people. I don't know who put teenagers at the end. A parent of teens, that's what we don't do. But they save the best for last. And with that, they did that. And I want to just say thank you all for coming, and thank Alex for continuing to advocate for our young people using artistic opportunities. And thank you for the support that they are getting to help us cultivate our young people. And I was reading the information when they say undeserved or at-risk students. I don't know why we find it necessary to use that, because there's so much talent throughout the city and our young people. And I wanted to make sure that you all share some of that. I've been to your breakfasts. I've heard you, Mr. Harris, and I have seen the talent of ACT. And I know that you've come forward hoping that your city will help continue your efforts financially. And since we're such advocates of art, I'm hoping that we will be able to do that. But more importantly, you all did fantastic. My sons would have been all over the place. And you all sat there, and this is a day in the life of a council member. So if you're ever considering that role or considering it, this is what we do. There's a whole lot more that are involved in that, but the track that you're on and the benefits that you're being offered through ACT is undeniably one of the best opportunities the city of St. Petersburg can offer to our young people. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Councilmember Deborah Fick-Sanders, and thank you, Chairman and Vice Chair and all council members. Just before I present an update of our long-term partnership, I hear that it's someone's birthday, and so as a city of the arts, I think, and an organization that celebrates it, so much so that one of our students is going to offer a gift.
Yay.
Bella.
Hi, it's so nice to be in front of all of you, and it's so just humbling to be in a room of leaders and people who take a stand to help make sure our people are secure and safe and being taken care of. So, yeah. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to the beautiful council member.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh my God.
Think I got some competition, y'all.
Thank you.
She puts us both on the ground.
Great job.
Thank you, Bella. One more time for Bella. Yes. Yes. So today I just want to give an update on some of the young folks that you see. This is just a very, very small group of our young people. It is a great honor and gratitude to each of you for all that you do, and that I stand before you today to present the remarkable progress of our organization that started in Midtown on 22nd Street as a pilot in 2009 to 2012, and in 2012 we officially filed for 501c3 organization and launched this. So we're celebrating as an official organization 13 years this year. ACT remains steadfast in its mission to educate, empower, and enrich the lives of youth and teens, cultivating responsible and engaged citizens for a brighter future. Through our research-based curriculum and arts-infused programs, we have built an ecosystem that directly aligns with 4 of the mayor's and his administration pillars for progress: education and youth opportunities, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, neighborhood health and safety, and environmental infrastructure and resilience. Since our inception, ACT has strengthened the academic, economic, social, mental, physical well-being of all young people in our community who come through our doors. As we celebrate this 13th year of our impact, it is evident that our partnership with the city of St. Petersburg started under the auspices of Mayor Foster. So this is the 3rd mayor and administration I've worked with our organization, has been instrumental in scaling our reach, deepening our impact, and solidifying ACT as a leader in transformative youth and teens development. Progress and growth, leveraging our city's support through the city's investment, our shared commitment to youth of St. Petersburg, ACT has been able to achieve unprecedented growth and impact. We're proud to report the following milestones. Number one, expansion of satellite locations. ACT has grown from 1 location to 8 locations and now 19 satellite locations, 11 of which are in the St. Petersburg, Florida. And we continue to expand throughout our beautiful city that we love to refer to as a city of the arts. Number 2, student engagement. Currently, in partnership with Pinellas County School Systems, working with our second superintendent and many of the administrators there and teachers in schools throughout our county and city. We are serving over 860 students, are enrolled in our weekly programming that we track every week. We get a report to understand who's enrolling, how many are attending, and where there are opportunities for us to continue to expand our impact. Additionally, ACT broader community engagement programs include impact rallies, master classes, and our holiday tour serve an additional 3,791 students per month through our program. Number 3, program evaluation and research validation. Our impact is reinforced through independent program evaluation led by Dr. Bruce Jones, he is the Senior Vice President of Research at Howard University. And recently, Howard University, you'll be announced, I think, this week, as being designated as an R1 research institution, which makes it one of the top research institutions among others, such as USF and Johns Hopkins and so on and so forth. With this strategic research partnership, ACT is positioned itself to become a global leader in youth development research through the arts for healthier communities. And so our commitment to workforce development and economic impact, ACT is not only an educational institution, it is also a critical economic driver for the community. Our programs are designed to equip students with the skills and training needed to enter diverse career paths, including entertainment, education, law enforcement, military service, entrepreneurship, serving on city council. There's one story, brief story I would like to just highlight. One of our students who now not only finished our programs, he was being reported every day to the principal's office and getting referrals. Brilliant. And often we hear about, making sure that students have the basic foundation in elementary school with reading, writing, and arithmetic, math, and all those great subjects of foundational subjects. But often we forget about the student when they become that preteen into teenage years. There is a lot of development that is still happening. And therefore, there needs to be more mentorship to walk them across the bridge into greatness. This one student is an epitome of that. Brilliant, great foundation, veering off on the wrong path, engaging in the local gangs at that time, found our program at one of the rec centers, heard about it, and they said, you need to go to ACT. And so he didn't know it was, and the first week or two, his mom was ready to punish him because he seemed like he'd getting any better, and we were not moving fast enough. And so I sat with my one of my team members in the office, and I said, please allow us at least 1 year. I promise if he doesn't do anything, make any changes, you're his parent, please. I said, but give us 1 year. Within less than 1 year, in 6 months before that school year ended, he had not only went from a referral every day to 0 referrals, he ended up graduating with honors, enlisting into the military, and now serving in our reserves. Those are the kinds of impact stories that we often hear merged with others who just need a good support system to be able to help develop their skills. Research underscores that cities investing in programs and institutions like ACT focused on education and innovation see significant benefits across multiple dimensions. Economic growth, programs like ACT cultivate talent pipelines, foster innovation, and prepare the next generation of leaders, driving long-term economic diversification. Talent attraction. By empowering teams with professional development, leadership skills, and financial literacy, ACT enhances the city's reputation as a hub for skilled, future-ready individuals. Also, community well-being. ACT's holistic approach integrates mental and physical well-being, equipping youth to thrive in their personal and professional lives, ultimately contributing to the social and cultural vitality of our city. A few of the stats many of you have heard over and over, and we continue to celebrate them because they're worth celebrating: our high school graduation and career readiness. Since our pilot phase, ACT has maintained 100% high school graduation rate among all of our students who've come through our doors, some of which were on the verge of dropping out or not graduating on time and getting a diploma. 90% of those students have gone or matriculated into higher education institutions, whether local or other cities and states throughout our country. Many of them have returned and continue to work and live here. 10% of them did not feel a calling to pursue higher education, but they, through the training and other mentorship programs that we put them in, are now thriving professionals in the workforce of their choice, whether it's entrepreneurship or starting their own business or working at some local business. ACT students collectively annually receive 10,582 core curriculum contact hours. Employment and economic contribution that we are making employs 41 professionals, a combination of full-time, part-time, and contractors. ACT's strategic development of curriculum and programs fosters a strong external support system, contributing significantly in education, economic mobility, and cultural vibrancy. Through interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary learning, we integrate the performing and visual arts, creative technology, and health and wellness to provide holistic education that prepares students for the future. As we look at the deep-rooted community partnership with the City of St. Petersburg, our long-standing relationship with parks and recreational centers, public school systems, charter schools, colleges and universities, and faith-based organizations underscore the organization's value to the city's social fabric. These partnerships are vital to ensuring that our young people from all backgrounds have access to high-quality arts education and career preparedness. Here's some data that I want to share with you. Here, right? Oh, it's a little bit of a thing here, but our program, 860 students, as we mentioned, also 41 locations, the capacity 28 teaching artists, which is a 155% increase, and then the full-time, 9 contractor support program staff. So I can provide this slide to you that is not a little bit overlaid there, but here are some of the other stats. 78% of our students reported an increased passion for the arts because of ACT. 66% of our students reported improved communication skills. 91%, this is a celebratory moment, of our students expressed heightened interest in going to school because of their enrollment and involvement in ACT. 72% of students reported feeling more confident. 53% of students reported greater ability to navigate life challenges. These statistics reflect not only the efficacy of our research-based curriculum and programs, but also the direct influence of ACT in shaping the future of St. Petersburg youth. In my conclusion, a bold vision for the future. As ACT looks ahead, we remain deeply committed to expanding our footprint and deepening our impact in partnership with the City of St. Petersburg. For more than 13 years, ACT has refined and defined its mission, and today we stand poised to become an even greater beacon of hope, resilience, and workforce preparedness. Therefore, on behalf of the families and students of ACT, we're asking for your support, and this year the request is $500,000 to continue expanding our footprint, as I alluded to earlier, with a research-based program and a focus to continue to bring that kind of energy here for career preparedness and further research on a global scale, where people will be able to come and learn how you make communities more safe and how do you increase the preparedness for young people through a pipeline of education that partners with our public school systems, that partners with our charter schools and our faith-based communities. We must continue to shed a lot of hope and create the environment for success for our teenagers, starting at elementary school, but continuing throughout that middle and high school are very, very critical for the success of our students. And I believe that people will come from all over the world to come and see how we did it. And I think we will be a testament to show how this can be done. I travel quite frequently, and I often hear when I have an opportunity to speak in many forums that how can we, one, clone you? I think that's very interesting. But the truth of the matter is that we are doing something unique, and we created it here on the sands of St. Petersburg. And we've been in the garage, as I often say, creating this machine and model, not just based on one idea, but as research focused. My entire dissertation was on how the arts impact self-efficacy among teens in urban communities, because I saw what was happening here. I've been in this community now for over 17 years, and I believe that we now can come together even more deeper than we have before and taking our relationship to the next level and really impacting our young people in a very, very big way. Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity for sharing this update with you.
Okay, I think we have a couple of cards. Let's go two at a time, and just as a reminder, just state your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
First two speakers is Deborah Long and Regina Parks. Please go to either podium. You'll have 3 minutes to address council. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Deborah DeBerry Long. I live at 301 First Street South, downtown St. Pete. And I want to thank the Chair Gertis and the council members for allowing me to speak on behalf of my support for ACT. And also, I'm very excited about the programs and the funding initiative that this council has addressed in order to deal with the lack of arts funding that has been taken away by the state of Florida. My decision to move, I'm a new resident here, my decision to relocate from California to St. Petersburg in 2023 was based in large part on the on the landscape of arts and the vitality of the arts community and the business community, the entrepreneurial spirit of the business community here in St. Petersburg. Having partnered with my late husband in a variety of entertainment businesses, including music production, broadcast syndication, and music licensing on multimedia and films, I recognize the importance of fostering a creative workforce with skills in both business and in the arts. My sister, Daryl DeBerry, who is a longtime St. Petersburg resident and arts advocate, knew that I was searching for a youth mentoring program that would align with my personal community interests and philanthropic goals. She introduced me to Dr. Alex Harris. That meeting is just beginning to have far-reaching impact by shining a light on St. Petersburg's commitment to the arts. 2 weeks ago at the Grammy Museum in Los Angeles, I was honored to open their permanent sonic playground exhibit dedicated to fostering innovative thinking and the arts through mentoring and experiential learning. This exhibit features a video interview with Dr. Harris and brings national attention to St. Petersburg, highlighting ACT and the more than 50,000 young people and adults who are expected to visit the exhibit each year. That exposure, plus the Grammy Awards shout out to the Tampa Bay region by Doshi as she accepted her album for Best Rap, has also put our region in an ever-growing spotlight. Thank you to the Council of the Arts.
Good afternoon. My name is Regina Parks, 880 South Village Drive North, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33716. Good afternoon, Council Chair, and to all members of the Council. I'm speaking as a parent of a child at the Arts Conservatory for Teens. It was important for me as a parent to connect Jada, who's here today, with an in-person experience that she needed. She attends St. Pete Collegiate, and she's in that high school collegiate program, so she lost the involvement of theater and performing coming over to St. Pete Collegiate. Absolutely loves the arts, and she had that during her elementary years all the way up to her 9th grade year. We tried a couple of virtual programs, however, virtual can only go so far. After auditioning for ACT, she got in the car and said, "Mommy, this one definitely felt different," and being in person was a different feeling. Being a part of ACT has increased her confidence levels, particularly through a series of the holiday tours that ACT exposes the youth to. It was a heartfelt experience for me to see one of the tours that was held at an assisted living facility where there was a variety of talent that each of the youth displayed that you saw here today, and how much the seniors, even in the facility, enjoyed and sang along. These performances gave Jada a sneak peek into some of the real life experiences and what it would take to become an actress is what she's striving to be. The opportunity that this program has provided Jada is giving her the pre-professional development needed for her future and also skills of character development. And it's been an absolute blessing for me to connect Jada with ACT. It's a professional research-based program, and they've been able to provide us and other families with a full scholarship to make that opportunity available to all the children. And the icing on the cake is that they provide transportation. For a busy mom like me, that is definitely a convenience, and it definitely helps out. If I have a few more seconds, I also want to speak on behalf of the administration team at Mount Zion Christian Academy. ACT is a partner who provides ballroom dancing, ballet, and chorus to our K-5 scholars. So it's been quite the experience to see how the scholars embraced each other, holding hands, doing the ballroom dancing and other styles of music, and we know that the arts is affecting their development overall. Thank you.
Thank you. The next two speakers, please.
Next two speakers is Tim Malkowitz and Deborah Semler. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Okay, thank you. I'm Debbie Sembler, 5858 Central Avenue, St. Petersburg. I would sing happy birthday to Deborah, but I'm going to do you a favor and not do it. So I have been involved with the Arts Conservatory for Teens for about 10 years. To me, this is not just an after-school program. This is a lifeline to success for these kids. This program builds confidence, builds self-esteem, it builds strength in their conviction to be proficient in their talent or whatever career they choose. Their mission focuses on economic development through job readiness training, not just for the performing arts, but to be competitive in the workforce. ACT's research-based curriculum and program's 13-year history is the epitome of positive transformation for these teens. It unleashes their creativity and provides a solid foundation upon which achievement is built. It nurtures positive values like empathy, kindness, responsibility, integrity through strong and positive role models. Most importantly, a combination of ACT's programming contributes to creating good human beings. ACT makes St. Petersburg unique. ACT makes us a better community. I'm all for helping these teens achieve this goal. Please join me in this effort.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tim Malkowitz, representing the chair of ACT at 261st Avenue South. Chair Gertis, City Council, thanks again. It's obviously been a long afternoon, as we pointed out, for the youngsters, but well worth the time. Thank you for your continued support of ACT. Really do appreciate the positive feedback and the impact it has on our community here in St. Petersburg. Educate, empower, and enrich. These are words verbs, very powerful verbs that we use in our mission statement. And they influence the lives of our city's youth, as you've heard from a parent, and you've heard from Alex, and obviously you've seen some of the talent that has come through here through the birthday celebration song. Educate, empower, and enrich. Those are also powerful actions that drive many of Mayor Welch's pillars for progress when I go and review that, and their impact on our city's youth. ACT and the City of St. Petersburg are perfectly aligned when it comes to creating opportunities for a better, prepared, and educated workforce. It's more than just an after-school program. In fact, that's not really what it's about. It's a philosophy and proven practice in education, empowerment, and enrichment. It fosters an environment of hope, resilience, and preparedness, equipping young people with mindset and tools necessary for high school, graduation, as well as career readiness and lifelong success. What keeps me motivated and committed to ACT's mission is the unwavering dedication to the measurable outcomes, the strong leadership, and its ability to create lasting impact. As a homegrown organization, rooted right here, as Alex said, in the sands of St. Petersburg, ACT has spent years refining its approach to ensure it truly transforms lives, not only for the students, but also for their families and our greater community. So with the city's continued partnership and financial support, ACT is poised to reach even more young people, expanding opportunities that will shape their futures and strengthen the fabric of our city. And I appreciate your time and consideration in deepening our partnership to make an even greater impact in our community. Thank you. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's it for public comment.
That's it.
Okay, we'll go to Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, Alex, for the update, for bringing the group here today. This is really special. Just amazing to hear from you. I've got a couple of questions for you if you want to get to a mic. And thanks to the supporters who have spoken today. It really means a lot. And if we're going to make this happen, we're going to need your guidance. So stand by for that. This is this organization has proven itself over and over again. Dr. Harris has proven himself to our community over and over again, and the students have shown us the benefits of this work over and over again. I think it's time for us to help the organization level up, because this is what we want. Whether you're talking about the arts, you're talking about workforce development, economic development, the future of our city lies in the work that's being done by organizations like this who have the demonstrated outcomes that we're looking for. So when I see something like this, I say, more please, and how do we help? Which is why we're meeting soon. I heard the number of $500,000 mentioned, and what we will need to see is a proposal and what that would look like. And I know it's something, we can work on it together. I'm happy to bring forward a new business item for us to talk about this. It can also be discussed as part of our budgeting process for the next fiscal year. That's already kicked off, and I've already, along with some of my colleagues, have demonstrated strong support for increasing our arts funding, so we'll keep up with that. And, you know, there's some different ways that I think we can get there, but we need to know what that's going to look like first. So I look forward to having those conversations with you. And I can't wait till we can get to the point where we can celebrate having achieved this together. I think it's time for the city to be a stronger partner and help you get to this. Your numbers are outstanding.
Thank you.
So I just want you to know I have your full support, as always.
Yes,
but this is intriguing, and I look forward to having further discussions about it with you and with my colleagues here and the administration.
Thank you so much.
So just know this is the start of what's next.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm excited, Dr. Harris, to move on to what's next because I have had the opportunity to sit down and talk to you. I've seen your proposal, and I'm excited, Councilmember Driscoll, to bring forward the new business item and also the budget request because you deserve this. I certainly think our kids are worthy of this investment. When you think about what's happening in our community and what you see on the news, we showcase the bad, but it's nice to highlight the good. And I think today we got to see the good that's taking place in the neighborhood. So thank you so much, Dr. Harris, for showcasing that. Just a few things. I'll start off with some comments. First of all, I know what the arts did for me. You said it yourself. It provides pathways to career opportunities. I don't think I would be here today if it wasn't for Bring Your Music, which is no longer here today, or Southside Fundamentals Band or Lakewood High's band. It was those opportunities that gave me a ticket to college. I was not athletic, y'all. I was musically inclined. So I appreciate the opportunities that the arts provided. And I just think about, we have the opportunity to we say that we're the arts capital. We say that we are the premier destination for the arts, but are we being intentional about making sure that we preserve this name, this legacy in perpetuity? Well, that's going to take making sure that we invest those dollars where they need to be spent, and that's our kids. So I certainly love what you all do. I'm looking forward to my tour to come over there and check you guys out. And my last thing is we talked about the Bridge the Gap plan, right? The county, if you're not familiar with it, I encourage you to research that. Having been in education, I know that we have an issue, especially when it comes to African American males not graduating at the rate that they should be, a disproportionate disadvantage there. So I love the fact that you guys are focused on increasing our graduation rate and decreasing the dropout rate. So when we think about poverty in St. Pete, I want my colleagues to know that this is one of those things that helps break down the barriers to end the cycle of poverty by investing in our youth. And if we can put dollars everywhere else across this city, we can certainly support the arts in our youth. So again, my last question for you. I've seen the proposal, obviously others haven't. So what would that breakdown look like for these dollars? How would they be allocated? I don't expect you to go dollar by dollar, but just in summary.
In summary, the $500,000 request will help strengthen our platform here, our footprint to impact more students. Right now, for example, there were some budget cuts with the Pinellas County Public Schools, for example, is one example of others. And I sat down with the chair of the board, Laura Hine, and we had a conversation, and we will be having a conversation with superintendent, and I think on Monday, because we're trying to find, we have a 10-year relationship with the school, but we may not even be able to be on those campuses next year. And so that's what we are faced with. We see the results. We've checked the boxes with intention to ensure that the product that we've created for the young people is working. It's a model that works, as we love to celebrate the idea that the research-based, because that's where we started. We wanted to do something that has empirical evidence to support our practice, that all of our teaching artists are top professional teaching artists that not only are professionals and have honed their own skills and crafts through their training, but also through our training as well in engaging to ensure that we have the outcomes that we have. So that's one huge example of how the dollars will be used for our students.
I appreciate that. And you estimated that $500,000 investment. About how many students do you estimate that would reach?
So for our program, it's $1,500 for our traditional programming. For our advanced, some of the students you saw here today, that's $5,000 a year to get them from transportation to our workshops to our trainings that they go to every week. So that's how it will increase another a little bit less than 500 students, basically. The idea is to put the numbers to student.
And I think we have to be intentional about providing those wraparound services to families, especially those low-income families who may not have access to transportation.
Absolutely.
Maybe they're working 2 and 3 jobs like my mom did. So to your point, Regina, thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate what you guys are doing. You're meeting people where they are. You're helping these kids reach their dreams. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Thank you so much. Dr. Harris.
Thank you.
Thank you. And like I said, all they had to do was see what I saw. So thank you, Councilmember Driscoll, for offering to do the new business item, but that's already in the works. I know that you are meeting with Mr. Walsh, and I'm waiting on that response so we can move forward, because I know you're saying $500,000, but according to that, you're asking us to also initially set aside $100,000 for the first year, and so that's where we've started, because that seems to be a little bit more palatable with what we're trying to do with that. So again, you came, we saw, you conquered, and I'm just so grateful that you see it for yourself, that my colleagues are just as interested in helping your program as I was when we initially met, and I said, let's do it.
Yes.
Let them see how much of an impact that you've made to the city of St. Petersburg and our teenagers. So we're going to continue to have the conversation. I want you to continue to grow. I want you to continue to be the mentor that you have been for the last, 13 years, 12, 13 years? And I want to thank your supporters for definitely being here. I'm glad we were able to get them to come, and they hung out with us for a little while. But we have nowhere else to go with this but up. And so I appreciate all that you've done and for coming and just showing just what you're working with, and I appreciate all of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. And Alex, you do fantastic work. I mean, you are an incredible ambassador for the program, done a great job with the presentation, reaching out to us, bringing all the support that you have. We all know the great work that you do in the community. I will say that, based on the number, I sit on the Arts Advisory Committee. The total amount that we get, I think, in grants is $550,000 is what we have. So I just want to throw it out there because we got additional money, I think, last year because of the increase, right, into the budget. But just to put things in perspective and so people understand, we do have an Art Advisory Committee. We have monies allocated. They look at all these organizations, just like and you know all the people that are involved because you're part of it. So you know all these great organizations that do work, and that's kind of the balance I think that we're talking about. How do you kind of fit it all in with how we're trying to help the organizations? So definitely want to be there to level up and see what we can do. But that's kind of the context of what we're looking at in terms of budget and looking at the money. But I think I think you're fantastic. And by the way, everyone, he's a new dad.
Yes.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Alex, always great spending time with you, whether it's at the breakfast a few months ago, well, it seems like a few months ago. It's probably a little longer than that now. But the time we spent on the phone and then time earlier, just always appreciate it. And then I'm just always blown away by the kids. I think about being an 8-year-old picking up a trombone, being a 12-year-old picking up a baritone, being a 14-year-old picking up a tuba. The tuba, I think, weighed as much as I did at that point. And then all the while, being able to sing and learn how to do those things and be on a stage. And I can promise you, I'm not sitting in this seat if it weren't for all those things. Yeah. And I talk a lot about our baseball fields and our swimming pools because I feel the same. I was able to spend a lot of time in those too. But, the ability to whether it's, which is unimportant today, the ability to campaign, to knock on somebody's door and have an honest conversation with them, or be able to sit up here and press a button on a pressing issue that might not go so well and have the confidence to do so, I think didn't come from my ability to sit in the batter's box. It came from my ability to be on a stage or read music and have the confidence to do that in front of hundreds or thousands of people. And so I appreciate the work that you do, and I know, or at least I hope I communicated that to you the times
yes.
I've seen you in the past. So I'm excited to have these conversations. I'm glad some of the concerns Vice Chair Hanowitz just brought up were the concerns, just being transparent. Certainly, I've asked for the arts budget to continue to go up, but we also want to make sure that we're trying to impact as much as we can, and I know you're doing that, and I know we're going to have those conversations, and I'm looking forward to that, and certainly looking forward to continuing to support your organization for many, many years to come.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We are going to move on to F4, our code enforcement on storm damaged property update. And we're here with Administrator Foster and Director Joe Waugh.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to...
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Good afternoon, City Council. I'm just going to say a few words to get us started. First of all, I just want to thank Councilmember Gabbard for bringing up this item. It's an important discussion to have. And I just want to take a moment to thank all our staff, because I know a lot of staff has been watching. And it has been a challenge for staff to handle the day-to-day operations while also handling the longer-term recovery of the storms. And so I just want to take a moment to thank them for everything they've been doing, and want to just talk a little bit about the longer-term recovery and everything that's been going on. We had the debris management, which we've worked through, the increased permitting demand, which we've talked about and is still occurring. And then today we're going to be talking about compliance with the National Flood Insurance Program and our city code. We're going to continue the discussion next week on utility billing. We've also had a lot of discussions about construction and repair of city facilities that are ongoing. Now we're starting to talk about grant management with the exciting news on the CDBG-DR and the money coming in and how we're going to handle that. I think we sent you some information on that today. The finance and budget challenges, and then the ongoing issue of communication with the public and about what we're doing. So, we know that we're not going to be perfect in this long-term recovery. There's going to be lessons learned, but we're dedicated to the work, and we believe that we will emerge as a city in the end stronger and more resilient for all the work that we're doing together. So just wanted to share that with you before I turn it over to Mr. Waugh.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Council. We're here today to present an update on the code's monitoring cases that we first briefed you on in early November. That briefing followed a letter that was mailed to every affected property on November 1st. With significant misinformation circulating and emotions running high, we want to ensure that both you and our residents have the correct information. Look, we know our residents are weary. That some of them are facing the process of putting their homes back together for the second, third, or fourth time in recent years. This process is not something the city has ever been required to undertake before. So we're designing the plane as we are flying it. I would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity, thank you, Rob, for recognizing staff in your comments, to recognize the work that this team has done over the last 4 months. Many of them were boots on the ground before waters had even receded, while their own homes had been flooded and their families displaced. Mr. Waugh is here today to provide an overview of the process and our lessons learned, and we also have the building and permitting team and floodplain manager here to answer your questions as well. I believe that Mr. Doyle will also be here to talk about communications if needed. I do want to mention, though, that while we've been sitting here, Joe is going to share at the end of the presentation how we've already presented to FEMA and they've provided us with positive feedback about our processes. But while we've been sitting here, FEMA has already reached out to us because of the increased media attention and wants to schedule additional meetings with us to ensure that we follow the processes that we presented to them earlier in the year. And so, Joe will talk to you about the forensic audits and the things that we know we have to have in place for FEMA. I just want to say to you again, none of us want to be in this position to have to be doing this work. It's certainly unfortunate that so many homeowners have been impacted, but it is an important part of the process to be in compliance so that we have resilient recovery. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Waugh.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members of council. I guess it's good evening at this point.
Joe, we'll let you do this presentation.
Yeah, I know. I was waiting for the move approval, but I guess. All right. So we know how challenging the last few months have been for everyone that's been impacted by the storms. We understand it has been a difficult process and that there is much more work to do on the road to recovery. A resident that reached out to me last week to provide feedback about this process told me, the city should have been out here immediately after the storm looking for people doing improper work and should still be out canvassing. I had to explain that we were. We were out there after the storms. We were going door to door throughout their neighborhood and the entire city. But we weren't there to issue violation notices. We were there to provide support, resources, and in many cases, a hug and some comfort during a difficult time. I wanted to lead with that because that is who we are as a department. And that is who we are as a city. We are intentional about our work, and our goal is always to do our best to assist and protect our residents. While we knew we had a difficult task ahead of us that has never been encountered before, we took an informed approach that we believed was best for the city and our residents, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to be here with you all this evening to review that process. So I just want to begin with the timeline. As we all know, we experienced the back-to-back storms within a 2-week period. Codes, housing, and social services staff conducted street team outreach immediately after the storms, and construction services and permitting completed damage assessments at the same time. On November 7th, the 49% rule was reviewed during the HLUT meeting, and that is when we provided an overview of our plan to actively monitor storm damaged properties. In December, we finally received the final list of damage assessments for each storm event and began a plan for implementing the monitoring process. So I wanted to provide a brief background on how the damage assessment process worked. So as I mentioned, after each storm, inspections are completed to identify indicators of damage to include water lines, structural disrepair, and then debris that may be removed from the property. That data is entered into a county damage assessment application via smartphone in the field and allows for photos and notes to be added to the specific properties. While not exactly the same, it has similar functionality to our See Click Fix application, which I'm sure many of you are very familiar with. The county then uses our data assessment numbers to assist in the emergency declaration process and then releases that information back to the municipalities. So this table here represents the total number of damaged properties split between those within a flood hazard area and outside of the flood hazard area. And this is for both Helene and Milton. So as you will see, there were significantly more properties within flood hazard areas due to the storm surge that was brought by Helene. I also want to highlight that the 11,000 properties are every property within the flood hazard area that were identified through damage assessments. So this represents about a quarter of the 40,000 properties that are actually within flood hazard areas within the city. I also wanted to provide a brief description of what each level of damage means, the lowest obviously being affected and then the highest being destroyed. And then properties that were identified as destroyed did not have a monitoring case, but we are addressing those through our demolition process. So we are monitoring these properties to ensure compliance with FEMA and our city ordinances to ensure all required permits are pulled and inspections are completed. If we fail to do this effectively, it could affect our community rating system discount or could result in being placed on probation from the National Flood Insurance Program. We've also learned from other municipalities that FEMA will be actively monitoring our response to the storm recovery. One municipality described it as a forensic audit. They encountered issues when there was a lack of permits compared to the number of damaged properties. And then on top of that, there was insufficient code enforcement cases to close the gap and ensure those properties were obtaining the necessary permits. So while we knew developing an effective process was going to be challenging, it was a little bit more difficult than we anticipated. Initially, our time was consumed with balancing recovery efforts, street team outreach, unfit and unsafe structures, and a record number of tenant complaints filled our plates immediately after the storms. By late December and into early January, we began to see properties being listed for sale that didn't appear to have the required permits. Our current case management system left us with little room for flexibility, and we were facing an increase in workload that was over a third of our yearly total. Validating data was also difficult, and ultimately we discovered that it was more efficient to validate it by basically distributing that throughout the entire staff with field inspections. So we began to problem solve and establish some workarounds with the Naviline system to make sure it could do what we needed it to do for this process. The map shown on the slide are the 18 different zones that were created to equitably distribute the workload amongst our staff and ensure that they could complete their work efficiently. The investigative team also had to manage their own current workload, and so we established new inspector identifications that aligned with their assigned zone to help keep their work organized and reduce the potential for errors. So as we begin the next steps in this process that I'll discuss later, cases will be initiated within the non-flood hazard areas that are shown there as the no zone. So in early January, we began the implementation process. A detailed process and procedure, along with a flow chart, were developed for our investigative staff. We held dedicated staff meetings to review the process and answer questions for the team before the work began. Understanding that our investigative staff would be experiencing an increased workload, we utilized our main code's email and phone number for these cases to ensure that we maintained prompt responses to questions and concerns for our residents. The last thing that we wanted to do is have a delay in response with this new process, so we wanted to make sure we incorporated that. We also provided talking points to our administrative team to ensure there was clarity in messaging and escalated all calls concerning these cases directly to management staff. So I did want to highlight some of the key processes with these monitoring cases. So first, physical inspections are completed for each case. The bulk of these will initially be drive-by due to workload, but we are doing more detailed inspections if we do observe that there's the potential for work being conducted without permits. Violation notices are issued if work is completed or in process without the required permits, and these are found both via those physical inspections, and we're also reviewing real estate listings as well. Properties with active permits for repairs are changed to a post-disaster emergency permit case for record-keeping purposes. And then if all work is completed, the permit is closed and the case gets closed out. If work is in process and the permit has not received all required inspections, we are monitoring these until completion, and then the case will get closed out. And we understand the workload that the permitting department has right now. So this is just a second check and balance to their process. That way, if a permit doesn't get closed out, it expires, we can make sure we capture that. So we did attempt to cross-reference closed permits prior to initiating these monitoring cases, but there were issues that we identified that required a more thorough review of each permit. And so one example that I can provide, there were a lot of PDEP permits that were issued immediately after the storm because, for example, someone needed a new electrical riser so they could get power back onto their house. We obviously wanted to make sure that could happen very quickly for them. So if we were to make a blanket statement that anybody with a PDEP permit had done all the work that they needed, there was going to be a significant number of properties that would be missed through this process. And that's why we could not just say if you had your PDEP permit, we weren't going to start this because there were some discrepancies there. So we initiated monitoring of cases on properties that were affected, understanding that we would be reviewing these cases after 90 days. This allowed us to physically inspect these properties to ensure work wasn't being completed, and then conduct a review based on FEMA's guidance prior to closing them out. If residents believe that a monitoring case was started in error because they had no damage, those are reviewed by management, and we've been trying to turn those around same day. 2 business days is the longest that it's been for us to get a response back to residents. So understanding that codes cases are public records, cases that are closed because there was no evidence of damage that would require remediation are closed with detailed notes, and also they are shown as invalid rather than just simply being closed. That way, if you were to look at that record, you would see that that was an invalid case. So some inspection results. Since January 27th, we've completed almost 4,500 inspections. There have been 806 cases that have been changed to the PDEP case type because they had their active permits. 59 cases were closed because the permits had received all their final approvals. 23 have been closed as invalid after an additional review by management. And then we've had over 65 violation notices issued for work without permits. And I wanted to just show an image and a description of one of the properties that we found early in this process. So as you can see, new flooring, cabinets, roof, HVAC, pool equipment, all done after the storm, and there was not a single permit that was pulled for any of that work. And this was listed for sale. Next, I want to share some facts about these monitoring cases. So an active case does not equal a code violation. And an active case itself does not create an encumbrance on a property that would affect real estate transactions or refinancing. So we have utilized monitoring cases for over 10 years to track our vacant and boarded properties throughout the city, and we have never been told by a title company that a monitoring case has held up a closing. Additionally, over the last 2 weeks, we have not had a single title company that has contacted us about a flood hazard case and indicate that they had any concerns with the presence of that case while they were going through their closing. No fines or liens have been placed against any property due to one of these cases at this point in time. So our standard process is to notify property owners once a violation is found. Each year, we have thousands of cases that are initiated that do not result in violations, and owners have never been proactively notified just of the presence of a codes case on their property. Wanted to highlight some of the communication surrounding this process. So during the November 7th HLUT meeting, we provided an overview of our plan to inspect the 10,000 plus properties that were identified via damage assessments. I completed one-on-one meetings as requested with council members after that committee meeting. On November 1st, Planning and Development Review Services mailed out information about the 49% rule to the 40,000 plus structures that were in the flood hazard area. And then I had direct communication with residents and neighborhood association leadership the week that the process began. There's always opportunities for improvement and lessons to be learned from every situation. While I'm confident that we developed a sound process that will protect our residents and allow for a resilient storm recovery, I recognize that we failed to communicate this effectively to the impacted residents. We were transparent about our intentions during public meetings, but fell short when it came to proactive communication prior to the rollout of that process. We have since launched an FAQ and have provided details regarding this process on our website and through social media channels. Beyond communication, I think we can also focus on identifying better tools to allow for more efficient validation of data that crosses multiple departments and organizations. And that's already underway within the city as we are transitioning from Navline to the Tyler system, which will be a much better tool for situations like this moving forward. So throughout this process, we have technical assistance meetings with representatives from FEMA. During our January 30th meeting, we outlined our monitoring process for them and received the following feedback, in addition to a reminder of the importance of continuing down this path. So FEMA's review indicates the City of St. Petersburg's current processes do not demonstrate potential program deficiencies that may impact resilient and compliant storm recovery. We have submitted this process for a FEMA write-up as a best practice. And then again, the reminder, failing to enforce your regulations could result in the loss of the community rating system policy discounts and result in CRS downgrade. Additionally, failure to administer and enforce minimum standards address program deficiencies, or remedy NFIP violations may result in probation. So moving forward, we will continue the monitoring process within flood hazard areas, and we will begin the process for damaged properties outside of the flood hazard areas. So while permitting requirements outside of the flood hazard area is less stringent, it is still imperative to ensure the permits are obtained for all necessary repairs. So this will additionally protect our residents and ensure an equitable codes compliance response to the damages that were sustained throughout the entire city. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Gabbard, I'm going to ask you something real quick.
Yes, sir.
Vice Chair Hanowitz has to go to an event representing the city. Is there any chance you might be okay with her going first, or do you want to lead it off?
I mean, I brought the report item, so.
How about it?
So, first of all, I just want to start by saying thank you. I know how busy you all are, so bringing a report item is not, the easiest thing in the world to ask you right now, because I know how much work it's going to take to put this together. But I just want to thank you. Thank you for everything that you've done, because Joe, you and your team, Amy, have really worked beyond overtime to get us to where we are today. So I have a few questions just to kind of clarify, because, Chair, the reason that I brought this report item was because, quite frankly, I missed the deadline and you were gracious enough to let me get it on, but I don't know about my colleagues. I've done pretty much nothing for a week but talk about this topic. So it's very timely. We needed to have this conversation. I have a list of questions that you kind of covered, but a little bit more specific stuff that specifically has been coming to me. So first, I'm just going to start out. I want to ask legal, where is Heather? So Heather, I know you've been working closely on this. You're very familiar with all of this. This is your area of expertise. So the very first question, is this legal to do this?
Absolutely. We are actually utilizing a process that we already have. We were lucky in that we have a fully built out codes compliance process, and the process that we're doing in regards to people who actually have the violations is exactly what we've been doing with our code enforcement board. The notices are the same. This process is fully compliant under Florida statutes 162.
Okay. And Amy, you mentioned there was a November letter that went out to all residents, and that there was mention of enforcement or something in that. I went back and tried to find my letter. I couldn't find it in my numerous stack.
I think Liz has it pulled up.
So can you talk about that? And to my understanding, there was no legal requirement to do anything additional in the way of notification because these are not violations, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So this November 1st letter talks about the permit requirements for storm damage repairs and resources for property owners. And throughout it, it talks about, what happens next, what's substantial damage, what's the 49% rule, the market value, and it lets them know that there will be inspections. I'm trying to find that exact area by codes enforcement.
Okay. And I think that's sufficient to answer the question, because I think there's this idea that there's been 0 notifications sent out. And so I just wanted to make sure that we really talked about what notification we have done.
Yep.
So, I think one of the things that has been kind of a real sticking point, and you mentioned it, was the individuals who did not have damage. And so can we talk a little bit about why it's public record, it can't be just removed, it's marked as invalid? Why is that? And I just want to say to my colleagues, I have one of these cases on my house. So all week long, every time this has come up, I've gone to my case and I've looked at it, and I've been using mine as a case study. I had a voided codes case from back in 1997 on my home. Didn't keep me from purchasing it in 2014. Didn't even come up, to be quite honest. So I'm just kind of looking at this and saying, why are they marked the way that they are? Why can they not be removed? Residents should understand that.
So just go back, and specifically for this situation, one of the things, as Mr. Wall mentioned, is that we looked at other communities, especially Fort Myers Beach, who is in a suspension of their NFIP program. And I asked my legal assistant to pull me everything from that documentation that got them in that situation. And the second thing is they failed to provide all documentation that demonstrates your community is leveraging its code enforcement process to address new and existing codes cases for all structures not confirmed as compliant. To confirm compliance, we have to do that inspection. And how the process works is we have to keep those public records when we go out. Just like any other codes case, if a complaint is received either internally or from a citizen, we open a codes case to document the complaint or the reason that we're going out, who went out, when we went out, and what we found. And if we find nothing, the case is closed. But that public record must remain. And we have them going back to the 80s. So it's highly likely with a city that has a housing stock as old as St. Petersburg that there hasn't been some interaction with codes, but that's not a lien. It's just a public record.
So Joe, can you talk about the process for individuals who state that they do not have damage, but they have one of these cases? What process, I know you said it's like 2 business days or something like that. What process do they go through?
So when they contact our office, they'll indicate that they did not receive any damage. Our administrative staff will take all their information. They'll send that email to me and my management staff. We will then do a more thorough review. So we will go into the damage assessment tool. We will see exactly what the extent of the damage was. Maybe it was 6 inches or it could be 3 feet. And then we'll go into the actual tool to see what did the photographs look like. Sometimes there is no clear indicator, but you can look at the property right next door, and there was a 3-foot line on that house, reasonable to believe, it just got washed off or whatever may have happened. And so we will do that initial review. There are going to be situations where you can clearly see that there was maybe a 6-inch water line that was on the garage door, but the stoop of the house is stepped up. And so in those cases, we've partnered with permitting on this because we did not want to make that call on our own. We are going to close those out because there wouldn't be any more evidence at that point in time that water would have been into the living space that would have required repairs for permits. If it's not something that we can make a decision on based on the information that we have in front of us, we are asking residents just to simply allow us to come out at their convenience, look and see what the property conditions are, and if there's no evidence that there's water intrusion, no recent work, we'll compare, current photographs that we take with recent real estate listings, things like that, to make sure the conditions haven't changed, and then we will close that out. So we are trying to make this as easy as possible for everybody. Certainly, the number of calls coming in has increased exponentially this last week, but we are still prioritizing that because we understand the importance of this, and we're turning those around as quickly as we can.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So then I think my last question, and then I just got a couple comments. So the case type. I've heard a lot of conversation about this, right? The special flood hazard area being used as the initial case type. And then I can see from my own that once you file the permit, then it moves into the post-disaster emergency permit. So why is that special flood hazard area type used?
So that was just the case type that we created for these cases.
All right.
And just like the PDEP. So when we start this outside of the flood hazard areas, the case type that we're using is a damage assessment property maintenance case. This is one of those workarounds with our tool. Naviline is very difficult to pull reports out of. So the easiest way is to have that very first, data point to be the actual case type. So we know if FEMA asks, let me see all of your properties that you've inspected, due to damage, I can pull every special flood hazard case and we can have it right there ready to go for them. If we were to put that in one of our regular permit case types or a property maintenance case type, trying to dig through all of the ones that were not there. So it's really just the workaround for the tool. A reporting mechanism, yes.
Okay. And then I think Hannah is here. I have a question about permitting after the fact, and maybe this is an Angie question. So quite frankly, some of my calls the last couple days have been people calling to confess. Like, I'm hearing that there's now this codes case. I went ahead and did the work. Maybe I didn't know flooring, drywall, those things that I was supposed to permit. What do I do?
Come into the office and pull a permit. No added fees, just come in and pull a permit. Nothing substantially has happened. We're not going to fine you extra. It's not a double fee with working without permit. We are simply out there saying, please pull your permit. Okay. So they can just come right on in, bring the photos, bring every scope of work that you did, and just pull a permit.
Okay. Well, when I started getting those calls, I kind of felt like, you know what? It's starting to work. That, you know, the accountability that we have to put around all of this is so critically important. And I also wanted to let my colleagues know. So I verified everything that Joe was saying about cloud on title. I reached out, I took my case and I sent it to 4 title companies. And I said, if I went to sell my house today with this on here, would this impede me closing on my home? The answer on all 4 of them was no, it will not. It will come up in a municipal lien search, and that title company might ask for a hold harmless just as a notice of disclosure. But I would say that in those comments back to me from those title companies, a lot of them said, you know what, quite frankly, we're selling homes that we're concerned that people don't have full disclosure on. Maybe this is another way that people will have an additional layer of knowledge about what potentially happened to this property. So I wanted to let you all know that I did do my due diligence. I went, I looked, and I wanted to make sure that we were not doing any harm. I had asked these questions in my 101 in November, but just wanted to verify that on the back end.
Can I just double click on something? You know, Hannah shared what should happen if somebody didn't pull a permit, and we're here to work with folks, right?
Yeah.
And so the FAQ does explain, here's what you need to do. I do want to mention, so everybody's aware, that they're going to be found out one way or the other, right? So we have FEMA's data for who applied for FEMA. We have insurance data.
Right.
And so there's a lot of people that are writing us right now saying, I didn't have any damage, I didn't have this, here's my picture, but we have the other data to tell us a different story. And so just come in, we're here to help you. And I really want to underscore that you know, let's not dig the hole deeper, right? Just come in, there's people here who want to be of assistance.
Right, and I've been sharing that message with individuals who have called me over the last few days, asking those same questions. And I think for me, like, this is a really great example of, you know, we have these processes that we have to put in place. We have to work through this permitting process, and we have to hold people accountable because of all the reasons that you shared, that our city could be even at greater risk of not being sustainable, not being resilient if we do not do these things. This is about keeping us as a strong city. But when we talk about strength, strength also comes from standing together. And I feel like there's been a lot of this kind of division over this particular issue over the last week. And it's very upsetting to me. It's very concerning to me. Our neighborhoods need us to band together. And I feel like the further we're getting away from the storm events, the more that there's this like kind of desire to kind of tear each other apart, right? And cast blame and doubt. So I would just say, to any resident that is listening, to hear what our staff is saying. They're doing everything they can to try to help to rebuild our city every single day under impossible circumstances. And so to tear them apart on social media or in the phone calls you're receiving, the emails that you're receiving, is completely unfair. We will get through this together. It is not going to be easy, but we have to continue to move forward in a way that is respectful, understanding that we all are making the same decisions together collectively out of respect for each other and our processes. We need our residents to do the same. And so I'm really glad that we're having this conversation today. I want to thank you again for allowing me to put it on last minute, because the only thing I want us to do is rebuild a city that is stronger in the face of what we have coming for us in the future. And so I just really applaud all of you for being able to stand up, make those tough decisions, stick by them every day, and continue to do the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Joe, I wanted to take just a minute to address you. I sitting here listening, I wanted to be able to regurgitate everything that you have changed since the first storm. You instantly became understaffed. You created new policy. And I could go on and on and on. And we're all very grateful and impressed by that. But I wanted to take a moment. I have heard from two different sources that what's happened lately with what we're talking about now has created some consternation, and some phone calls have come in or correspondence has come in that were very difficult. And from what I understand, you directed them all to you personally.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's it. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, your staff has taken a beating. They're working longer than they want. There's not enough of them. They have damaged houses. On and on and on and on and on. And this adds to I am confident as Councilwoman Gabbard did a good job espousing that the team is on board, but they're getting beat up. And you took it all. Thank you for that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to quickly go to a public comment we have on Zoom.
Okay. Great. Pinnell's Park Grace Brethren Church. I entered you into the meeting space. Please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Joseph Sowers, 5601 Hobson Street Northeast, just using the church's Zoom access. Part of my struggle is that it took 6 to 7 weeks for me to get that letter. I was someone who did not have renter's insurance or homeowner's insurance, flood insurance. I was very grateful a organization called Texas on Mission, before the week after Milton, had already taken out my drywall, remediated for mold, and put my drywall back in. So for me to find out 3-4 weeks afterwards that you should have gotten permits for that, these were people that were based at a church in South St. Pete, so there was some kind of lack of communication there. The other thing is, I tried to make a appointment today. The system says that there are no appointments. On September 26th, when the storm hit, finished work was considered an exempted permit. Finished work is things such as baseboard, doors, painting, trim, that type of thing. And then I find out at a meeting, online meeting in November 8th, that is no longer considered finished work, and now I need a permit for that. I think the city is overwhelming its building department unnecessarily. Yes, I did have damage. It was fixed. I spent way under the 49%. Under the previous September 26 requirements, it says that I just need to submit a cost breakdown for the work that was done, and I am more than willing to do that. And I'm sorry, 2 foot of drywall is not structural. I disappointed that my city council member wasn't available after the storm because he had resigned or whatever, I don't know. But, I worked for the state of Florida for 35 years, so I appreciate being a public servant, but we just want to be in our homes. We want to move forward. I made good faith effort. I was very blessed that someone helped me. And now it feels an awful like I'm being punished for being proactive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, excuse me. We have one more public comment. She's filling out the card.
Okay.
It's Rachel Penny. Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Rachel Sartain Tenpenny, 1684 Watermark Circle Northeast, St. Petersburg. I've been selling real estate in the area since 2003. I've spoken with Brandy about this topic and Kevin, And I've seen all the social media, and I've been involved in group text complaining about it. And I just want to say thank you to our city, our council, and our codes department for doing what you're doing. And you're drawing a line in the water. And I would say sand, but water went more appropriately. The day I stayed for Helene, and the next morning I walked down the street and just started helping my neighbors pull soaking wet rugs out of their living room and whatever we could. And I ended up, I think, helping clean out at least 30 homes. And being in real estate, I looked around and I was scared to death because that's my livelihood. What am I going to sell? There's nothing to sell. It's all destroyed. And I just started my own brokerage and just hired my daughter a full-time salary. So I got to work and kept walking the streets and talking to people, and I came across a mother and her teenage daughter sitting on 62nd Avenue Northeast, right outside of Shore Acres. They were waiting on somebody to pick them up. And I asked what street she lived on. She said Denver Street. So how long have you lived there? We bought 9 months ago. Denver Street flooded in Idalia as well, and I don't know how many other times those homes flooded. I'm tired of fix and flip, BS, throw some lipstick on the pig, and remodel these homes and selling them to unsuspecting consumers. And if the realtors and the homeowners and the remodelers would do what they're supposed to do and disclose, we wouldn't have this case. And to the comment of the person that just called in, the reason why these drywall permits are so important is because the mold behind the drywall. And I'm going against the grain, and I am planning to do my social media BS tomorrow because everybody else has done it, and they're on Bay News 9 and ABC Action News and this, that, and the other, and they're all bashing the city for what you're doing. But what you're doing is protecting people, and you're putting an end to constantly rebuilding these homes that are below the floodplain, that some of them are, you know, you've got floor joists that are wooden and subfloors and wood floors, and they got flooded and they didn't get treated. And I've seen those neighbors move back in, and they have to be ripped out. And I'm sorry, I just wanted to say thank you. I am passionate about this, and I appreciate all that you're doing.
Thank you. And we appreciate you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I understand the why. I understand the reasons that we have to do this monitoring, and I appreciate all that has gone into developing a process. And I agree with Councilmember Harding that you making yourself available for people who need answers or need to vent, whatever, is admirable. And thank you. Some might say, well, that's your job, but I know that it's more than that, and I certainly appreciate it. The challenge that I'm having with this is the communication piece. And I feel like we're coming back to that concept quite a bit lately. I mean, last week it was about the water bills. This morning it was about crane safety. Now we're talking about code enforcement. And every single time we bring it up, that some proactive communication could go a long way. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of people, but think about the trouble that could be saved by just making sure that everyone understands what's happening and why, and not waiting until people are just, kind of in their own crisis about this, for you to say, no, it's okay, you can come to confession and we will get things fixed and you'll be absolved and everything will be okay. There's a way to get ahead of this instead of chasing behind it. And that's where, quite frankly, I'm disappointed. I just feel like there had to have been a way to give people a heads up. And I'm getting tired of asking about communication and why it's not better. That is the one thing where I think that we really, really need some improvement. I don't know if in hindsight you were thinking that, yes, we could have.
Yes, Councilor. I mean, I referenced it in the presentation, right? That was definitely a lesson learned, and I think that what I've learned from this is I didn't anticipate the level of misunderstanding, right? And that's why I didn't have a second thought about doing this process, because I knew that a code case means nothing, until there's an active violation. But I failed to realize how quickly that could spin, into misinformation, and then we're trying to backtrack. So I absolutely agree with you. I appreciate that feedback. And our standard process, we don't notify until there's a violation notice. There's thousands of cases out there that nobody even knew they had a case, and that's just historically how we have operated. Obviously, this is a different scenario. Again, first time we're dealing with this, so I recognize that. That's why I wanted to put that just out front right in the presentation. This is something we've learned from this, and we'll do a better job next time.
Thank you. Thank you. These.
Can I say a few words?
Please.
Council, Mr. Doyle. Thank you, Amy. So, Councilwoman Driscoll, I hear you. As has been said, we are balancing the recovery work as well as the regular items. That is our standard. It has been a lot to balance all of it. We're learning lessons. We work with an incredible team. Unfortunately, most of them are over at the pier with Councilwoman Hanowitz and the mayor. I would love to bring the team here. We can explain some of the emergency communications. We can get some input from each of you. We are working as hard as we can. We hear you. We are trying to balance our regular work as well as the recovery work, and there are lessons learned. So
Yeah, I understand that, and we've got folks out there who are trying to balance their regular lives with their own recovery work.
Absolutely.
And somewhere out there, I can only imagine that we've got a homeowner who had to figure out how to help out Grandma at the Princess Martha when she found out that there was a crane down the street that could kill her during the storm. And then their house gets flooded. They get a $2,000 water bill, and then they find out they've got an open codes case. Imagine what they're having to balance right now.
And we work with those individuals every day. The team that we work with feels that pressure. A lot of our team members have lost their homes as well, and we're going to continue to do the best we can.
Okay. I love it when we do things in a way that doesn't piss people off. And there is a process by which that can happen. So I look forward to seeing some improvements in that area of communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I just wanted to put myself in the queue to uplift one specific part of the conversation. I went through things myself. I had a broken foot. I could barely walk, and my house flooded. I had to put it back together, and I was late to this meeting because I was at home, like doing electrical work that I thought I could get done in our break, and it's not done, and now the breakers are off anyway. I got busy. I got work to do when I get home. Yeah. So I bring all that up to say. About the people who did not go get permits, and like the gentleman who spoke on Zoom, with a little bit of patience and going to the permitting office, I've had honestly a pleasant experience. And I really want to shout out everyone who works there, as they're in a difficult situation. Like, we're here during the day, we're off in our community, we're at our house getting stuff done. They're at the permit office every day, day in and day out, and dealing with people who are frustrated. And they walked me through the process very easily. You do have to have a little patience, though. Maybe if you want your permit right away, you have to spend a long time there. Me personally, I went, dropped off the paperwork, came back and picked it up about a week and a half later. Got a revision that took about a week, and so you do need a little bit of patience, but they're very, very helpful. And I want to uplift something a member of staff said earlier. I can't remember who, but I haven't felt at all like anyone was trying to, I guess, punish me. They are there to help, and so I understand it's frustrating. I know the gentleman on Zoom talked about an appointment or whatnot. You can just go in there whenever. It's gotten a lot easier to get access to people lately. I'll say that. It's still very busy, but they have great processes in place right now. And I just encourage you. It was a scary thing for me. The only permit I had gotten before was to get trees cut down years ago. And to go through this process was intimidating at first. But if you just go there in person, everyone is very helpful, and they make it very easy on you. So I just wanted to let people know that that is the case, and encourage them to go in person and talk to people, and have just a little bit of patience, and know that the storm permit is free. It just takes a little bit of your time to get. So thank you.
Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. I have a quick question. Wasn't there a time when one permit was kind of like a one-size-fits-all, that if you went and got one permit, you can do multiple tasks? The storm permit? So has that expired? I guess I'm trying to understand the line, the leniency from...
Not entire building official. Yes, it's still a PDEP permit, is a post-disaster emergency permit for the property, so it would be all-inclusive for any repair work from roofing to electric to drywall.
So none of these cases that we're referencing now held that type of permit?
No, they would all have that type of permit to clear the codes case.
Okay.
Yeah. If they've already pulled the permit, they're still monitoring the case until it's inspected and completed before they would close it out.
Okay. And I have to say, since I said it publicly before, one of the homeowners had called complaining about the service, and it's been made clear how frustrating the process is. I saw her a couple of days ago, and she said, "Council member, I would like to report that the experience that I've had from this point on has been awesome." I don't know who the young man is. She called his name or whatever, but she said she had to let me know that her experience has been different this go around. So I just have to put it out there, this time like I put it out the first time. So I want to thank you for that. But more importantly, I want to let our city staff know, because during the whole recovery time, I was concerned for constituents, but I was so concerned for our employees that were going through the same thing as well, and I still am, because everybody's still not completely gone through it. I kind of had like after storm guilt, because I didn't have any damage other than my fence and a couple other things, nothing dramatic, but thank you, and thank you for having to deal with your own stress and still having to be there. Now, grant you, I'm not going to exclude poor customer service, but I just had to let you know that I had gotten a different story from one of the same residents that has had a completely different experience with that. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you. It's always good for positive feedback.
Oh yeah, it was positive feedback, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Joe, I want to just kind of click on a couple of things, because I think it's just an opportunity to just dig a little deeper, and then I'll make a couple of quick comments. So we talked about Naviline and some of the restrictions. Could we just talk about, just kind of go a little deeper on the restrictions of Naviline and how Tyler is going to help? Even if nothing else changed, Tyler is going to help with that. And I don't know if you or somebody else wants to talk about how we're already down the road with Tyler, and we'll call it close in government times, but we're close.
Yes, so we're several months into that process. My operations manager was in meetings all day with Tyler today, building out our codes processes. So I think the immediate thing with this, so we go into Naviline on the code side, and we had to start all of these cases. In order to see the permits, you have to go into a completely different side and go into the permitting. Tyler is going to allow us, once we immediately pull that property up, it's going to have all the information that we need right there. And there's no bouncing back and forth between, are we in the code side, the permitting side, the utility billing side? It's not siloed. Correct. So it's going to be a much more efficient tool for everybody.
I want people to understand that we saw some of this issue years ago and started this process to get better. It just happens we just haven't gotten to the finish line yet, and I wanted to make sure we talked about that. The other thing I want to talk about, just so we're clear, you talked about an active codes case is not a codes violation. Can you talk about the difference of the two, please?
Yeah, so I mean, essentially, the codes case is just a marker in our case management system to tell us that we need to go out and do an inspection at that property, right? So could we have an
happen on things much larger than, or much smaller or much larger than a disaster, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've had one at my house for having the wrong vehicle in front of it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So we use this every day. I mean, we process 30,000 cases a year using this system.
Okay. And then can you talk about the difference between that and then an actual violation?
Yeah, so once we finally do our inspections, and if we observe that there's a violation of city code that exists, at that point we initiate the process to notify the property owner that they have an issue where they need to take corrective action.
Okay.
There are plenty of times where we don't see that. The case gets closed out, and that's the end of it.
Thank you. Those were a couple of things I just wanted to make sure we touched on and just dug down a little bit deeper. I want to go to something that Councilmember Floyd talked about, which is kind of the patience and grace of it all. You know, I remember, there are a few things I remember about being in college these days, but I remember being in a psych class and they talked about emotion never wants to have a conversation with reason. And I feel like when we're in this, you know, together, that's what this is. There is emotion, right? And all of us are feeling it in some way, shape, or form. And then what we're trying to communicate sometimes, people just don't want to hear, including us sometimes, because we're trying to communicate the reason to the emotion. And that is very difficult, okay? And so I thought Councilmember Floyd's comments were spot on. You know, I think about, you know, I hate to use another water analogy, but it's the best one I could come up with. And perfect timing, Mike. I'm about to talk about lifeguards. When you take your lifeguard class and someone is drowning and you go through that exercise, that person fights you. Because when it happens in real life, you are giving that person a lifeboat and they don't know that they want it. And that's what this is. This is really difficult because we are trying to go through this is the way I feel about it, at least. Back me up or tell me if I'm wrong. We are trying to go through the process to make sure St. Pete, exactly what Councilmember Gabbard said, stays resilient and strong for the future. The only way to do that is to get in the water and try to save it. And there are going to be fights in order to do that. And that's no fun. Nobody wants to do that, right? You don't want to be the person struggling in the water, and you don't love to be that person that knows they're going to go and counter that struggling person and could go down with them. And so that's where I feel like that's where we're at this point. And so I say all of that to echoing a lot of my colleagues, a massive thank you. Because I know we feel it. I can't imagine how you and the rest of frankly, the administration feels it. Because not only do you get it from 280,000 people, then you get it from the 8 of us who can call you at any time whenever we want. And so I'm very appreciative. I know it's difficult. Thank you for doing the hard work. Thank you for answering the phone. That goes to everybody. And I'm very appreciative. And thank you for being the lifeguard. Thank you for being the lifeguard. Okay. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, we'll go into our new business item, which is G1. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I respectfully request a referral to the Committee of the Whole to discuss the Prayer Park expansion project, currently on the Weeki Wachee project list, and so moved.
Second.
Seeing as we have a motion and second, no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, the motion to pass agenda item G1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Hanowitz being absent.
Councilmember Harding, looking forward to having that conversation. And thank you for bringing it forward. Okay, we're going to move into our final open forum. Clerk, do we have any speakers?
There are none in Zoom. And
We don't have any.
Okay. we'll go ahead and close open forum then. Council members, any announcements?
I mean, I just found out my roof is getting on tomorrow, so you can all celebrate with me for that finally, but otherwise, no.
Hopefully, Councilmember Floyd will match that with power later.
Progress.
Councilmember Floyd, go ahead.
You know, my foundation was damaged in the storm, and it's getting fixed on Monday. So yeah,
Progress.
it is good news. Yes, but you know, I think you might have been about to talk about it, but we did have the Kids and Cubs game on Saturday. Yeah, so and you know, we did win. It was 9-6 though, so and it was 6-6 like in the 5th or 6th inning, and we played 7, so it was a close one and a lot of fun. Some of us, not me, some people around here are still sore today.
Definitely.
Not me. No, I'm all recovered, but I also am in my early 30s still.
It was a great day.
So anyway, it was a lot of fun. Yeah, I had a really good time, and it was just a wonderful community event, really.
Yeah, amen to that. Thank you for bringing it up. Councilmember Gibbons, you want to talk about Collard Green Festival one more time?
Certainly. Just a reminder, this weekend, I get beat up for this all the time, Copley. I do not like collard greens, believe it or not. I don't. I am not a collard green eater.
Put the pressure on you. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Deb. Thank you. But I encourage all, whether you like it or not, there'll be so many different other vendors there, food trucks, everybody. So I love fried chicken. That's going to be out there, Copley. That's what I'm thinking, Miss Deb. So please stop by. You got Heavy's, he's right there on the Deuces. So there's barbecue. There's a little bit of everything, fun for the whole family. So I invite everybody to come out to the Deuces. Let's have a good time and let's celebrate collard greens, everybody. So Boyzell Hosey and Samantha have done a great job. I believe this is the 3rd year, and so I'm excited to see what's happening.
Awesome.
Longer than that, thank you, Ms. Deb, for the corrections.
There
we go. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, hopefully we'll see you on Saturday. All right, nothing else for the good order. City Council is adjourned. Thank you.
Located in the heart of the city is the famous Al Lang Field, where every winter great names in baseball appear to limber up their muscles in St. Petersburg sunshine. This modern stadium was recently dedicated to Al Lang, St. Petersburg's ambassador to the baseball world.
For generations, St. Petersburg has been more than a home to the game of baseball. It's been a sanctuary, a symbol of our collective spirit. The crack of the wooden bat is just as much a symbol of St. Pete as sunshine and brown pelicans.
Whether you're a big league baseball player or just a fan who likes to watch the big boys in action, you'll find that a cordial welcome awaits you when you come to St. Petersburg.
Spring training, Al Lang Stadium, Hall of Fame players, Negro League pioneers, and hometown heroes. All part of what makes St. Pete whole. Elements that eventually lead to our own hometown team.
That Major League Baseball has voted 28-0 to award expansion franchises to Tampa, St. Petersburg, and Phoenix, Arizona.
And now we stand at a fork in the road, the dawn of a new era of baseball in St. Petersburg, and a lot riding on its success.
They're more than baseball, they are community. Without the Rays in the community, where would we be?
Tampa Bay Rays should stay in St. Pete. They're a huge part of the Canadian culture. Go Rays!
It's a family gathering. It's a ministry where you gather together and love on people.
Girls like us love the Rays.
It's part of our community. It's something that can do. It's fun.
The Rays are St. Pete.
This project extends beyond a new world-class baseball stadium, beyond the housing opportunities for all, beyond significant cultural benefits, and beyond a district destination for residents and visitors. Baseball is who we are. Let's embark on this journey collectively, ensuring that as our skyline evolves, the spirit of St. Petersburg remains eternally vibrant.
Hi, I'm Jane and I work at Sunken Gardens, and my job is to take care of the parrots, 2 kookaburras, and a flock of flamingos, interact with them and just really enjoy the little slice of paradise at Sunken Gardens. What we're doing is, before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have 2 that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Sunken Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here and incredible, good, fun job.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah, I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
You see the pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the residents. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
Hey, Bubba. Hi, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? You ready for breakfast?
My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them. So we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care. But aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling saying, come in here and feed me. So it's really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds. Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old. I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter DeMens and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets to name the city, loser gets to name the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter DeMens is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMens had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter DeMens, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
This is our first City Hall on tour for 2024. We're here at Pinellas Technical College, and it's an opportunity for the community to talk to any of our departments, from sanitation to codes to law enforcement, police, or fire, about our community, about their recommendations, their concerns, and get feedback on the spot.
Community folks who are where you're at. The City Hall on Tour is designed to put you in spaces where people live in real time.
It's also a focus on education and career paths, and that's why we're here at Pinellas Technical College. They're a great partner with us. You heard about the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, where we have 12 young people who are going through on-the-job training in various city departments like sanitation and public works.
For our Future Ready Academy, we really consist of like going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. So you kind of get a win-win in each opportunity. So it's kind of a lot through each department. You get to learn a lot.
We look at the city of St. Petersburg, from the historic gas plant to all of the housing developments that are going on, corridor development. Most of those are driven by the trades. Plumbers, electricians, craftsmen of all kinds.
It's also a focus this year on careers and getting folks connected to career paths. We try to have these around the city. We had 4 last year. This year we'll have 3 and another one dedicated to youth. That's how we all move forward together.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there. So they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not gonna look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, you know, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office. So we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
District 6 reaches from 22nd Street to the west, Bahama Shores to the south. It goes up to 9th Avenue North and east to Tampa Bay. I'm your council member for District 6, Gina Driscoll. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. The Shine Mural Fest is a big part of this district. Another great event in District 6 is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area with a number of waterfront parks, from Lassing to Vinoy Park by the historic Vinoy Hotel. History is rich here with the 22nd Street South District, more commonly known as the Deuces. You can see a mural representing this history at the I-275 underpass. And that's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You see it in our murals, our museums, the galleries and the theaters. But you'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
Camp Ignite is a 1 to 3 day program geared to help girls build their self-confidence, and for St. Petersburg Fire Rescue to show them what we have to offer. It's going to be action-packed. They're going to get their hands dirty. They're going to be a little tired at the end of it. but when it's all said and done, they're gonna hold their head a little higher. They're gonna leave a little more confidence to go out there and get after whatever it is that's their calling.
They'll get CPR certified by me. So I have the joy in teaching them that. It's a lifetime skill. They'll still have the CPR certification and the knowledge of it to take with them for the rest of their lives.
We want to ignite. We want to empower them. We want to be proactive in reaching out to them at an early age to expose them to the possibility of being a first responder.
Exposure's huge. I didn't get into the fire service until after I started my military career. I'm embarrassed to say I really didn't know much about it. And I got into it because we had to do onboard firefighting on our ships. And that kind of led me down that path. I didn't have a program like this.
It's important for us to have female mentors to help girls be able to see what they can possibly be one day.
If you can see it, you can be it, right? So that just inspires them like, hey, if she can do that, so can I.
This is our way of being proactive and ensuring that we have a very diverse workforce that reflects the community we serve.
We have a big mix here. We got more people coming. I think it's just important for us to look like who we work for.
We're being firefighters today. We basically trained to be a firefighter. We learned how to do things that the firefighters do.
I really like the hose because I learned how to put out a powerful water supply out of a fire hydrant.
The coolest thing I've done out here is putting out fire. The coolest thing I've done is probably walk down a tower. It's like having a ton of adrenaline go through your whole body, and then it's like you're scared, but like you know you're safe.
I think it's a cool idea, and I like how they put this together for girls to learn about firefighters and show that you can be anything you want.
I feel like it's great for me because I want to become a firefighter when I grow up, and becoming a firefighter, you get to help people, and usually when you call in, it's usually the worst day of their life, so you're there to make that better.
I think they're pretty cool. I think I would want to be a firefighter. It seems fun.
I never really thought about doing it before, but doing this actually kind of changed my mind a little bit.
Well, Spark! Together we ignite.
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 Together we ignite! Woo!
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression, and that you were around all these years to take over. The nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're going to do this.
You know, the other day I was down close to the ballpark and I stopped at a fountain to get a drink, and a woman came up to me and said, you know, that's really the fountain of youth. You're going to turn younger. Do you have any idea what she was talking about?
Do you feel younger?
I do.
Good, it must have worked then. Our first tourist attraction here in St. Petersburg. You know, what allegedly Juan Ponce de Leon came looking for, we have here in St. Pete. A gentleman by the name of Edwin Tomlinson came to St. Petersburg and purchased a tremendous amount of land and owned actually land from 4th Street all the way down to the water, kind of where the Mahaffey Alang is today. He decided one day to do some drilling because he saw a natural well and he hit it, I guess it was an artisan well. And when the water came onto shore, I think the people in St. Petersburg were going to run him out of town because it smelled really bad. It was, I think, the story I read, someone equated to a dozen raw eggs being broken open in an August afternoon in Florida set on the sidewalk. I don't know who was brave enough, but someone drank it. They tasted the water and they actually felt pretty good and it made them feel good. And before you know it, word got out. St. Pete had this reputation of being the healthiest city in the, in the nation. People were coming and filling their water jugs and drinking the water, and everybody was feeling great. And then someone finally had to test the water, and they did, and had an unbelievable amount of lithium in it.
Oh my gosh! So
what does lithium do?
That would calm you down.
Happy water, right? So of course it was, the fountain of youth. Everybody was drinking, and they were happy, and they were great. So finally, it got shut down and capped, and regular potable water came
Why
through.
Are we drinking beer? We should have.
We should have the water from the fountain of youth. It made everybody younger again.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, you know, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, you know, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Child's Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I always encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
Mi nombre es Lisette Hanowitz y yo soy parte del Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de St. Petersburg. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sees opportunities that others can't see. Sometimes they see a world that doesn't exist. And I think people that are trailblazers has this burning desire inside to do something. And that doesn't end when they blaze that first trail. I see more and more people coming from different places and calling St. Pete home. And I think our city council is reflective of that. It's shocking, but we're still in an era where there is first. What really became clear to me what my trailblazers were as I got older is my mom and my family. You don't appreciate the struggles they go through until you're older in life, and then you can see how difficult it was for them. And my family came from Cuba in the 60s through the freedom flights, and they left the country to go to another country where they didn't speak the language, completely different culture, and brought nothing with them and started anew. And if that's not a definition of a trailblazer, I don't know what is. My mom passed away last year. And when I won the primary, my mom was alive, and I was able to share that with her. And I wish I would have been able to share it with her that I won. The fact that my family left Cuba for freedom, and here I am being an elected representative. My family left a place where there are no elections, and I was elected to represent our city. That made me very proud, and I wish my mom would have been able to see it. It made me so proud that my daughter saw me be elected. She was so excited, and all the other little girls, her friends. And in me, they saw themselves. And I think that's important because there were times when I was a child, I didn't see elected representatives that looked like me. We all bring our life experiences that are so different from each other. And the more diversity you have, the more life experiences you have, and you're not in an echo chamber. You're able to make better decisions if you do have diverse points of view. I think people think it's better when everyone agrees with them, but the only places I know where everyone agrees are places like Cuba and not free societies. In a free society, you should have discourse. And with discourse, diversity is important. I think everyone needs an example or someone to look up to. I think our kids need an example of what can happen in their future. And I think we have a diverse community, and that diversity should be expressed in every institution in our country. So once we do that, I think we're going to see more and more people participate. It's never too late. I had to drop out of school when I was 16 to help my mom work and pay the rent. And I went to school at night while I got my bachelor's and my MBA, and I went to law school at the age of 30. My path wasn't the normal path. And I think sometimes people think that it's too late for me. I can't get that degree. I can't learn that skill. And it isn't too late. I think if you want to do something, you should do it no matter what age.
Set, hike, go. Go, go, go.
I'm Officer Middlebrooks. I work with the City of St. Petersburg Police Department. I am assigned to the Police Athletic League.
And I'm Officer David Lopez, and my role here is to interact with the kids, create a positive environment, and be a positive role model in their lives. The idea of a police athletic league is very important.
It is important. It's important to have police officers interacting with the community.
It gives us as police officers the opportunity to create those relationships and change that mindset that police are there just to take you to jail. That's really not the case here. Kids know they can come here and have a good time and interact with police officers in a positive way. A lot of times they don't have certain resources, so we try and provide those resources for them. We have mentors here, we provide homework help, we provide recreation, we provide snacks.
My favorite part personally is probably the mentoring aspect of my job. There was a kid, they were having some problems in school. I started mentoring and having lunch with them and just giving them some positivity. And the teacher told me that they were doing better in class, that they were looking forward to having lunch meetings with me. So that made me feel really good, and it felt like I was definitely making a difference.
When these kids come in, it brightens their day to see the consistency of having a positive role model in their lives.
Foul on 3. 1, 2, 3.
A lot of times when they first start here, they may not take on to us as well, but as time goes on, you can see a relationship develop. There's one kid that started when I first walked into the center. He would hide behind tables. The beginning to the end period, from when he wouldn't even talk to me, he would hide from me, to now all of a sudden he can come up to me and give me a hug. That was a huge, huge difference. I always feel great coming to work. I mean, I know I'm gonna be having a good time with these kids, and we're here for a cause. We're here for the kids, and we want to make sure that we're putting them on a path to success. So being in a position where I can directly impact these kids on a one-on-one basis every day is a pretty good feeling, knowing that, hopefully these kids are changing for the better, and hopefully I have a role in that.
My name is Dominic Colangelo. I am the ground maintenance here for Treasure Island, City of St. Pete. And essentially I make sure this place stays, up and running, clean, help with any little things that may go wrong. When I come to work, the first thing I do is I blow the sand, leaves off the deck, kind of clean it up over there. And then after all that's said and done, go down to the beach, make sure everything's all picked up over there, rake the area, make sure it's nice and clean. It's the start of my day. I really do enjoy my job. I get to hang out at the beach all day. meet some interesting people. It's cool. I've had a couple of people come up and they didn't realize this was owned by the city of St. Pete, so we kind of give them the story about it. Mayor John Brown donated this property to the city of St. Pete, and it was basically for the residents, for their families to come to enjoy the amenities that we had here, like the restrooms, the indoor showers, playgrounds. So he donated that to the community. Today's a beautiful day. I love feeling the wind. I love looking at the water when I drive around. It's kind of peaceful. It's kind of like I'm just by myself, getting the job done, but it doesn't feel like work. I like the freedom. You know, I like being out by the water. It's always a beautiful day, and it's, you know, something a lot of people don't get to do.
Dear reader, you are loved more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it.
Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up. You are loved for exactly
Who you are. I promise. The world needs you in it.
So Bobby, how has St. Pete's history influenced you as a creative, as an artist?
Well, two things. When we still lived in the one-bedroom apartment, my mother was going off to work. She worked as a domestic. She was taking the bus, and she was leaving out the door, and then she turned around and she said, "You know, Bobby," she called me Bobby. She said, and she put her hand on my face and said, "We must stay in our place." And I didn't even think I understood what she meant. I've later come to understand, she said, he's an inquisitive, investigative child, and he might get into situations he is not equipped to handle. Mm. Growing up in Southern California, it wasn't as quite precious as it was in the South, but my parents are both from the South, and all of my plays, virtually 90% of them, are set in the South, even before I ever set foot in the Southern United States. And I think history informs your granddaddy, your grandmother, your auntie, your uncle, and it informs your parents. And even if they are not from the South. So one of the things that having a creative life, Live Arts Peninsula Foundation, who presented Web City, I was doing Uncle Ben's, a home cooked Negro narrative at American Stage, and they came up to me after one of the performances and said, "We'd like you to write a musical about the Manhattan Casino." In writing that, Bill Levincott and myself interviewed dozens of people, and I learned a lot about the city by interviewing people. Was started by Elder Jordan, and you know, there are many stories in the Naked City, and these are 6 of them. And it just started me and dovetailed with me already being interested in history and finding out the particular history of this community.
want it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have two faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my painting. Just having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
Hey guys, Ken Welch here again on our Sunrunner tour. Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. It's like the welcoming front porch to the community in the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
Today we honor not just a promotion, but a legacy, a career that spans over 3 decades.
I am so proud of this young man. I know that y'all got something. All I would ask y'all to do is what he feed into you, you turn around and take that same energy and feed it into someone else.
I, Keith Watts, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Fire Chief for St. Petersburg Fire Rescue.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Fire Chief, Chief Keith Watts.
As the first black fire chief for the city of St. Petersburg, I recognize the weight of this responsibility, and I know that I did not get here alone. I stand on the shoulders of giants, and it is their sacrifices and resilience that has paved the way for me to stand before you today, and I thank them. I think about new leadership brings about new vision, new goals, new objectives.
What Chief Watts brings to this is making sure that we provide opportunity for everyone who might have that DNA of public service. And so he's already done that with Camp Ignite, reaching out to young girls who might be interested. That's the kind of innovation I think that we need in our city to move forward and make sure that our progress is truly inclusive. That's what St. Pete is all about.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue Northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park, with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
Hello, St. Pete. I'm Mayor Ken Welch, and I'm thrilled to stand here today alongside Congresswoman Kathy Castor to share some exciting news that will make our streets safer for everyone.
Well, thanks, Mayor Welch. We really could use some good news right now. And here's the good news. We're going to make our streets safer.
And my administration is committed to improving health and safety in every neighborhood. And projects like this help protect our residents and save lives.
As Vice President of the Campbell Park Neighborhood Association, I want to say how grateful we are for this funding. We've been advocating for safer streets for a few years, especially around the school and the park. The grant's a huge win for our neighborhood.
Thanks to the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act, the City of St. Petersburg has secured a $3.6 million Safe Streets and Roads for All grant from the United States Department of Transportation.
And this grant will fund 18 critical pedestrian and driver safety projects across St. Pete. These improvements include solar-powered street lighting, enhanced pedestrian crosswalks, curb extensions, raised crosswalks, and new reduced speed zones in our neighborhoods.
Right here in Campbell Park, these raised crosswalks will provide safer connections between the residential areas, the Campbell Park Recreation Center, and Campbell Park Elementary School.
And it's not just here. These upgrades will create safer streets and reconnect communities throughout the city, making it easier and safer for all of our neighbors to get where they need to go.
And we'll continue working on projects like this across the city to ensure every St. Pete resident can commute safely. Together, we're building a safer and healthier community for all.
Water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg to take on water. go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Burg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, it's one of the things I missed was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner tour.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on a circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I've worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
I came
into printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do two types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
When we talk about the Indian mounds, and Rui, you may think of it this way too, I think of that big sign out on Park Street that says, Panfilo de Narvaez landed here.
Everyone assumes that they landed somewhere on the Pinellas Peninsula, when you can't really say exactly where. There were probably Indian mounds that covered the city from the Coffee Pot area all the way around the peninsula, up the west side of the city to to where Seminole is today, because there's still traces and evidence of them.
So there are a couple that remain here and there, but what happened to the rest of them? How come we don't see them in more spots around town?
When the automobile arrived in Florida and into St. Petersburg, imagine having an automobile with a tire that's that wide trying to drive up down Central Avenue and around downtown, getting stuck a lot in the sand. So a lot of those Indian mounds were used by city leaders. They used it to actually pave the streets of downtown St. Pete.
That's what became of history in that regard, huh?
Exactly.
Wow.
So every time Central Avenue and 3rd Street, when you cross Central Avenue, you say hello to some of the Indians that may still be there. Who knows?
Who knows?
name is William Clifton. I work at the tire shop for the city of St. Petersburg. I'm a tire and wheel specialist. My general responsibilities are to make sure everything rolls. We just make sure everybody's rolling safe. We deal with garbage trucks, fire department, wheelbarrows, forklifts. We pretty much deal with anything that has a tire. Some days it's 10, 20, and some days we're just non-stop. I know there's over 100 sanitation trucks. I think there's roughly 300 police vehicles, upwards of 1,000 or better. We have the big loaders. I think that's probably the heaviest, the biggest tire. Smallest, I've worked on probably forklift tires, the rear tires on a forklift, or wheelbarrow tires. I love the work. The work is fun. I mean, I like working with my hands. I feel like the tire shop is an integral part in the city because without us, nothing rolls. No fire truck, no police department, no water department, no tractors, no backhoes. All that comes to us. Well, right before Hurricane Irma came here last year, we were the last group of people out of the compound, and we were the first people in the compound back to work. We got somebody that needs tires right away. You can have all the running vehicles you want, but without tires, they're going nowhere.
My name is Chan Srinivasa, and I'm the first African-American city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sets out on a journey to accomplish something. An individual who sees a path or has a path, and even though obstacles may be in their way, they find ways to get beyond those to reach their goal. To me, that's a trailblazer. I began my career 24 years ago on January 26, 1998. It was a cold, rainy day. I started in the Parks and Recreation Department as a temporary employee on the waterfront, cutting grass and maintaining our parks. Throughout there, I developed as an individual, as a person, but also as an employee of the city of St. Petersburg. And from there, in 2014, I was appointed as the city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg. The city clerk is a very responsible role. Not only are we responsible for the legislative issues of city council, but also our city elections. If you look at the history of how elections are, and being the first African American to hold the role of city clerk in conducting our elections in the city of St. Petersburg, it's a significant role because that within itself is literally setting some type of trail for others to follow as well. It dawned on me the day that I got appointed that I'm the first. And being the first, you always want to be the best at what it is that you do. Failure is never an option for me. If obstacles come, you strategize and you adapt and you go beyond them. Personally, my grandfather, a gentleman by the name of Josh Stanford, the greatest influence in my life. Professionally, there were two individuals, Thomas Jet Jackson and Clarence Scott. Jet taught me the importance of community and showing compassion towards people and always making your presence known. Clarence taught me the significance of being not necessarily a perfectionist, but doing your best and also reaching back, helping others, and never forgetting where you came from. St. Pete is progressing, and we're becoming a more diverse and inclusive community. And it says a lot about the character of the people of the city of St. Petersburg, that we look beyond someone's skin color, but we look at the content of their character. To me, that's what it says.
I'll talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amer Vinoy Lofner. And the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. Mm-hmm. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that you can say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have a maid, don't you? You should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it!
I'm Leo Anderson, co-owner of Taste of the Island Marketplace and Restaurant, 2231 34th Street South. I'm a family man and also a minister. I've been here in St. Pete now 5 years, and I've been loving it. Life here is great. It's a great place to live, great place to rear my family. This year makes 30 years that my family's actually been running the restaurant business in St. Pete. Started into it with my uncle, who's my partner in the business, who had the restaurant already, so I kind of bought into the restaurant. The idea of the grocery store was always there. It's just that we fast-tracked it because this was empty and it was right beside. So, came in and started doing, the reconnaissance and what it would take to get the market off the ground. We have a very friendly atmosphere. We have a very, very welcoming family atmosphere. That's number one. We pride ourselves in treating people good, whether you're paying us or not. We want you to feel at home. From spices to ground provisions to just snacks. We bring in chips from Jamaica. We bring in a lot of drinks from Jamaica. We bring in spices from Grenada. We bring in fresh soursop, which is a highly sought after item from Grenada and from Dominica. We really try to take the stuff that we're used to on the island and bringing it into St. Pete and let people who have tasted it or would like to try it, they can come on over and indulge. From customer to the generals in charge of running the city and so on, we have felt the presence and we feel welcome. As I say, it's a love affair. We are here to stay, really, in St. Pete. 30 years already and we're just getting started because as you can see, what the family is trying to do is pass it from one generation to the next. And hopefully, God tarry, I'll be able to pass it to the next generation.
So Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed more from, somebody told me this years later that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I'd worked for dozens of them, but I'd never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
Hurricane Helene, which is strengthening.
They've passed out more than 33,000 sandbags to people.
Hurricane Helene's powerful and deadly storm surge.
We've been seeing flooding. This is the worst I've ever seen.
Hurricane Milton has just exploded in strength
The
overnight.
second major storm to slam Florida in just 2 weeks.
In the Gulf of Mexico in nearly 2 decades.
In St. Petersburg, where the stadium's rooftop has literally...
Fire officials say this crane has collapsed.
The back-to-back storms turned this neighborhood inside out. Residents have been scrambling to find housing for weeks.
It was just looking like a war zone, like something I'd never seen before, and I never thought I would see it, because we were always so optimistic about nothing coming to St. Pete.
But it turns out we ended up having 28 inches of water in our house.
We had about just shy of 4 feet of water in the house.
When I came back after Helene, my entire house and 3 vehicles were destroyed.
It was devastating to see our neighborhood ripped apart.
It really began to set in that this has happened and that many of our residents were going to experience something that they had never experienced before.
It was almost unbelievable that we would be faced with these kinds of disasters one after the other.
Trailer parks for people living in tents next to their homes. Now we got this other storm coming dead at us. I was really scared for those people.
It's hard to wrap my mind around the fact that we've just spent 5 days in the community trying to help people that lost everything, and here comes another storm.
I've lived in St. Pete my entire life. I've never seen people come together with such energy.
It was within our capabilities and therefore our responsibility to step in and help.
I had the resources, and I felt like if you have the ability, you have the responsibility to do whatever you can.
I'm not going to worry about myself, but I'm going to try to make sure 5,000 families have a hot meal tonight.
It hit home, and we immediately jumped into action.
I just put a post out saying, if anybody's hungry and can make it over to Maryland Avenue, I'm grilling hot dogs and hamburgers. We have some water and so forth.
People probably, their food has gone bad, and can we get some people together to place some food trucks around strategically to distribute food to people at no charge.
Stores are closed, they can't eat, so we were making hot, ready to eat food.
Just to see so many hometown heroes out cleaning up neighborhoods, but really I learned that St. Pete is so resilient and we have a wonderful community.
The supplies came pouring in from all of our friends and our coworkers, and it started out in our garage and it grew into a 1,600 square foot house full of toiletries, baby clothes, food.
I think it really brought home, especially for me, that what really matters is that you have your family, your loved ones, your neighbors, and if you have an opportunity to help someone, that you take advantage of it.
It really settled me in a space of not only are we one community, but as our mayor always says, we're one St. Pete.
People were not emotionally prepared for this. People were not physically prepared for this. And whatever facet that you can think of, we all needed support.
Support, especially the Relief Market and Grill, headed by Matt Thorne. They were our lifeline.
Tragedies, I think it's so important for the community to help each other.
Just the community pulling together and doing as much as they can for us neighbors.
It's not about money, it's not about profit, it's about making sure that I repay the benefits that the community has sort of paid to me in the past.
We were helping each other out, and it was actually a very positive experience in a pretty negative situation.
Whether it's a hug, a meal, it goes a long way during those crucial and critical times.
We were so appreciated.
Your efforts are appreciated, and they do make a difference in the community.
So I really just want to say thank you.
Thank you for this community.
Thank you for taking the time. It means more than you even know.
Jean Ordner, Parking Enforcement Officer. We're here to keep the traffic moving. That's our goal. Yes, we write parking tickets, but we really just want to keep the parking spaces open for everybody to patronize the businesses. If we weren't here, there'd be no parking ever. I mean, you gotta have some kind of compassion. You can't just be out there and hit them hard. If it's you and your vehicle's first ticket and you've spent $25 or more at a downtown business the same day as the ticket, you can get it voided. They'll ask you to bring in a copy of your receipt, your driver's license to the 301 Central, and they'll take care of it from there. Everybody makes mistakes. We want to have compassion for these people. For instance, if they have a discharge paper from the emergency room with their name on it with the date and time of the ticket, yes, they can get it voided also that way. One lady went in, she was in labor and her husband parked. Well, we voided his ticket too because he was there for the birth of his child. So it's situation upon situation, but most of the time if they have discharge papers and they can prove it, it's usually voided. We know it's an inconvenience to get a ticket, and it's kind of aggravating, but in the long run, it goes to a good cause because it gives the city money to comply with ADA compliances, the sidewalks, and all that good stuff to fix them and everything else. And then another portion goes to school crossing guards, so we can make sure that every school has them. I've had a lot of positive interactions. For instance, sometimes I go down to the dog park in the afternoon to give the dogs treats. I enjoy interacting with the different people. I know a lot of the different restaurant owners, so just interacting with different people on a day-to-day basis. We're not out there to necessarily give the tickets, we would rather them move. And that's the most important thing is we want people to be able to come down and patronize a business without having to worry about parking. If we weren't here, that nobody would ever find a parking space. They would park there and they'd stay. They wouldn't move. So then if you want to go to a specific restaurant, you can't go because that parking's full all day. We're there for a reason.
A lot of these baseball fans that go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play, but it's not the first time. And a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year for us.
When you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruths, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
I'm sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it, and then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there teaching motivated, talented young people? And obviously you were called because you taught. How long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
Another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regatta del Sol Al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is la Regatta de Sol a Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the two locations. And we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now, there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's an amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
Growing up, one of my biggest female role models was my grandmother. My grandmother was an incredible woman. She was hardworking, she was kind, she was sweet, but she was tough. And she really taught me from a very, very young age how important it is not only to work hard for everything that you want, but once you achieve those things, to give back to others.
When you look at who did I look up to, I have to say my mother was definitely the primary one, because she was actually able to take so little and provide so much. She taught me what fortitude was. She taught me what commitment was.
Even in this day and age, it can be really tough for women who are, aspiring to achieve their career goals or their own personal goals for their life. For those of us who are at this level, who have, accomplished some of our goals in life, we have kind of a responsibility to reach our hand out to that next young woman, grab her hand and pull her along.
Well, I think growing up, children learn from those who are around them. And even as they're babies, they mimic everything that their parents do and what they teach them. And I think having the positive role models that are necessary to make the right choices in life, role models are helpful.
Well, really, I think the sky's the limit when it comes to female leadership in our city. I think there is a day when we will have a woman in the mayor's office.
The future of female leadership in St. Petersburg is awesome. It looks bright. I am so encouraged. We take a lot of our lived experiences and we apply logical applications to making decisions.
I'm inspired and encouraged by the number of young women who are rolling up their sleeves, getting involved in their communities, and really stepping up to be true leaders.
There was a time where it was, when is there going to be the first female on city council? Then we got to, there's a supermajority of women on city council. And I think that question in terms of whether or not women can be a part of our city and whatever leadership position isn't a question anymore. Women do lead.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
And the future of the women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, we're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and we didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the neighborhood association, and as part of that, we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into two smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location, actually. It's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. As opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind the love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on, signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the neighborhood association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say Drains to the Bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay, so they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up? Or people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the neighborhood association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know lived just doors down from us. Had it not been for the neighborhood association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
My name is Michael Cotman, and this is Twin Brooks Golf Course. I oversee all of the facilities here that maintain the golf course and try to get it in pristine condition. It's a 9-hole golf course. We have a practice facility in the back, which is 3 practice holes. It's a really unique facility because it's in the middle of the city. It's really a benefit to the city because what we do here is we provide a place for play that's more reasonable than any of the other golf courses in the area. We have guys that come out here that are 80 years old. For them, this is an exercise. It's a chance to get out of the house and to do something. And for the kids, it's an opportunity to get off of the streets and to learn the game. My day begins around 5 o'clock. Make the assignments for everybody, make sure everybody's got the tools and protections that they need. So we set up the golf course, get that done, and then we'll do all of our other stuff. We'll mow fairways, we'll mow rough, we'll trim trees, we'll do hedges, and any other thing that pops up. So it becomes pretty daunting at times, but we manage to get it done, one bite at a time. So every day is a different adventure. When I got on this particular property, we didn't have fairways, we didn't have moguls, we didn't have mounds. Now we have a primary place to play where it looks like an 18-hole manicured golf course, even though it's 9 holes. There's a satisfaction that you get when the transformation process, to see it go from what it was to your vision, is so fulfilling.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support. and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Crumb Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Yeah. Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea that we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, you know, although life was very like stable and all that, we wanted just to have something like of our own and kind of like work a little bit more like the life-work balance, you know, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So like we are 1 block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Like before we open, like we didn't know this is gonna happen. We have a stop right here, like less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more like local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, "Hey, come in for an interview."
We produce everything here in-house, like...
And you can watch us do
yeah.
it. People just enjoy coming here and like being part of like this little family local restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really like kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where like people come to work or people come to like sit on their computers all day. Like we do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here like they want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and yeah, like everyone loves bread, everyone loves pastries. So it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about like the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work there. Like this is so exciting.
That's one of my goals. Like I want to be a place that people associate the Crumb Factory with St. Pete. You know, so it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
Hay un alfiler en una orilla de una ciudad en un mapa, como una esmeralda en la oscuridad o un ojo de pelícano Oh península de sol, mar y baños. Aquí somos tan diversos como las conchas, la flora y las muchas aves que nos visitan cada invierno. Sí, somos banh mi, empanadas, knishes, injera, roti. Somos reggaetón, rap, cumbia, trap, jazz, rock y folk. Caminemos por el St. Pete Youth Farm para encontrar todo tipo de raíces entrelazados, alimentándose de la misma tierra. Aquí hacemos espacio para todos. Mira las historias pintadas en las paredes, calles y intersecciones. Neón, prismáticas y sin miedo de hacer ruido, porque el arte brilla aquí, donde pintamos el arco iris por la ciudad con orgullo y decimos gay, donde las vidas negras importan y donde una hija de migrantes puede ser su poeta laureada. Thank you. Hay un alfiler en una orilla, en una ciudad, en un mapa. Acércate, respira el aire salado. Mi gente, miren a su alrededor. Somos St. Pete. We are St. Pete.
The Pinellas Trail is probably the best way I've found to get all over the county without worrying about traffic or my pace. It's just a way to get around and have fun.
So in the spring, say on a weekend, on a Sunday, you'd find lots of folks out just walking, biking, just really enjoying the weather.
So the trail starts downtown by the water, and it goes all the way to Tarpon Springs, if I'm not mistaken. And I like it because it kind of cuts back behind the neighborhoods. There's murals, there's tree coverage, and it just kind of winds through the most beautiful parts of the city.
It's an awesome engineering feat, and it dissects the middle of an urban city, and at the same time, you feel like you're off to yourself. You're a little bit secluded, ample places for you to run, ride, and even collect your thoughts.
It's pretty quiet and peaceful. Quiet in the sense that there's typically during the day a lot of users on the trail, so you're never by yourself, but everybody's kind of in their own world, so it's not a lot of noise.
We were looking for a place that would be a hub for a healthy and active community, and one of the big things we wanted here was to have a place where people could run and walk right near our location. Pinellas Trail, which is right behind our facility, turned out to be the perfect location.
We do lots of events here at the store. We do probably about 100 free community group runs from here where we're using the trail.
Have a great walk, have a great run, guys.
The running community in St. Pete is so supportive and so encouraging of all of the runners, no matter your pace. Everybody's just encouraging you along the way. And so when I went to my first group run, I invited my mom to come and do an evening walk with me, and that became part of our weekly routine, particularly in the spring.
We do 2 runs a week, Monday and Thursdays, where we're running on the trail. So that's 100 times every year right there that we're out running on the trail with a group of people.
I retired from Pinellas County in urban planning, and so I was involved in the initial planning for the Pinellas Trail. We saw it as a means of providing a facility that could be used not just for recreation, but health-related benefits as we deal with obesity and other issues. So our planning was from the perspective of an alternative to on-road facilities.
So a lot of times here in the store, we encourage people, just go out there and see what happens. Don't have any set expectation for how far you're going to go, how fast you're going to go. Just get on the trail and have fun.
The scenery is probably why I started using the trail as much as I did. The murals, number one, are my absolute favorite thing. and they're constantly changing.
Not far from here is called Stonehenge Park. They have some beautiful murals painted on the bridges.
Stonehenge Park is like one of those really cool wonders of art, and it's just right here. Nobody knows about it.
So you'll have a cool blend between really fun art, awesome plants life. There's all sorts of berries and things growing I didn't know about back there. You learn a little bit more every time you go. Good morning. I love to specialize.
When I was working still, we did surveys along the trail, and on any given weekday, we found about 1/3 of the users were using it as a commute alternative.
If you've never tried the Pinellas Trail, I urge you to do so. You can walk it, you can run it, you can rent a bike at just about every few miles. You'll find a bike shop that's got bikes for rent.
And we've had people come in and verbalize like their thanks, but also like you just see them out there and they just look radiant. They look awesome, they're healthy, happy, and you can tell that they're glad they're doing what they're doing. We're just appreciative that we had a part in their success.
Trails give me the opportunity to really get out there and feel safe. There's bike lanes in some places, but to have a fully dedicated place, that helps a lot. It's more than just a long stretch of pavement, it's a community.
The trail is a wonder that brings everybody together.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors. So we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders can be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit, it's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. You're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, the weather. It's a rough job to be out there and you got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the City of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the City of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
My name is Lisa Fleming. My business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete, on the corner of 1st Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, you know, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, you know, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, you know, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it. So I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, fashion was that, way to really, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
Well, there were separate facilities. It was total discrimination, really. It was just a second classness that I wouldn't want to behold or be on anyone, because it wasn't humane. It wasn't human. We African Americans could not eat at the lunch counters. We could not even sit on those green benches downtown. We were not treated equally as the white citizens in this city. In 1963, I was hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department. And when I went to work at the police station, I determined that the police department wasn't totally integrated.
The locker rooms were most definitely segregated. They were put in the corner. Patrol cars that they did have were the old ones, but maybe not in very good shape.
We African American police officers were always assigned to work in the African American neighborhood only. We could only investigate complaints from citizens of color. We could only arrest citizens of color.
You're trying to enforce the law and trying to get respected or be respected, and you're getting disrespected by the people you're working for.
In 1965, there were 15 African American police officers on the St. Petersburg Police Department. That includes 1 sergeant, 2 detectives, and 12 uniform officers.
They wanted equal responsibilities. They wanted to be able to police white neighborhoods like Snell Isle, like the Old Northeast. And they wanted to be able to arrest a white person and take them in without having to have an assist from a white officer.
So we 12 uniform officers started having meetings among ourselves at different one of our homes to discuss the racial attitude that was against us as the police department.
And at one point, finally, I think it might have been Fred Crawford who said, "The heck with it. Let's sue them. If they fire us, they fire us." And that's actually where that nickname came from, the Courageous 12, because every one of those guys put their jobs on the line when they decided to sue the city.
On March 31st and April 1st of 1966, we went to federal court in Tampa, and Judge Joseph Lee ruled against us and ruled in favor of the police department in the city. That meant that we had lost the lawsuit. The NAACP agreed to file the appeal for us at no cost. On August 1st, 1968, the appeals court ruled in our favor, and we had won that lawsuit. When we won that lawsuit, we had different assignments. I'm the first African American police officer assigned to work in an all-white neighborhood. It was 100% white.
We were very proud and honored because we felt that we accomplished what our mission was set out to be. We were honored at City Hall City Council meeting on September 13, 2007. And they gave us the key to the city and a proclamation. And we really thank the city for what they did for us. I never dreamed that I would see a black chief of police here in St. Petersburg. They have one African-American chief now, and they had one previously black chief before. And it's part of what we was put that lawsuit for.
We want to make sure that when people enter our lobby now, we want to recognize the doors that you walk through are the doors that these Courageous 12 open for minorities here in the St. Petersburg Police Department.
Police department in the city put a plaque in the police station with all our names and our pictures on it, and a narrative let people know what we did to be honored.
I have put into place that every sergeant and lieutenant shall read the lawsuit, and they will be tested on it to make sure they are aware of what happened, so we make sure that never happens again.
What we did help these young men that's come on the force now, that came on the force after.
I look around now, I see deputy chiefs, I see chiefs, I see majors. It sort of makes you feel good.
That is the first 4 African-American police officers that were hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department in 1949. That's the Courageous 12. And I see these 12 faces together as unity. We was closer, just like brotherhood, that's what I think of. I'm the last one of the Courageous 12 left. And I think about those 11 other officers that are going on, because we were brothers. We were just like brothers. We were so close. And I am going to carry the banner on for those other officers that are going on. But I tell the younger generation to stand up and for what you got and what you believe in, and stand your ground and don't back down. And think about the Courageous 12 as what we did. We stood our ground and we did not back down.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're gonna encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world, because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had 2 pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And I also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there, you never know what's gonna happen.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the residents. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I live right across the street, so I just come right across the street, come skate, you know, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, like having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this, you know. It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since the skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids like on their sidewalk, like practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. Since I've lived here, like a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, you know, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Like, skateboarding is one of those things that's just like, it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. Like, if you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, like, you're part of the crew, you know, like you can shred. Everybody's welcome.
The neighborhood has changed over the years. It was beautiful when I was a child, but it's beautiful now that I'm an adult. I'm blessed to have been able to see all of those changes over my 46 years here in the neighborhood.
My name is Chan Srinivasa, and I'm the first African-American city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sets out on a journey to accomplish something. An individual who sees a path or has a path, and even though obstacles may be in their way, they find ways to get beyond those to reach their goal. To me, that's a trailblazer. I began my career 24 years ago on January 26, 1998. It was a cold, rainy day. I started in the Parks and Recreation Department as a temporary employee on the waterfront, cutting grass and maintaining our parks. Throughout there, I developed as an individual, as a person, but also as an employee of the city of St. Petersburg. And from there, in 2014, I was appointed as the city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg. The city clerk is a very responsible role. Not only are we responsible for the legislative issues of city council, but also our city elections. If you look at the history of how elections are, and being the first African American to hold the role of city clerk in conducting our elections in the city of St. Petersburg, it's a significant role because that within itself is literally setting some type of trail for others to follow as well. It dawned on me the day that I got appointed that I'm the first. And being the first, you always want to be the best at what it is that you do. Failure is never an option for me. If obstacles come, you strategize and you adapt and you go beyond them. Personally, my grandfather, a gentleman by the name of Josh Stanford, the greatest influence in my life. Professionally, there were two individuals, Thomas Jet Jackson and Clarence Scott. Jet taught me the importance of community and showing compassion towards people and always making your presence known. Clarence taught me the significance of being not necessarily a perfectionist, but doing your best and also reaching back, helping others, and never forgetting where you came from. St. Pete is progressing, and we're becoming a more diverse and inclusive community. And it says a lot about the character of the people of the city of St. Petersburg, that we look beyond someone's skin color, but we look at the content of their character. To me, that's what it says.
I came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do two types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about a coin flip where Peter Demens and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets to name the city, loser gets to name the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter Demens is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. and the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMens had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter DeMens, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
My name is Michael Cotman, and this is Twin Brooks Golf Course. I oversee all of the facilities here that maintain the golf course and try to get it in pristine condition. It's a 9-hole golf course. We have a practice facility in the back, which is 3 practice holes. It's a really unique facility because it's in the middle of the city. It's really a benefit to the city because what we do here is we provide a place for play that's more reasonable than any of the other golf courses in the area. We have guys that come out here that are 80 years old. For them, this is an exercise. It's a chance to get out of the house and to do something. And for the kids, it's an opportunity to get off of the streets and to learn the game. My day begins around 5 o'clock. Make the assignments for everybody, make sure everybody's got the tools and protections that they need. So we set up the golf course, get that done, and then we'll do all of our other stuff. We'll mow fairways, we'll mow rough, we'll trim trees, we'll do hedges, and any other thing that pops up. So it becomes pretty daunting at times, but we manage to get it done, one bite at a time. So every day is a different adventure. When I got on this particular property, we didn't have fairways, we didn't have moguls, we didn't have mounds. Now we have a primary place to play where it looks like an 18-hole manicured golf course, even though it's 9 holes. There's a satisfaction that you get when the transformation process, to see it go from what it was to your vision, is so fulfilling.
Food has always been a passion of mine. My passion from food comes from my grandfather. It was really just born out of the fact that I believe that he wanted to show us the world, and he did that through everyone's different cuisines. So like we would have really elaborate holiday parties, and we would have like Thanksgivings would be all designated towards like a different country, and he wanted to introduce us to that country, and it was through their food. So one of the things, we had a Japanese spread. I was not vegan at that point, but just the art of the cuisine, I was able to like eat with my eyes, and it just made me fall in love with sushi. When I went vegan, I realized I couldn't have sushi anymore. So it kind of started with a cookbook, and I did a pop-up, and then we were sold out, and then I kind of just went from there. I just did pop-ups, markets, and festivals, and I started delivering sushi to people's houses, and it kind of just caught on. I thought to myself, it would be nice to have a place, like a home base, where everyone can come to me, and then also, again, give vegans the experience of what sushi is. Being in St. Pete, I feel like everything is happening on Central. I feel like Central is where a lot of businesses want to be. On a normal day, we would go through 4 pots of rice, and that was like a great day. And now coming to the new space, like we're going through like 8, 9, 10 pots of rice in one night, which is like, for us, is crazy.
It's a housing development that we can all be proud of. We never want to lose that fundamental focus on inclusion for every part of St. Petersburg. We're also allocating about $1.2 million to address food insecurity. Our rays are here to stay. At the end of the day, we all do better when we all can participate.
Momentum begins with one single motion forward, methodically. The intentional motion forward becomes real, tangible, meaningful, because progress matters.
We are focused on inclusive progress, and as we see the rapid development in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County, we want to make sure that every citizen has an opportunity to be a part of that. And workforce development means preparing our citizens to take advantage of those opportunities that are coming, whether it's through job training, through soft skill development, or other support, just to make sure that everyone can connect to the jobs that are coming. We are implementing a MWBE program, Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, that will carve out certain parts of our city business for those minority and women-owned businesses. We're celebrating the opening of the Legacy Senior Apartments here at Jordan Park, 60 senior apartments, as well as the redevelopment of over 200 affordable apartments right next door. In the city of St. Petersburg, we put small businesses first because when they're competing and thriving, they're the heart of a healthy, vibrant, and diverse community that we all love. Today, we take a significant step towards honoring the promises made to the gas plant community some 40 years ago. This is what progress looks like, and our rays are here to stay.
Now we stand up on a solid foundation of progress. We see the possibilities that lie ahead, and without hesitation, we will proceed.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity that the city of St. Pete has provided for me, knowing I can rely on the city when I need it, especially since I'm already a city employee.
We almost lost everything during COVID. Without the grant money, I think many of us would have closed our doors.
Mayor Welch, he always say, we are St. Pete. You're definitely feeling like you are a part of that we when you receive that microfund grant program to help your business.
I want to give a huge thanks to the City of St. Petersburg, not only for funding our grants, but for providing educational resources through the St. Pete Greenhouse to help us grow our small businesses. It's nice to live in a city that cares about its people.
1, 2, 3.
We will proceed for a brighter future because progress is paramount, because we are St. Pete.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
I'm Leo Anderson, co-owner of Taste of the Island Marketplace and Restaurant, 2231 34th Street South. I'm a family man and also a minister. I've been here in St. Pete now 5 years, and I've been loving it. Life here is great. It's a great place to live, great place to rear my family. This year makes 30 years that my family's actually been running the restaurant business in St. Pete. Started into it with my uncle, who's my partner in the business, who had the restaurant already, so I kind of bought into the restaurant. The idea of the grocery store was always there. It's just that we fast-tracked it because this was empty. and it was right beside. So, came in and started doing, the reconnaissance and what it would take to get the market off the ground. We have a very friendly atmosphere. We have a very, very welcoming family atmosphere. That's number one. We pride ourselves in treating people good, whether you're paying us or not. We want you to feel at home. From spices to ground provisions to just snacks. We bring in chips from Jamaica. We bring in a lot of drinks from Jamaica. We bring in spices from Grenada. We bring in fresh soursop, which is a highly sought after item from Grenada and from Dominica. We really try to take the stuff that we're used to on the island and bringing it into St. Pete and let people who have tasted it or would like to try it, they can come on over and indulge. From customer to the generals in charge of running the city and so on, we have felt the presence and we feel welcome. As I say, it's a love affair. We are here to stay, really, in St. Pete. 30 years already and we're just getting started because as you can see, what the family is trying to do is pass it from one generation to the next. And hopefully, God tarry, I'll be able to pass it to the next generation.
Camp Ignite is a 1 to 3 day program geared to help girls build their self-confidence and for St. Petersburg Fire Rescue to show them what we have to offer. It's going to be action-packed. They're going to get their hands dirty. They're going to be a little tired at the end of it. But when it's all said and done, they're going to hold their head a little higher. They're going to leave a little more confidence to go out there and get after whatever it is that's their calling.
They'll get CPR certified by me. So I have the joy in teaching them that. It's a lifetime skill. They'll still have the CPR certification and the knowledge of it to take with them for the rest of their lives.
We want to ignite. We want to empower them. We want to be proactive in reaching out to them at an early age to expose them to the possibility of being a first responder.
Exposure's huge. I didn't get into the fire service until after I started my military career. I'm embarrassed to say I really didn't know much about it. And I got into it because we had to do onboard firefighting on our ships, and that kind of led me down that path. I didn't have a program like this.
It's important for us to have female mentors to help girls be able to see what they can possibly be one day.
If you can see it, you can be it, right? So that just inspires them like, hey, if she can do that, so can I.
This is our way of being proactive and ensuring that we have a very diverse workforce that reflects the community we serve.
We have a big mix here. We got more people coming. I think it's just important for us to look like who we work for.
We're being firefighters today. We basically trained to be a firefighter. We learned how to do things that the firefighters do.
I really like the hose because I learned how to put out a powerful water supply out of a fire hydrant.
The coolest thing I've done out here is putting out fire. The coolest thing I've done is probably walk down a tower. It's like having a ton of adrenaline go through your whole body, and then it's like you're scared, but you know you're safe.
I think it's a cool idea, and I like how they put this together for girls to learn about firefighters and show that you can be anything you want.
I feel like it's great for me because I want to become a firefighter when I grow up, and becoming a firefighter, you get to help people, and usually when you call in, it's usually the worst day of their life, so you're there to make that better.
I think they're pretty cool. I think I would want to be a firefighter. It seems fun. I never really thought about doing it before, but doing this actually kind of changed my mind a little bit.
Together we ignite.
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 Together we ignite! Woo!
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah, I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
See the pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
My name is Jason Hughes. I'm one of the police officers that rides the police horses. We're part of the Mounted Patrol Unit. So I ride Jacob, and I've been riding Jacob for 10 years now. We drove all the way to Boston to pick up our horses and bring them down, and we've been best buddies ever since. You get to really know the horse, and I spend more time with my horse than I do with my family. It's 40 hours a week, and probably 30 of that spent with my horse. Every interaction we have with our horses is training, either for good or for bad. We're teaching them good habits or bad habits every time we interact with them. And sometimes we have to push through groups of people to, say, get to a fight and break it up, or move a crowd out of the way to get paramedics through. And as part of that, we have a ginormous 6-foot inflatable ball that we have the horses push against. It's kind of against their nature a little bit to push into people and things. So we get them over that by making a game out of it. And they push this big, huge, giant ball to get over their fears of that. We do high visibility patrol because we really stand out and we stand 9 feet tall. It's got to be over 100 events a year where we go to large groups of people, they come interact with us, and we can see everything that's happening in the event and make sure that police presence is really felt. We also do a lot of community relations, so we do special events where we can interact with the community and build strong bonds within our community and the police department. And we also do enforcement and assist guys that are on the ground doing their jobs. I had, before my job with the police department, when I finished college, spent 2 years traveling with the Renaissance Festival doing a jousting show. My brother got me a job right out of college, and so I spent 2 years traveling the country, wearing a bunch of armor, getting knocked off a horse with a big stick. Yeah, I've had more of my time in employment been spent with a horse involved than not at this point. Everybody loves horses. So it creates that bridge. People that might feel a little trepidatious about coming up and talking to the police, they have that easy bridge that they come over, they ask questions about the horse, they can come pet him, get a picture with him. And even today, now more than ever, those bonds between the community and the police department are vital. So we need to really build those bonds and then have the community trust us, interact with us, know that we're good guys trying to help them out.
District 7 is central to the city and includes the Deuces Live Main Street, the South St. Petersburg CRA, and a majority of the Skyway Marina District. I'm Corey Givens Jr., your council member for District 7. We're standing in front of the Carter G. Woodson African American Museum of Florida, a cultural institution here in St. Pete, named after African American historian and civil rights activist Carter G. Woodson. The museum is located just off 22nd Street South, next to Jordan Park. And fun fact, plays a special role in my family's history. It's where my grandparents got married over 50 years ago. 22nd Street is a corridor rich with cultural history and includes the historic Manhattan Casino. Originally known as the Jordan Dance Hall, the Manhattan Casino opened in 1931 and played host to legendary performers like James Brown, Louis Armstrong, Ray Charles, and many more. And the arts still thrive in District 7, almost 100 years later, from recognizable murals spread throughout the district to institutions like the Marian Center for Clay, where you can browse their wide selection of local artists' work or take a class to participate yourself. As far as rec centers go, I'd like to think that Childs Park is one of the best around. Serving as a central meeting point for Childs Park neighborhood, the center also hosts a swimming pool, a gym, and lots of playing field and open green space. You can take in a round of golf or a bucket of balls on the very friendly Twin Brooks Golf Course, a city-owned 3-par golf course in the middle of the city. District 7 is a thriving artistic hub. It distinguishes itself as a center for art, history, and community gatherings with a wide range of cultural events. This charming district has a lot to offer, whether you're interested in art history or just exploring the small local businesses.
Sign painting was a very blue-collar job. It wasn't a glorified art by any means. The people that were practicing sign painting, they had to find the most efficient means of going about it. So oftentimes they would draw it directly on and paint from there. And when you take that approach, it's prone to accidents. Sometimes you'll have the proportions a little bit off, or you'll see a little bit of these imperfections. And I think that's really charming. I think that catches people's eye. They feel a little bit more connected to the personality of the lettering or of the sign. I had an art studio. It was a warehouse, and there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about, and that really got me the experience of working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs. There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do with your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, Getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African-American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African-American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, it's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Collier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
Baba. Hi, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? You ready for breakfast? My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling, saying, come in here and feed me. So it's really, really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds. Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old. I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station and then I'm downtown in less than an hour. And I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists, and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine, and then it verticalizes it, so it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact, and you actually get more people on the bus that way, too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
Talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amor Vinoy Lofner, and the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. Mm-hmm. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
A lot of these baseball fans go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play, but it's not the first time. And a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. Mm-hmm. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year for us.
When you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruth, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
I'm sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. Mm-hmm. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a teen gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, you know, we're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and we didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the neighborhood association, and as part of that, we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into two smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location, actually. It's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. As opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind the love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on, signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the neighborhood association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say Drains to the Bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay, so they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up or people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the neighborhood association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the neighborhood association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program into a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Child's Park neighborhood, if anyone would